Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Unlocked Cold Green Flames. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Yagi. Age, theme. Quirk, quirkless. Affiliation, Aldra Junior High, Yagi family. Likes, heroes, studying quirks, observing heroes in action, Katsudon, talking to his dad and grandma. Dislikes, bullies, especially Izumi and Kaken, being neglected. Personality, timid, heroic, and selfless. Often feels down and is easily brought to tears. Kind to everyone, even those who may not deserve it. Dream, become a hero, gain his parents' attention. Other aliases, death. Status, deceased. The Green Devil. Age, 14 to 15. Quirk, Psycho Flames. Affiliation, none. Eventually, Tartarus. Likes, bringing justice to criminals and villains, hunting down all for one. Dislikes, everything else. 7. Personality, the kind, timid Izuku is gone. When pushed beyond certain limits, the world turns upside down. Your experiences, values, and everything that shaped you can become meaningless. Dream, to confront all for one and find redemption for his past actions. Other aliases, Zu, civilian alter ego, Toya, granted. Status, alive. Izuku. Age, 16. Quirk, unknown. Affiliation, unknown. Likes, dislikes, unknown. Personality, dream, unknown. Status, unknown. Former aliases, Deku, Green Devil, Zu, Toya, the one who should have died. Abilities. Latent quirk, Psycho Flames, an extremely powerful and versatile quirk that reflects the emotional and mental state of the user, manifesting as green flames. They are typically cold and attack others' mental state, invoking fear and dread instead of physical pain, a reflection of the user's desire for solitude or feelings of misery. The flames become searing hot when the user is furious or focused on creating heat. Cold flames remain lit until the user extinguishes them or moves away. Hot flames are more resilient than other fires but can still be put out. They spread over any surface, even those that don't conduct heat. Pyrokinesis, the user can control their own flames as well as those of others, although fires from another person's quirk are more challenging to manage. Heat sensing, the user can detect a person's presence and read their emotional state by the heat they emit, which is easier with individuals who have heat quirks. Thermal vision, an alternate vision that picks up heat signatures. Barrier, weak against sharp objects. Telekinetic negation. Flame creation. Mind control resistance. Cold-blooded determination. High endurance. Above average physical strength. Razor-sharp mind, multitasking, studying, and retaining knowledge surpasses even Momo Yaoyorozu. Speed writer and speed reader. Unrivaled cooking skills, just because. Well-versed in first aid, especially on himself. Grows stronger the longer battles progress as his flames grow and spread. Other techniques, ultimate moves. Flash Fire Fist, Jet Burn, Hell Spider, Prominence Burn. Learned from watching Endeavor. Pyrovoyance, can see and hear through the green flames he controls, can also use them as extra appendages. Paralysis, covers opponents in flames to control their movements like strings on a puppet. Faux Fierce Wings mimicking hawks, manifests flaming wings on his back for faster flight and can pull them off as broadswords. Green explosions, AP shot variants, stun grenade, howitzer impact. Initially, mimicry of Bakugo, vexing but useful. Cinder Storm, user surrounds themselves in a tornado of green flames. Defends from outside intrusion, blocks enemy escape. Green Magma, melts down surrounding materials such as stone, concrete, solid earth, and road tar into magma, which can be molded into devastating meteors of unparalleled condensed firepower or conjure an ocean of all-incinerating lava. Dupli Flames, Psycho Flames molded into the figure of the user, a sort of clone that mirrors the user's thoughts. Hell Splitter, forms a blade of fire on the user's arm that slices through anything with its sharp edge and searing heat. Can discharge/attacks. Final Shine, Final Flash Stance, Vegeta's Gunasu. Green Hell envelopes the surrounding area in raging fire. The user can detect movements within the flames, making sneak attacks impossible. The flames burn hotter and brighter where the user is. Hot fire, producing heat causes body temperature to rise. Solution, switch to cold flames or control flames already lit. Cold fire, no physical recoil whatsoever. Pyrokinesis and flame creation, controlling large amounts of fire strains the mind, causing moderate headaches. Producing fire drains stamina. Solution, absorb lingering green fire to regain stamina. Equipment. Inhibitor gauntlets, metallic silver gauntlets over the forearms. Specially designed at Island Labs to severely weaken powerful quirks. Max inhibitor setting, 45% on each gauntlet, adding up to 90% block of power usage. Cremation cartridges, special cartridges made to store thermal energy. Capable of storing psycho flames to be thrown as combustible projectiles. 10 years ago, the Midoriya family was a picture-perfect family. A mother who was a pro-hero, a father who looked after the kids, and 2 adorable 3-year-old twins. They lived a good life until one day, Hisashi was killed by a villain. The kids cried, but not as much as Inko. She felt anguish and extreme guilt for not being able to protect her husband. She felt like a failure, both as a hero and as a wife. 5 months later, Inko remarried Toshinori Yagi, a kind, humorous man of average height and build with sky-blue eyes. He got along well with the kids and helped Inko realize she was not at fault for what happened to her late husband. Sometimes, not everyone can be saved. It's part of being a hero. It took some time, but they began to put the pieces back together. The Yagi family was happy. 1 year later, a 4-year-old Izuku stood still in the middle of the living room, gazing at the framed photos of his deceased father, Hisashi Midoriya, and his stepdad's teacher and mother figure, Nana Shimura. Izuku bore a strong resemblance to Hisashi, with hair more like his father's black than his mother's green, styled in the same wavy bush. Unlike his sister, Izuku spoke to their father's picture as if he could communicate with him. As soon as he learned how to write, he penned down the good memories he had with his father to ensure he would never forget. As for the person who could have been his grandmother, Toshinori shared stories of her being a great hero, someone he hoped to emulate. Hi Dad, hi Grandma. Izumi and I are going to discover our quirks today. We're going to become sibling heroes and make you proud. Just you watch. As Izuku finished speaking to his family, Izumi eagerly pulled him out of the house. Come on Izuku. I want to find out what quirk I have. Izuku nearly stumbled over his sister's enthusiasm. He was excited too, but this was especially important to him. Okay. Bye Dad, bye Grandma, he called out. They're just pictures. They can't hear you, silly. Izumi finally got him out the door and into the car. After the hospital visit, Izuku's world felt shattered. Izumi was fortunate enough to inherit the same quirk as their mother, practically ensuring her future as a great hero. Meanwhile, Izuku was left without a quirk, as the doctor had stated. He was among the 20% of people who never developed a power. That was when everything began to spiral for him. His sister received praise from their parents, while he faced looks of pity and dismissal. Izuku tried to feel happy for Izumi, but it hurt him deeply to be overshadowed by her. It felt as if being quirkless changed how people viewed him. That night, he went to bed apologizing to his father and grandmother for being a disappointment. Kindergarten. School was somehow worse than home. While Katsuki and Izumi were celebrated as gifted children, Izuku was mocked and ridiculed by everyone in class. Even his friend and sister joined in, saying he'd never be as great as they were. It felt like a knife to his heart to have the 2 people closest to him turn their backs for something beyond his control. Middle school, 2nd year. Alright, we're about halfway through the school year, and it's time for you kids to think about your futures, the teacher announced, holding a stack of papers. Most of the students were only half listening, except for one who was diligently taking notes on heroes he had seen on the street. I could hand out a bunch of boring career questionnaires. But why bother? He tossed the papers aside, and the students began using their quirks carelessly. All but 3. I know you all want to become heroes. Hey Teach, a smug blonde with his feet on his desk chimed in. Don't get these extras' hopes up, or they'll think they have a shot at the big leagues like us. The girl next to him leaned in her seat with a similarly cocky smirk. Sadly, most of the quirks here are only good enough for D-list heroes. Katsuki Bakugo and Izumi Yagi, the most gifted students in their grade. The class was outraged at their arrogance, but the pair dared anyone to challenge them to prove their worth. Why are they always like this? Izuku thought as he buried his head in his notebook. The teacher pointed out that due to their impressive test results, they had a genuine shot at making it to UA, the most prestigious hero school in the country. The room filled with surprised gasps and murmurs, but the pair proudly declared that UA would be lucky to have them. Aiming to surpass All Might and Teleki, they envisioned dominating the hero rankings and becoming the wealthiest duo of all time. People all over the world would know their names and revere them, and it all started at UA High. Oh, Izuku, you want to go to UA too, huh? The room fell silent except for Izuku shuffling nervously in his seat. The whole class erupted in laughter. You must be joking, right? How's a quirkless kid going to get into any hero school? Izuku stood up, trying to defend himself. Actually, they got rid of that rule. I could be the first one. Raf. Katsuki let out a fierce growl as he blasted Izuku's desk. The force knocked Izuku off his feet, and Izumi sent him crashing into the wall at the back of the room. This again? When will you learn? She spat, her expression a mix of disdain and shame toward her own twin. Listen up, Deku. Katsuki began with a malicious grin. Just because your stepdad's going to teach there doesn't change what a hopeless failure you are. You're even worse than the rest of these rejects. Think UA would take you in when they could have us? Izuku tried to back away, but his back was already against the wall. No, that's not it at all. I know I'm not in your league, but... He looked down at his feet. I've wanted to be a hero since I was little. Like Mom and Grandma. I can at least try, right? Smoke billowed from Bakugo's hands as he and his sister loomed over him. What kind of delusion are you living in? Fine, go on and try. You'll be remembered as a failure, that's the best you could hope for. The class surrounded him, their quirks flaring like a pack of demons. And the Pomeranian and the Moss Ball were the leaders of the pack. Deku looked down, despair in his eyes, desperately trying to tune out the mocking laughter. Defenseless Izuku, it's one thing to want to embarrass this already lousy school, but your family too? Old Dad and Grandma must be rolling in their graves. A few hours later, after a rough morning, Izuku was finishing up some notes on heroes. Midnight, Miruko and Lady. Well, that's the last of the pages in this volume. Now, which pro hero should I start this one off with? As Izuku pulled out a fresh forest green notebook, it suddenly flew out of his grasp. What do we have here, Deku? Izumi mocked, accompanied by Katsuki and their followers. Is this your 14th hero notebook? Bakugo sneered. Izuku reached for his property, but Izumi just lifted it higher. You're going to need to reach a little higher, Deku. Katsuki said with a wicked smirk. Izuku looked at them with horror-filled eyes. Please. Not this again. The heartless expressions of his once best friends made it clear he had no choice. Sighing out his hopes, he stood on his desk and tried to reach for his empty book. Jump for it, Izumi said, deepening Izuku's misery. Here it comes. Izuku jumped off the surface of his table. The moment he did, Katsuki had an explosion ready to knock him off his feet. Izuku cried out as he landed on the floor in a heap. Ha! Oh, that never gets old. Katsuki chuckled, wiping a tear from his eye. It got old about 4 years ago, Izuku thought. See, can I have it back now? He asked in a broken voice. Izumi and Katsuki exchanged wicked smirks as a better idea formed in their heads. She tossed the book to Bakugo, who exploded it and sent it flying out the window. Why do I even try? Izuku wondered, feeling numb to the torment he faced daily. The relentless cycle of bullying dulled his emotions, and he could only hope for an end to it someday. As the bullies gathered their things and walked away, leaving him on the floor, Katsuki had some parting words. You know, if you really want to be a hero, there might be a chance for you, he said, causing Izuku's ears to perk up slightly. Just pray that you'll have a quirk in your next life and take a leap off the roof. Suicide baiting. But that was nothing compared to what Izumi said next. Kaken, don't tell him that. What if he listens to you? For a brief moment, Izuku felt a flicker of hope. Imagine how upset Dad and Grandma would be about being stuck with him. But just like that, his hopes were dashed once more. The bullies left, and Izuku remained motionless on the floor. After a few minutes, he picked himself up and grabbed his things. Another day, another bruise to treat, he thought as he exited the building. Before leaving, he gazed out the window for a long moment. Maybe next time I'll jump out the window. It would be a quick escape from them. Izuku was relieved he hadn't written anything in his new notebook yet. The forest green cover was now covered in gray soot, and most of the pages were burnt a caramel brown, with ashes falling from the corners. Ruined before I had a chance to use it. At least they're changing things up, he thought as he took a different route home to avoid those who despised him, not that it mattered. Once home, he felt invisible. While Izumi was the golden child of the Yagi family, Izuku was the outcast, the black sheep. On difficult days like today, or most days really, he had to patch himself up from the abuse he endured. If his parents noticed, Izumi would tell them he had picked a fight and got hurt for attention. That would lead to something worse than neglect, unjust punishment. As Izuku walked through an underground tunnel, he heard a rumbling beneath his feet. He turned to see a living pile of sludge bursting out of the sewer. "Hello, skin suit," it exclaimed before lunging at the terrified boy. Izuku tried to flee, but the villain caught him in its grasp. He attempted to scream, but the villain was forcing its way into his mouth, trying to take control of his body. "Nothing personal, but I just need a disguise to help me skip town. Thanks for being so charitable." Izuku dropped his notebook as he felt himself growing weaker. Is this really how I leave this world? Well, I just hope you won't be too disappointed. Grandma. He faded into unconsciousness, ready to face the end. The sludge monster continued to invade his body, but something made it stop. It felt a resistance from within the boy, even as he went limp. The force pushed back harder, and the villain felt a mysterious chill up its spine. What is this? Where are you, villain? You can't evade the long arm of justice forever. That voice sent shivers through the sludge man. I don't have enough time to take over this brat. Oh well, thanks for nothing, you useless runt. It quickly ejected itself from Izuku and retreated back into the sewer. By the time it escaped, a massive figure arrived to find an unconscious boy. Hey, wake up. Hey. Izuku's eyes snapped open. He looked up to see the iconic smile of his idol. Welcome back to the living, my boy. Izuku was starstruck before he shuffled backward to maintain a comfortable distance. "Oh, mate," he stuttered, too amazed to believe his eyes. "The one and only. Apologies, young Izuku, but I've been chasing that dastardly villain all day. I'm sorry I allowed him to cause you harm. You wouldn't happen to know where he went, would you?" Izuku shook his head, snapping out of his shock. "Sorry. I blacked out after he started taking over my body." All Might's smile remained unwavering. "No sweat, kid. You did your best and you get to live to see another day. Ha. Now then, if you'll excuse me." All Might prepared to take off. "W8 please." Izuku called out. I have to ask. Can I become a hero even without a quirk?" Heartbreak. A feeling Izuku Yagi knew all too well, but now it was magnified to a degree he had never experienced before. He asked his idol, the number one hero, if it was possible, and the answer was the same as everyone else's. Some villains couldn't be defeated without power. Without a quirk, he would be at risk. Don't give your family something to worry about. Tears streamed down his face as he trudged his way home, his expression reflecting nothing but anguish and pain. If he encountered any more villains, he wouldn't put up a fight. Finally, he reached his family's large house. Upon entering, he went straight to the family members who didn't make him feel like a burden or a punching bag. "Hi Dad, hi Grandma. Today was rougher than usual. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Please keep watching over me." A final tear hit the floor as he finished his silent prayer. When he went to his room, he passed Inko in the kitchen preparing dinner. She had the day off, and for some reason, he felt compelled to try to talk to her, to have a conversation about his day for the first time in years. With almost no hope in his eyes, he approached the kitchen. "Hi Mom." Inko was too busy slicing vegetables to notice him. "My day was horrible, almost died." Inko stopped what she was doing to look at Izuku. "What? Don't just come here and make jokes like that. You know how I feel about the topic of death," she exclaimed, but she didn't see him as her son. "I don't know what I was thinking." Izuku muttered to himself. Inko took that the wrong way. "Don't tell me you were getting into trouble again. Go upstairs." Izuku dragged his feet, wishing he hadn't said anything, wishing he hadn't given her a chance to be a mother to him. He reached his room, if the poorly insulated attic could be called that. The summers were unbearably hot, and the winters were freezing cold. It was mostly bare wood that he tried to keep clean, but dust always piled up here. He threw his bag down and plopped onto the mattress on the floor. "Why do I have to endure this? What did I ever do to deserve this? Just being born? Why won't someone tell me? I can't keep going like this." Izuku pulled himself up from his old mattress and noticed his burned notebook was out of his bag. He reached for it and opened to the first page. An autograph from All Might stared back at him. "Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse." He tore the page out, ready to throw it away, but something caught his eye. A pen. A thought came to him. He wasn't ready to give up on life, but he couldn't stay in this house, surrounded by people who seemed to despise him any longer. Izuku shook his head, dismissing the thought as foolish. He got dressed in more casual clothes and went down for dinner. Inko, Toshinori, and Izumi were eating dinner around the table while Izuku volunteered to wash the dishes. The same scene played out again and again, the Yagi family at the table, chatting, smiling, enjoying each other's company. But Izuku was never part of that scene. He wished he at least knew why, even if fixing whatever was wrong was beyond him. After he finished, the cold emptiness in his heart and stomach returned. He had enough allowance to buy himself a meal at a shop down the road. Ramen may not be the healthiest option, but it was better than going to bed hungry. As he walked up the stairs and sat in his room, he contemplated what to do. "I need to know. I've already tried talking to Mom, but Dad and Izumi. Please don't let me down." Izuku knocked on the door that was once his and Izumi's shared bedroom. He was greeted by a displeased expression. "What?" she asked irritably. "What did I do?" he simply asked, confusing her. "Huh? What are you talking about? Why do you hate me? What did I ever do? We're twins, but you can barely even look at me. Why, Izumi?" Izuku's eyes were pleading for an answer, hoping for honesty. Izumi sighed. "You were born." She closed the door in his face. Izuku didn't cry. In all honesty, he expected something like that. This always happened when he tried to get close to his sister again, a cold-hearted rejection. Izuku went to the kitchen and heated up a container of leftovers. While that was warming up, he found Toshinori. "Dad, I need to ask you something important." Toshinori sighed. "Can't it wait, Izuku? I've had a stressful day." Instead of walking away like usual, Izuku stood his ground. "Why do you favor Izumi over me? You and Mom? Why do you treat me like you'd rather not have me?" Toshinori paused as Izuku's words stirred painful memories. "Go," he said coldly. "I'm not in the mood for this right now. We'll talk later." Always later. Izuku's eyes were shadowed by his hair as he went back up the stairs. There was nothing left to say. His family had told him everything he needed to know to make his decision final. "There's no place for me here." Izuku wore black pants, a green hoodie, and red shoes with his backpack slung over his shoulders. In his pocket were small pictures of his biological father and heroic grandmother. "I know running isn't right, but I tried everything to rebuild our relationship. But clearly, they don't want that. They don't want me." His books were strewn across the room, and a burned All Might autograph was taped to the structural beam above his mattress. The SIM card to his phone was removed and tossed in the trash. He walked into the kitchen and grabbed the leftovers out of the microwave. As he went to the door, he turned back one last time. The Yagis were watching a movie together. He felt invisible again. Goodbye. Streets of Mizudafu. Izuku didn't know how far he walked, how many turns he took, or what direction he was in. He was just lost. Somehow, he wandered back to the tunnel where the villain had attacked him, where he had nearly lost everything. He broke down on his knees and cried silently, his heart weeping. This is for the best. I was never family to begin with. My family died a long time ago. That coldness returned. His eyes were closed, so he didn't notice a light slowly enveloping his body. But someone did. Far from home, aren't you, kid? Izuku flinched at the voice coming from behind him. You know, you shouldn't be wandering around like a beacon. That could attract the wrong crowd. Izuku was confused by what he meant and decided to open his eyes. They widened when he saw his entire body engulfed in green flames. Is this my quirk? Fire. Like Dad. But Dad had orange fire. And I'm not hot. It's not burning me. Why? Izuku's attention turned back to the thug with a blade in his hand. I'm gonna make this simple, kid. Hand over your stuff and you live. Izuku looked back at the criminal. No. The man chuckled lightly. Kid, those flames of yours don't burn anything. You're literally on fire, and there's no smoke or anything. Now hand over your stuff, or I can set up a ransom for your folks to get you back. Izuku's eyes dimmed. Sorry to disappoint, but no one would want me back. You're wasting your time. He stood up as the criminal began to look increasingly angry. Fine then. I'll take you down and take your stuff. He lunged at Izuku with the knife. The boy's eyes widened, and he instinctively put his hands in front of him in defense. He unwittingly sent a blast of cold green flames at the criminal. It pushed him back but didn't injure him. Flames that don't burn? How fitting, a useless quirk for a useless person. I'm just a paper tiger. Deku. Why isn't he charging anymore? After the blast of harmless flames, Izuku's attacker was on the ground, trembling. What? Why am I freezing up? By some kid and his weak flames. They're not ice cold, but why is my body not listening? The criminal stumbled to his feet and dropped his knife. Izuku analyzed what was happening. He looks afraid. My power didn't affect him physically, but his mental state took a hit. The attacker picked up his knife and prepared to charge again. Demon kid. I'll take you down, he charged again, but it was slower, as if he was forcing his body to go in the opposite direction it wanted to. Izuku felt invigorated enough to strike back. Time to find out what I can do. Izuku threw his hands behind himself and launched 2 pillars of green fire from his palms. He rocketed toward his attacker like a flaming javelin. He pulled back his fist and struck the thug squarely in the stomach, following up with a powerful surge of flames. The impact sent the man flying to the other side of the tunnel, where he coughed and fell unconscious. Izuku panted heavily, the effort of wielding such power weighing on him. This would take some getting used to. As he regained his composure, the flames surrounding him flickered out. I have a quirk. Of all the times for it to show up, cold flames that frighten people? It has potential. With a quirk like this, I could. Memories of the day flooded his mind. He could return to the Yagis, but did he truly want to be part of that family? Shaking his head, Izuku approached the fallen thug. He was unconscious and had dropped several items. Cash, white hair dye, a silver-colored respirator, a knife, a phone, and a coupon for 2 free drinks at a restaurant. Izuku wrestled with himself over whether to take these items, ultimately deciding it came down to one question. Who needed it more, a child on the run or a thug? Though he wasn't proud of it, Izuku picked up everything of value. What's going on here? A police officer's shout startled him, and he bolted to the other end of the tunnel, igniting his feet to propel himself into the night. When the officer arrived, he found the thug unconscious, surrounded by lingering green flames. He tried to stamp them out, but they persisted. He poured water on them, and they still burned. Even his iced coffee was no match. Despite how foolish it seemed, he reached out to touch the flames, quickly retracting his hand as a chill ran up his spine. Green flames that give chills? That's a new one. We don't have a quirk like that in our database. Not a hero's work, so could it be? The flames extinguished as the criminal was taken away. A vigilante, the officer concluded. Meanwhile, Izuku leaped from rooftop to rooftop in the city, blending into the bright lights of the evening. He utilized his quirk to make his jumps effortless, landing with a roll on a rooftop. Finally, he had a moment to catch his breath. He looked at his hands. I'm still alive. Green flames ignited in his palms. I have a quirk. He recalled how he had used it. I don't have a license. I didn't have the authority to stop that guy. But a criminal was arrested thanks to my actions. That was the closest he had ever come to actual heroism. Izuku walked to the edge of the rooftop and gazed over the city. What I did wasn't within the rules, but it was the right thing. I was attacked twice today. And the second time made me feel like I did something good. He reached into his backpack and pulled out his charred notebook. He remembered wondering what hero he would catalog. Let's switch things up. Not a hero or a villain. The vigilante. Izuku donned the respirator and looked out over the city. Even if people will never see me as a hero, I'll do everything in my power to help them. And this time, I won't let anyone hold me back. Izuku. Age 3. Affiliation. None. Quirk. Psycho Flames. 10 years ago, childhood. Izuku and his friends Kaken and Izumi's friends were parading through the forest, with Izuku trailing behind. Kaken was being lifted in the air by Izumi, setting off explosions like a floating sparkler. As they crossed a log over the creek, Izumi lost her footing and both she and Kaken tumbled into the water. Their friends were concerned, but they shrugged it off. You idiot, watch where you're going. Kaken playfully jabbed at Izumi. It was your loud explosions that made me lose focus, she shot back. Their playful banter was interrupted when a hand reached out to help them. The hand belonged to the weakest member of their group. Are you guys okay? I was worried you got hurt. The concern in his eyes and the gesture made him seem worried about us? Like we're weaklings? Like him? Showing kindness they didn't deserve. That was the first time Izuku Yagi learned how to block a hit. Present. Izuku revisited the same forest where he and his childhood friends used to play. Initially, it was a place filled with good memories, but later it left him feeling hollow and unwanted. Now, it slightly angered him, recalling the abuse he had endured for no reason. Walking past the creek, he ventured deeper into the forest to find a secluded spot to explore his quirk. He picked up a stick and ignited it. No smoke, no heat. He tossed the stick into a puddle, and it continued to burn. Flames that don't burn, but affect a person's mental state. Like a mix of dad and mom's quirks. So, can I control the flames? Izuku set down his notebook and raised his hand at the stick. The green flame rose from it. He maneuvered it around and clenched his fist to extinguish it. Pyrokinesis. I can reuse the fires I've lit, which makes the stamina drawback practically non-existent. Izuku practiced by creating large waves of flames, directing them past the trees in a zigzag motion, circling around and returning to him. He discovered he could also absorb the flames into his body to replenish his stamina. After a while, he felt a headache from overusing the pyrokinesis. A cup of water helped clear that up. Izuku then ignited his feet and took off into the air. It was a bit wobbly at first, but he quickly got the hang of flying. His movements became smooth as he used his hands to guide himself. Even Izumi and Kaken didn't master flying this quickly. Izuku's good mood came to an abrupt halt. He stopped and hovered in the air, feeling dejected. Yagi and Bakugo. Slowly, he descended to where he had left his belongings. He had another move to try. Covering his fist in green flames, he punched a tree. He felt the impact, but his fist was barely phased. He made the flames burn brighter and struck the tree harder. He didn't even feel his fist connect, but the tree did. These flames are thick. Defensive properties. Izuku experimented by placing his hand on his face. It was difficult to breathe, but he discovered he was immune to the spine-chilling sensation he inflicted on others. The brighter these cold flames burned, the denser they became, but the faster his stamina drained. The flames he had left to burn could be maintained with little effort, but these intense fires required more concentration and energy. I could use this for capture moves. Cold flames are amazing. I wish I had discovered them sooner. But then I would still be with them, and their love was conditional. Izuku shook his head. They were never family to me. I can't let them hold me back anymore. I need to focus on getting stronger. I had an easy trial run, but if I get cocky, I might not make it out alive. Setting aside distracting thoughts, Izuku dedicated the day to mastering his flames. Before he knew it, sunset had arrived. He donned his metal respirator to conceal his lower face and a hoodie to hide his hair, then took off into the city. I'm still inexperienced. Nothing too big, maybe just some troublemakers in an alley. Muzutafu. Izuku patrolled the city from rooftops to streets, doing his best to blend in and minimize the use of his flashy quirk. Around 10 p.m., he was considering calling it a night when he heard the sound of glass shattering. He went to investigate and found two thugs in an alley holding purses likely stolen. Not a bad haul, bro. We'll be eating well tonight, one of them, wearing a red beanie, exclaimed. You got that right. Burgers, drinks, maybe some entertainment to finish it off. The other, clad in a dark green overcoat, replied. That was all Izuku needed to hear. Excuse me, he spoke up, stepping forward. The crooks turned to see a short hooded figure. Am I correct in assuming that doesn't belong to you? They exchanged smirks. Yeah, so what? Go play hero somewhere else, kid. Izuku approached them slowly. The beanie-wearing thug shrugged. No one will see us this deep in the alley. He raised his hand and unleashed a wave of orange flames. So long, brat. Izuku was engulfed in flames, but as the smoke cleared, he stood unharmed, surrounded by a pillar of bright green flames. Also, who said I'm a hero? He declared, igniting flames on his back and launching himself toward the two. They barely had time to react as he struck one with an uppercut and kicked the other against the wall. They were shaken but not easily defeated. Get lost, one of them shouted, sending another wave of flames at Izuku as they attempted to flee. They weren't nearly as fast as they should have been. Izuku, unaffected by the flames, soared into the sky, aiming to intercept them before they could escape. As they reached a nearby dumpster, a wall of hot flames blocked their path. Are these yours? Izuku asked, hovering above them, instilling fear in their hearts. He pulled his fists back and dove down toward the thugs. The sight of the green figure flying toward them would haunt them for a long time. Izuku delivered two powerful punches that knocked them out. When he landed, he breathed heavily, surprised by what he had accomplished. I can control other flames too, even if they're from a person? But I couldn't control all of it, but it's a start. He attempted to extinguish the fire and sensed something. Impulses of greed, indifference toward others, and a thrill-seeking nature. These were the emotions emitted by the thug's flames. Izuku could detect a person's emotional state by the heat they radiated. The hotter they were, the clearer it became. His good mood dimmed as he realized the kind of people lying before him. After ensuring the thugs were tied up, he prepared to use one of their phones to call the authorities. But something caught his eye beneath the dumpster. He discovered a hatch that led to a staircase, which descended into a small room filled with stolen goods. Izuku hesitated but remembered he needed supplies to continue his mission. He took only what he needed: food, water, a few thousand yen, and a first aid kit. After a few minutes of gathering supplies, he called the authorities. With that done, he left the criminal's hideout exposed. Before departing, he took one last item, the dark green overcoat from the other thug. Izuku soared into the night, leaving behind lingering green flames on the pavement like an artist signing his work. The police arrived at the location where they tracked the cell phone. They found two unconscious thugs and an underground hideout. Oh my God, it's the super criminal brothers. We've been hunting them for a year. Who could have done this? One officer exclaimed as he dragged the two away. His partner gazed at the familiar green flames on a surface that shouldn't have been able to sustain fire. Our vigilante friend again. Meanwhile, Izuku was leaping over rooftops before landing on the ledge of a skyscraper, hidden from view. I stole from criminals. 2 wrongs don't make a right. He chastised himself as he examined his stolen loot. His good nature told him this was wrong, but his survival instincts insisted it was necessary. He had no one but himself. There was no one around to help or look out for him. He knew that all too well. Sighing, Izuku pulled out some takoyaki and ate. Heroes get paid for protecting people and putting villains behind bars. I guess this is my payment as a vigilante. After finishing his meal, Izuku looked at the green overcoat he had taken. It would serve as his blanket, while his big yellow backpack would be his pillow. He was actually looking forward to the next morning. There wouldn't be anyone to beat him up. Before drifting off to sleep, Izuku reached into his hoodie and pulled out 2 small pictures of his family. Good night, Dad. Good night, Grandma. The next day, Izumi and Bakugo were walking home after a dull day at school. Do you think something was missing today? Izumi asked the spiky blonde. Yeah, I didn't feel like I was asserting my dominance enough today, Katsuki replied. They both scratched their heads in thought. That's it. We didn't say hi to Deku. Izumi realized. Oh yeah, now that you mention it, when was the last time we saw that nerd? Forget it, who cares? Tell him I said he's worthless scum. Bakugo bid farewell to his partner in crime. When Izumi got home, she headed up to the attic. Crash. She used her telekinesis to send the hatch flying off its hinges. Oops. When was the last time this place was looked after? She flew up and saw the attic covered in dust, with school books scattered across the floor. Geez, Deku, when's the last time you cleaned up here? No one was there to answer her. Hey, I'm talking. Where are you? Frustrated by the silence, she noticed a note with All Might's signature. What's this? Her eyes widened as she read the other side. Inko and Toshinori returned home, and the latter turned on the news, which was reporting on a troubling topic. They found their daughter slouched on the couch, looking shattered. Izumi, dear, what's wrong? Izumi hesitated before responding. Mom? Dad, when was the last time you saw Izuku? It was a strange question, and it took them longer than expected to think of an answer. Before they could respond, Izumi held up a slightly burnt piece of paper with All Might's signature. Take any more. I didn't ask to be born this way, and I didn't mean to be a burden. I want to know why you hate me so much, but I guess even that is too much to ask. Well, you don't have to worry. You won't have to deal with me, I won't be missed, and I won't burden anyone else. It's a win-win. Goodbye, Yagis. Izuku. The family was devastated by what they had just read. Izumi confirmed it wasn't a suicide note since he had left with his bag, but the truth was undeniable. Izuku had run away. They had pushed him away. Breaking news. The Green Fire Vigilante has struck again, capturing 2 criminals who have been on the wanted list for a year. The criminals awoke in shock and refused to say anything about their attacker. All the police learned is that he is a ruthless outlaw with no restraint, unlike our heroes. He's suspected to be armed and dangerous, wielding cold, green flames that linger for some time. The first sighting of his unusual quirk was in Muzudafu near Aldera Middle School. Their hearts sank. Izuku was out there, alone and vulnerable, and the vigilante was in the same area. Inko was flooded with memories of her late husband and broke down in tears. Izumi looked like a broken soul. Toshinori's blood ran cold at the thought of his quirkless son having to fend for himself on the streets as he once had. Little did they know, their assumptions were far from the truth. A shadowed figure sat in a chair surrounded by medical machinery, having just finished watching the news. This vigilante has an interesting quirk. Igniting the flame of fear in others, and in just 2 nights he's made the news. I'm impressed, child. He grinned widely, contemplating how useful the vigilante could be. It's been some time since I left the Yagis, awakened my quirk, and became a vigilante. I'm learning about myself every day and doing what I can to help others. I feel a little guilty for breaking the hero's rules, but they can't deny my actions are making a difference. Izuku tucked his notebook into his bag and hid it behind an air conditioning unit. Dressed in a black shirt and green shorts, He planned to spend his day walking around town like any other kid. To avoid being recognized, he wore a face mask and a cap that allowed his black and green tufts of hair to hang over his eyebrows. He blended in well with the sparse crowd. Stopping by a playground, he watched the children playing. It was a much-needed moment. He saw kids getting along, running around, and having fun. I wish I had a better memory of this place, he thought solemnly as he walked away. On one of the lampposts, he spotted something interesting, a missing person poster with his face on it. Izuku felt a mix of emotions. Are they worried about me? I've been gone for days and now they choose to care? The school probably told them. I never had a place in that house. He reached for the paper and tore off the Yagi kanji next to his name. After that conflicting ordeal, Izuku wandered aimlessly, finally enjoying some peace. There weren't many heroes or police on patrol, which was good for someone trying to avoid attention. He was going about his business like anyone else until something caught his eye, a girl being followed by two boys. He could tell from her pace that she was trying to lose them, but they weren't taking the hint. Izuku, having grown accustomed to observing situations, watched from the shadows. He followed the three until the girl attempted to shake them off forcefully, but it was in vain. Izuku watched in fascination as the girl shot extendable cords from her earlobes, but when one of the boys caught them and they both laughed, his fascination turned to anger. For a moment, he couldn't hear anything but the familiar mocking voices that still haunted him. What a pathetic weakling. Could you be any lamer? What can you even do, huh? Just a waste of space. When he looked back at the girl, he saw her eyes filling with sadness as she was bullied. In that moment, seeing her silently suffering, he lost control. He didn't plan or think as he burst from his hiding place. His body moved on its own as he leaped above the boy holding the girl's cords, readying a strike with both hands clasped together. Fwek! The boy fell to the ground, releasing the cords and collapsing with a bruise on his neck. The other boy was swiftly dealt with by a high kick to his chin, hitting the ground with a thud. Izuku stood over him, pressing his foot on his shoulder to keep him pinned. His green eyes burned with fury, and the shadows under them made him look even more intimidating. He uttered one chilling word. Leave. The boy squirmed out from under Izuku's foot and ran away, leaving his friend at the mercy of the green vigilante. When Izuku turned around, he saw the girl looking stunned and slightly afraid. Sorry, he said before walking away. Wait, the girl called after him, holding out his cap that had fallen off during the scuffle. Izuku panicked for a moment but remembered he had used a bit of white hair dye on his green highlights. He wouldn't dare desecrate the black hair reminiscent of his late father and grandmother. He took back his hat and put it back on. Thank you for what you did, the purple-haired girl said, not meeting his eyes. Izuku looked at her and replied, No problem. Sorry I went so far. I just can't stand bullies. He growled slightly at the end. The girl smiled faintly. That's pretty heroic of you. Izuku bristled at her words. I'm no hero, that's what they all say, he said, slouching his shoulders. She was about to respond when a noise interrupted her. The sound of a nearby bus taking off. I missed the bus because of these idiots, she said, clenching her fist in frustration. Izuku thought about the times he missed rides from his parents because they forgot him. He couldn't bear the thought of someone being left behind for no reason. DMN. What's wrong with me? Izuku clenched his teeth. He bent down and motioned to his back. Come on before the bus gets too far. With little choice, the girl jumped onto the mysterious boy's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Whatever you do, don't look down. What? Fush. They soared into the air, the girl holding on tightly. What the heck, man? A warning would have been nice, she chided. Would you have gone through with it if I said we were going to fly? She fell silent after that. They followed the bus for a few minutes until she felt confident enough to walk the rest of the way. When Izuku let her down, she trembled, and he had to catch her before she fell. Flying is terrifying, she stuttered. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck as he gently set her down on the pavement. It's scary the first time, but you get used to it. Well, bye. As he turned to leave, the girl called out to him. Hey, what's your name? Izuku froze. He couldn't tell her his full name for two reasons: missing person posters and the fact that he was no longer part of that family. He hadn't thought about what to say in this situation, but he had to respond. Zizu. My name is Zu, he answered. The purple-haired girl wanted to ask if that was a nickname, but she held back. She sensed the slight panic in his heart when she asked and decided to let it go. May I ask your name? Kyoka. Izuku returned to jumping above the rooftops, feeling slightly lighter. She was a nice girl. I can't imagine why she would be a target for bullies. Hopefully, I knocked some sense into them. As he hopped from roof to roof, something in the distance caught his eye. He immediately went to investigate. A few minutes earlier. So Deku really ran away? And he's been gone for almost a week? Katsuki asked. Yeah, and I'm starting to worry. What if he runs into that green fire vigilante? He could get hurt. Katsuki tightened his fist. And you, Deku, making us all worry about you. How selfish can you be to pull a stunt like this? Quit pouting and show your face already. He crushed his soda can in frustration and tossed it aside. If the nerd gets hurt, I'll never forgive him. The two of them didn't notice the mass of disgusting sludge piling up behind them. Well, aren't you a powerful skin puppet? Present. Izuku made it to a shopping district and hid behind an air conditioning unit on the roof. He saw fires blazing out of control, but Backdraft was managing them. Kamui Woods was doing what he could to save the civilians caught in the chaos, but the flames were hindering his efforts. MD Lady had arrived, but the pass was too narrow for her, and she was already on alert for property damage. Death Arm's attacks on the villain were ineffective. Monster! How dare you take a child hostage, he yelled. Izuku looked toward the villain causing this. The slime BSRD that almost got me. Wasn't All Might hunting him down? And he has a kid hostage? Boom. Bow. Blast. Izuku's ears twitched at the sound of explosions. No, he heard the captive shouting to be released. You picked the wrong guy to mess with. I'm gonna send you back to whatever sewer you crawled out of. Get off me. That rough voice. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Bakugo. Izuku debated whether to get involved. The heroes weren't doing anything, and he had a small grudge against the slime villain. But then again, Bakugo was a JRK, and the heroes would probably try to arrest him on the spot. Izuku looked back toward the crowd and saw a familiar head of green and black hair. Please no. His twin sister, Izumi, seemed to be planning something. Suddenly, she flew above the flames and the crowd, trying to pull Bakugo out with her telekinesis. I'll save you, Kakin, she yelled as she landed a few feet away from him. You idiot. Izuku whispered to himself. Izumi landed on a stray bit of sludge that the villain could control. The poor girl was bound in sludge from her legs, and it was steadily climbing up her body. This is disgusting, she whined. I know. Katsuki yelled. The sludge villain found this hilarious. Ha! Hold on, girlie. Once I've taken over your friend, I'll be sure to have some fun with you. In the crowd, a blond man was cursing himself for not being able to do anything. He'd been losing sleep looking for his missing son while trying to do hero work, and his body couldn't handle another task. The heroes felt completely useless as two children were at the mercy of the villain, and they could do nothing to help. A green-haired onlooker was beating his head against the air conditioning unit out of sheer frustration. Heroes aren't even trying, two idiots in trouble, and I'm probably the only one who can do something. In my good nature. Izuku stood on the edge of the roof and raised his hand toward the flames. He was hit with another emotional presence. Every flame tells a story, and these ones generated by Bakugo's quirk revealed how terrified he was. Izuku took one last look at his bully and saw a look of horror on the boy's face. His decision was made the moment he saw those red eyes pleading for help. My personal feelings don't matter. He's a person in trouble and I'm going to save him. Izuku raised both his hands. Suddenly, the orange flames blocking the heroes roared up before burning cold with no smoke. They were confused until the flames took on a green hue. The flames then moved toward the villain and into his mouth. What in the world is happening? Katsuki thought, feeling himself start to fade. Izumi watched in awe as the green flames surged toward the villain. Time for a taste of your own medicine. As the flames consumed the sludge, Izuku clenched his fists. The living slime erupted in a powerful burst of green flames, sending Bakugo tumbling into Izumi. They both landed safely. The crowd watched in amazement. What just happened? Green flames? Whose quirk is that? Why is it so cold all of a sudden? As the police and paramedics arrived, the blonde man pondered. Green flames that don't burn. The vigilante. And he just saved my daughter. Where is he? He was already leaping away into the sunset. Despite having saved 2 lives, he felt a sense of unease. Bakugo Yagi. Please don't make me regret what I did for you. Later, Katsuki and Izumi sat quietly in Toshinori's car as he drove them home. I saw the fight you put up, Katsuki. You held your ground well, even the pros were impressed by your fighting spirit. Bakugo huffed, not in the mood for praise. And Izumi, you showed incredible courage rushing into danger like that. But you need to learn to assess your situation and make the best decisions. Izumi nodded, reflecting, assess, huh? Izuku was so much better at that. I'm not a fan of the vigilante who saved you, but once he's caught, I'd like to have a word with him, Toshinori said. They dropped Katsuki off first. Later, Uncle Toshi, the blonde, waved over his shoulder. Izumi and Toshi sat in the car in tense silence. Dad, do you think the vigilante might have seen Izuku? Toshinori tightened his grip on the steering wheel. It's possible. At least he doesn't seem like the type to act without reason. But it's still against the law. We'll find Izuku and this outlaw. The following evening, wearing a dark green hoodie, metal respirator, black pants, and red sneakers, Izuku was surrounded by viridescent flames. Standing on the edge of a tall building, he spotted a car speeding through traffic, ignoring all signals. Looks like it'll be another late night. He donned his face armor and hoodie, then followed the car. Meanwhile, get out of the way, the driver shouted as he nearly hit pedestrians. Did we get everything from that hardware store? He asked his partner. Oh yeah, the big man's gonna be thrilled. With this, he'll be able to what the? He was interrupted by a green light landing on the hood of their car. Oh no, it's him. They swerved wildly, trying to shake him off, but he held firm. With a flaming fist, he punched through the windshield and seized the steering wheel. The car turned sharply, flipping onto its side and crashing into a brick wall. The vigilante leaped off just before the impact, watching as the criminals struggled to escape. They were injured but still clutched a bag of stolen goods. Who taught you how to drive? He taunted. The thugs stared at the figure of living fire before their wrecked car. You monster! They shouted, grabbing firearms and shooting at him. The bullets passed harmlessly through the flames, hitting the car instead. They were too shaken to realize they weren't aiming at a person but a cold heat mirage. It was too late when a bullet struck the engine. Kaboom! The car erupted in flames, sending the 2 criminals flying. They landed on the street, unable to rise. The sound of clapping echoed as their world began to fade. Thank you. I couldn't generate enough heat to explode your car, so I appreciate you shooting at it enough to do the job for me. He looked down at them with cold, unfeeling eyes. Monster. When they lost consciousness, Izuku examined their bag. Inside were metal plates and steel pipes, materials for an armored accessory. The pipes suggested it was for someone in poor health. If criminals are hauling this, it's probably going to some crime boss. Not tonight. He picked up one of the criminals' phones and made an emergency call, remaining silent so the sound of roaring flames would alert them. Before he left, he noticed something intriguing: malleable black metal plates. He glanced at his bright red shoes. I think I've earned myself a gear upgrade, he said before taking off, leaving lingering green flames in his wake. Soon after he departed, police arrived with the number 32 hero, Teleki. What on earth happened here? Teleki grimaced at the sight of the green flames flickering coldly near the unconscious thugs. He happened. Her attention was drawn to a thug regaining consciousness. What? Where is that guy? I'll get him, he muttered weakly. Teleki pulled him in with her telekinetic grasp. What happened here? What were you taking? Where is the vigilante? she asked rapidly, while the cops tried to calm her down. The criminal was hardly intimidated. After experiencing the chilling heat, a heroine hardly fazed him. Listen, hero. Between that monster and my boss, you're the least of my worries. If you're after that little brat, you better be ready for a cold day in hell. That guy's a pint-sized devil. Inko knew she wouldn't be able to extract any more information from the terrified thief. He didn't seem too upset about going to jail, though he was certainly frustrated. It was better than disappointing his boss and potentially running into the Green Devil again. Inko gritted her teeth. Another witness too frightened of the vigilante to provide any useful information. Sooner or later, she would find this menace who thought he could do whatever he wanted. Meanwhile, Izuku clutched his chest. Strange. What's this burning sensation? He brushed it off as he examined the malleable black metal plates he had taken. My shoes are too bright for the whole dark hero thing I'm going for. These should help with that and provide better protection and harder hits. He molded the plates to fit snugly around his shoes, leaving only the red laces exposed. He glanced back toward the smoke where his little skirmish had drawn the authorities' attention. Maybe I was a little too flashy this time. Oh well. Elsewhere, a shadowed figure watched the news of the newly named Green Devil striking again, with Teleki on the scene. I wasn't expecting you to make such a splash, child. I hope you enjoy the gift I left you. It was a good use of those street urchins. The components I need arrived the other day. I'm just thankful you didn't intercept that one. It's unfortunate that Teleki couldn't catch up to you in time. Poor thing has been exhausting herself, directing her guilt towards criminals instead of herself. The figure grinned ominously. I look forward to your family reunion. I'll be watching. It was a lovely morning in Mizudafu. The birds were chirping, the sun was rising to dispel the darkness of the night, and the Green Devil was holding a criminal by the neck, enveloping him in a chilling heat. Just another typical morning. As he released the criminal, he noticed the sun signaling the end of his night shift. Already? Oh well. Dressed in a black compression shirt, black shorts, a face mask, and a short-sleeve hoodie, Izuku was ready to blend in with the civilians. Before stepping out, he reached into his backpack for 3 items: his journal and pictures of his family. Day 15. I continue to confront whatever villains come my way, doing my best to help people find peace at night. Recently, I assisted Yagi and Bakugo, and ever since, I've felt a troubling sensation in my chest. I hope it's nothing serious. He tucked his notebook back in his backpack and silently prayed to his deceased family members. Time to face another day. Izuku walked through the streets, avoiding interaction with anyone. He reflected on how different things were compared to 2 weeks ago. While he slept on rooftops, at least he no longer cried himself to sleep. He might be a target for heroes, but the urge to flee from people was nothing new to him. Thanks to the money he took from the criminals he defeated, he could afford better food than he ever had with the Yagis. Best of all, they weren't around to hurt him. His walk led him to a local library, where he spotted another missing person poster. Why does it hurt when I think about them? He decided to do some light reading to clear his mind. The library had always offered him comfort during his middle school days, serving as a refuge from bullies. The librarian was probably the only person he had a somewhat positive relationship with. Some afternoons, he helped her return heavy books to the shelves, an exercise that built a bit of muscle. Definitely not enough to rival Katsuki, at least not back then. But what about now? Diamen, that feeling again. He shook it off and searched for a good book. Perhaps he could brush up on treating wounds, although it had been a while since he needed to. As he browsed, he heard a voice groan too loudly for a library. "This is unbearable," she exclaimed. "Just end my misery already." Izuku went to investigate, as it had become a habit of his to look into intriguing situations. He found a girl with pink skin staring at a pile of textbooks. "Studying during summer break?" See, can I ask what you're doing?" Izuku approached her. The pink girl had bushy hair like his and striking golden pupils. She looked exhausted. "Writing my will," she replied. Izuku smiled slightly beneath his mask. "Studying," she clarified. Izuku tilted his head. "During summer? Am I missing something?" The girl explained that she had faked being sick during finals 3 weeks ago to avoid being tested on her weakest subjects. Eventually, her school and parents discovered the truth, and now she had to complete the papers during summer break. "My parents left me here to study all day," she complained. "This is cruel and unusual punishment. I want a lawyer," she shouted, only to be shushed by a librarian. Izuku's smile widened a bit. He glanced at the textbooks and saw she was covering math, history, and English. "I do well in all of these," he muttered. "Really?" she asked, surprised. "Could you tutor me? Please. I've only got 3 days to get through all this." Izuku was taken aback by her request. "Tutor you?" No one had ever asked him for help with studying, despite his consistent top performance in academics. Even the lowest students turned their backs on him when he offered assistance. The worst was when his notes were stolen. He was pulled from his thoughts when the pink-skinned girl dropped to her knees in front of him. "Please help me, I'm begging you. You're my only hope." Izuku held up his hands to stop her. All right, I'll help you. No need to beg, just please get up. People are staring." Pinky jumped back to her feet and grabbed his hands, shaking them energetically. Thank you. You're a lifesaver." Izuku chuckled lightly and went to find a chair. "I'm Mina Ishido, by the way," she introduced herself. Izuku smiled. "Nice to meet you." He started to walk away but was stopped. "What's your name?" Izuku's eyes flickered with nervousness for a moment. "I'm Zu," he replied before quickly walking off to find a chair. Unbeknownst to him, Mina was gushing over how cute that name was. A pang of guilt struck him for lying to her. He couldn't risk being turned into the police and facing neglect and abuse again. He was also reminded of another reason he left. No one ever wanted to be around Izuku. "Okay, you said you've got 3 days to prepare. We can tackle one subject each day and create notes to review each night. How about we start with your worst subject?" Mina immediately responded, "Math." They spent a few hours studying and taking notes, deciding to take a lunch break in between. They walked to the food court of a nearby mall. "I still can't believe exams during vacation are even allowed." Mina groaned. "Well, you wouldn't know if you hadn't faked being sick," Zu pointed out. "How was I supposed to know this would happen?" Izuku smiled while enjoying a bowl of katsudon with his mask down. He couldn't remember the last time he had a real conversation with anyone. "Thanks for agreeing to tutor me, Zu. I owe you big time," Mina said. Izuku swallowed his food before responding. "It's okay, I'm actually getting more out of it than you know." "Like what? Having a charming study partner?" Mina teased, causing a blush to rise on the boy's cheeks. "Actually, a normal school experience," he replied, glancing at her with curiosity. "I've never studied with other people before, so this is a nice change of pace." A small, sad smile appeared on his face. "Who wouldn't want to study with you? You're smart and you make studying enjoyable," Mina exclaimed. Izuku looked down at his food, a hint of gloom settling over him. "Let's just say I'm not the most popular," he said quietly. The atmosphere around the table turned heavy. "Screw them," Mina declared suddenly, surprising the boy with her enthusiasm. "They don't know what they're missing. Besides, this just means I have you all to myself, so I'm not complaining." Izuku looked at the energetic girl in surprise, touched by her confidence in enjoying his company. His green eyes sparkled with a light he hadn't felt in ages. But before he could let it grow, he reminded himself she was talking to Zu, not Izuku. He had no reason to believe she would feel the same if she knew who he really was. He closed his eyes and forced a smile. "Thanks, I like you too." When they finished their meal and paid, they walked back to the library to continue their studying for the day. As dusk approached, they bid each other farewell. Izuku went to sleep that night feeling lighter. The next day, they focused on history. Their study sessions also became nice bonding moments, although Zu didn't share much about himself after opening up about his school life. He was careful to keep a friendly distance while remaining accommodating. On the final day, they moved on to English. "You're coming along pretty well. Studying isn't so bad, right?" Zu asked. "Not when you have a great teacher." Mina winked. Zu was grateful his mask concealed his blush. I'm almost upset. This has been fun, she pouted playfully. But it was thanks to my brilliant idea that we came together, and I'm probably going to get better grades than I would without you. Thanks, Zu, Mina exclaimed. Izuku felt warmth spreading through him. It's been a pleasure, really. They decided to finish studying at the food court to save time and then walk around the mall. Window shopping was a relaxing bit of fun for the teens. These were the experiences Izuku had missed out on as a normal kid. Even before his vigilante life, he had never had this. Perhaps if he left that behind and returned home, he could spend more time with Mina. He could have a real friend. Things could be better. Hey look, it's Teleki, Mina exclaimed. Izuku felt his stomach flip and his heart race. He turned around and saw Mina was looking at TVs on display. He sighed in relief when he realized it was just his mother on the screen. She looked distraught. The headline reported on her missing son, and she was pleading on camera for her quirkless son to come home. Izuku hadn't seen her so miserable since Hisashi died, and it filled him with guilt. Yet, a few days of suffering didn't compare to what they had made him endure. Oh, I've read about this online, a passerby said. Teleki's missing kid, rumors say he's quirkless. Izuku bristled at that remark. That makes me angry, Mina said, causing Izuku's heart to ache. She's a pro-hero but lost her own son? Come on. Izuku looked at her in surprise that she hadn't commented on the quirkless part. Poor kid. Must be starving. His parents better feel guilty about it. Mina's sympathy for him filled Izuku with happiness. Instead of mocking the quirkless boy, she scolded his mother. It took a lot of strength for him to hold back his tears. However, looking at his mother's face made him feel guilty all over again. Maybe it's not completely her fault, he said, and Mina looked at him in confusion. It stung to say it, but just this once, he could give his mother the benefit of the doubt. Pros don't have it easy, and someone in the top 30 must have a lot of responsibilities. You know that vigilante with green flames? Out of all the heroes trying to catch him, I hear Teleki is working the hardest. The girls considered his words. Yeah, that's fair, Mina said. But still, something must be seriously wrong for a kid to go missing, she argued, and Izuku completely agreed. They watched the interview a little longer. When asked if the boy was kidnapped, Teleki said there wasn't a break-in, so that was unlikely. When asked about the boy's home life, she barely had anything to say. This raised the question of whether her son might be a runaway, but no one asked, and she didn't say so. Izuku felt his heart pounding and burning at the same time. My head's gonna explode, Mina said, rubbing her aching head. Congratulations. I think you earned the night off, Zu said, walking her out of the library. Mina had somehow survived a full 3 days of Zu's thorough teaching. I know I've said this a lot, but thanks for your help, Zu, Mina said. If I didn't have you, I might have to do summer school. Her skin crawled at the thought. They waited outside the library for their parents. Well, one of them. Hey Zu, what's your opinion on the Green Devil? Mina suddenly asked. The vigilante? Why are you asking? Zu replied. Well, we got your opinion on Teleki, but this guy is something else. Just curious what you think. Izuku brought his hand up to his chin, realizing he was being asked about his own opinion. Well, he's breaking the law by doing hero work without a license, but nothing seriously bad has happened. In fact, he's doing more good than harm. His non-lethal flames are effective for intimidation without causing damage, and several criminals have been arrested thanks to him. Mina put on a quizzical face. Yeah, he is pretty good at what he does, she agreed. Do you think he could be our age? If he is, then he better not get caught. When I become a hero, I'm working with this guy. Izuku was shocked by what he just heard. You want to be a hero? He asked. She nodded enthusiastically. Going to UA in 1.5 years. Izuku looked stunned for a moment but smiled at her with warm eyes. I'm sure you'll be a great hero. His eyes sparkled with happiness, and Mina returned his smile with a wide grin. They talked about the Green Devil for a while longer. Apparently, Mina wanted to go pro to catch the vigilante herself and make him her sidekick. Zu laughed at that, but secretly he wouldn't mind. The girl turned her head when she noticed her parents' car approaching. "Hey Zu, come meet my folks." Zu! Her friend had vanished. He had something important on his mind. Hopping from rooftop to rooftop, Izuku sat down and gazed at the sunset. He pulled down his mask and hoodie, wiping a tear from his eye. "Ashido, thank you. You've helped me more than you know, more than I ever imagined. I'm sorry for leaving without a goodbye, but I meant what I said. You will be a great hero." Freedom! Mina cheered as she paraded through the streets, clutching her test results. "Victory!" she exclaimed, holding up her diploma from graduating the University of Zu. Mina had achieved straight BS on her exams, surprising her parents and teachers. She wanted to thank her friend for his help, but she couldn't find him anywhere. It was okay though, he knew how ecstatic she was. Standing on the roof of their library, Izuku watched his friends celebrate a few meters away. He smiled at their happiness. With a solemn smile, he said goodbye as he flew away. On his way to his destination, he passed another missing person poster but chose to leave it alone. Yagi residence. Izuku felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The large house in front of him had never felt like home. It had been one of his personal hells. Still, he had been missing for 18 days, and it must have affected his family. He approached the front door, staring at the doorknob, just an inch away from returning to his life as Izuku Yagi. Am I really ready for this? If I go back, they might be furious with me, and I'll be worse off than on the streets. Nothing will change. But maybe things have changed. Perhaps my absence made them reconsider, and I can have a family. No more bullying, being able to talk to Izumi again, Toshinori and Inko looking at me again. Maybe I can talk to Ashido too. I can have a normal life. With his hopes soaring higher than logic, Izuku was about to open the door but paused for a moment. He took out a bottle of water and dampened his hair, washing away the white dye from his green tips and highlights. "Please don't let me regret this," he muttered to himself as he slowly opened the door. The ground floor was empty, which was a relief. Now that he was actually inside, he needed a moment to gather himself. He left his large backpack by the open door next to his shoes. He walked through the familiar passage, recalling all the hours he had spent there, looking at the table adorned with pictures of Nana Shimura and Hisashi Midoriya. A small vase of flowers sat beside them. Izuku felt something was off but barely glanced at it. If he focused on his grandmother and biological father, he might become too emotional. He noticed the flowers next to Hisashi's portrait were wilting. He treaded softly through the house, trying to be as quiet as possible. It seemed no one was home. He climbed the stairs, the area he dreaded most. His parents' and sister's rooms were on that floor. He heard voices coming from Izumi's room, delighted and all too familiar. He's been showing up in this area the most. We can do a stakeout and catch him in the act. That gruff voice was unmistakable. But Kugo, he thought with a groan. He heard Izumi's voice as well. He wins by catching people off guard and intimidating them, but we'll get the jump on him. That'll give us a shot at taking him down. Izuku's heart began to race as he realized who they were discussing. We'll take down that arrogant BSTRD who thinks he can do whatever he wants. Tetsugi declared with enthusiasm. We'll make him talk. He'll tell us where Izuku is. Best of all, taking down the Green Devil will make a killer debut for the next top heroes. Every word they spoke made Izuku want to run away, and surprisingly, to confront them. Glad to see my favorite people haven't changed. Was that sarcasm? He walked away, relieved that he hadn't been noticed. He returned downstairs, hoping for a better response from his parents. He sat in the living room for a moment. They're still so self-centered. Even when I'm missing, they're prioritizing their own glory. What was I thinking, trying to rescue them? Izuku surprised himself with that thought. He scolded himself, reminding himself he was there to try and reconnect with his family, but only if he was granted a better life. Noticing he had left the door open, he went to close it. That's when he saw it. On the table with his late family members' portraits, Hisashi's picture was missing. Nana's was still well kept, but his father's was gone, and the flowers were wilted. Izuku's heart raced. A dreadful thought crossed his mind. No, don't tell me. He dashed back upstairs and into his parents' room. He approached Inko's nightstand and saw nothing on top. Please. Tears filled his eyes. He searched the dresser, finding no trace of Hisashi. Returning to the nightstand, he opened the drawer with trembling hands. What he saw filled him with dread and sorrow. He found framed pictures of his father that once decorated their home and his mother's old wedding ring. Izuku realized what this meant. Inko was trying to forget Hisashi. Worse yet, he discovered the singed letter he had left behind along with the memorabilia. He recalled the night he ran away, when he sought answers, and his final desperate cry for affection had been ignored. But it hadn't been ignored. Inko had given her response. The answer Izuku had longed for as to why his mother wouldn't look at him. Because he resembled Hisashi. A constant reminder of her failure to save her husband. So that's it? I'm not her son to her. Just her failure incarnate? He found a picture of himself and Hisashi playing in the yard. Dropping to his knees, he cried silently. Is that why you won't look at me? Because I remind you of how you failed to protect your husband? I've been neglected because you failed as a hero? Well, Teleki, I guess we can add parenting to your list of failures. Izuku stood up with a dark glare and tears streaming down his face. He wiped them away before they could leave evidence. He took a picture of the photo of him and his father in the yard before putting everything back the way he found it. He walked back out the door, feeling more desperate than ever to leave the household that had abandoned him. They had tried to forget him and Hisashi. If they don't care, why should I? All I've ever known from them is pain. Well, no more. I hope they find peace in their choices. Izuku took to the skies, his heart heavy with sorrow. He spotted yet another missing person poster. He placed his palm on it, igniting his viridescent flames. Unbeknownst to him, a dark gray scorch mark in the shape of his hand began to form. The Yagi household was celebrating the 13th birthday of their daughter, Izumi. Happy birthday, sweetie. Inko said. Look at how big you've grown. Toshinori exclaimed. The backyard was filled with decorations, streamers adorning the fence and trees, and a table overflowing with gifts and cards for the girl. However, one person was noticeably absent from the festivities. Izuku sat under a tree, feeling invisible as his parents and Izumi's friends showered her with attention. The only time he was acknowledged was when Toshinori asked him to retrieve Izumi's cake from the fridge. He didn't protest, he was used to being overlooked on his own birthday. As he walked into the house and turned a corner to the kitchen, he was startled to find an old man lying on the floor. He's dead. Izuku exclaimed. The old man lifted his head. I'm alive. He's alive. Izuku sighed and fetched napkins for the old man. Grandpa Torino, don't you ever get tired of this old Gigi? He asked his stepdad's mentor. You're the one who screams every time. Don't you get tired of that? He retorted. Anyway, what are you doing in here, kid? The party's over there. Go join your sister, who has worse memory than me. Grand Torino often visited, but Izumi frequently forgot who he was. Toshinori would cover for her, claiming she was joking, but it was clear she wasn't his favorite grandchild. I was just getting the cake, Izuku said, his voice shaky as he tried to maintain his composure. Did someone say cake? A female voice chimed in. Izuku turned around, his jaw dropping in surprise. Strutting into his kitchen was the R-rated heroine and UA heroics teacher, Midnight. Lucky me, I didn't miss the best part. Izuku was completely flabbergasted by her presence, especially since she was the most stunning pro-hero he had ever seen. Gran Torino had to bring him back to reality with a gentle tap of his cane. Midnight, he gasped. The one and only. Let me guess, you're Izuku, right? Happy birthday, dear. Izuku felt his heart leap as happy tears filled his eyes. Thanks. What are you doing here? Midnight knelt down in front of him. Didn't your dad tell you? He's going to start teaching at UA in 2 years. He invited me as a special guest. Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was overwhelmed with joy at this surprise, but something felt off. Dad never mentioned he'd be teaching at UA. It must have been meant to be a surprise. I can't believe I'm meeting you. He got so many questions. What's the curriculum like? Midnight giggled and placed a finger on his lips to quiet his excited questions. Don't worry, hun, we'll get to your questions soon. Questions later. For now, let's enjoy the party. I haven't met your sister yet. Izuku's smile faded slightly, and a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Alright, sorry. He pulled the cake out of the fridge, and Midnight took his hand. Mind being my usher? She said with a playful wink. Izuku felt his cheeks warm again as they walked out, with Gran Torino following behind. Most of the kids reacted similarly to Izuku when Midnight arrived. She met Izumi and Katsuki, finding them less pleasant than Izuku. When it came time to blow out the candles, Izuku stood at the far end of the table. Without a second thought, Midnight pulled him close to her side, allowing him to see Izumi blow out her candles. Once the cake was cut and everyone had a slice, Izumi approached Midnight with her parents beside her. Midnight, guess what? I'm going to UA one day. Maybe you can be my teacher. The Deemnerks smiled at the enthusiasm radiating from the girl. Oh my, reaching for the stars, are we? Well, I hope you're prepared for the hard work ahead. Izumi simply smiled and threw her hands behind her head. Please, my quirk is so strong, it'll be a piece of cake. Midnight felt a twinge of concern at her confidence, especially since Toshinori and Inko didn't seem to disagree. If you say so. What about Izuku? Will he be joining you? I think he'd make a delightful pupil. Suddenly, the Yagis avoided her gaze, and the mood shifted. He won't, it's impossible for him, Toshinori said quietly. He's quirkless, Izumi added sharply. Midnight looked at them with a firm expression. There's no rule stating that you need a quirk to be a hero. He's just as welcome as anyone to give it his best. The parents exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Her in surprise, but Izumi seemed a bit more frustrated. You can't be serious. He'll only get in the way. Midnight looked down at her with a disapproving glare. You should be careful, or your unchecked ego might become a problem for others. Midnight took off to look for Izuku. She found the quirkless boy being confronted by a blonde troublemaker. What was Midnight doing with you? She came out here holding your hand. Explain, Deku. Izuku raised his hands defensively. As she just wanted me to guide her, Kaken. That's it, I was just walking her. Before Katsuki could continue his jealousy-fueled questioning, the pro-hero appeared to intervene. Pardon me, but this isn't the time or place for roughhousing boys. Katsuki turned around slowly to see the heroine looming over him intimidatingly. For once, he didn't say a word. He was shaking slightly as if he were afraid of his own twin sister. Honey, that girl is spoiled enough that I think it's okay for you to be in her room while she's partying outside. Izuku sighed and walked in. At least she didn't ask about his room. This may be rude of me, she began as she took a forkful of cake. But your sister and her blonde friend can be quite unpleasant. As a teacher, I'm used to kids, so I know when someone needs a lesson in humility. Izuku looked down a bit, but couldn't deny what she said. I don't disagree, but their arrogance isn't unearned. Izumi has telekinesis that could surpass our mom, and Kaken has powerful explosions. They're ambitious and have the powers to become heroes. Izuku, those two are powerful but far from heroic. If harassing innocent people and looking down on others makes a hero, I wouldn't have thrown so many villains in jail. Izuku's eyes widened. Midnight had essentially compared Izumi and Bakugo to villains. She swallowed another bite of cake and patted the spot on the bed next to her. Now, enough about them. Go on, ask me anything you want. Nothing is off limits. Izuku felt a warm blush as he sat down next to her. Before he began, she excused herself to get something. She returned a moment later with a clean fork. I noticed you didn't have any cake. You can enjoy mine, hun. Izuku smiled warmly and accepted her kindness. They talked for hours about UA, other heroes, and the role heroes have in protecting people. Midnight was making this the best birthday Izuku had ever had. So when it was time for her to leave, he felt sad but grateful for the time they shared. Hold on, you've got a bit of cake on your face, she pointed out. Where? Izuku asked, running his hand along his jaw. Midnight knelt beside him and gently kissed his cheek. Izuku froze, feeling warmth spread across his face. When she pulled away, she wore a gentle smile and caring blue eyes. "Happy birthday, Izuku. That was the best birthday I ever had. I guess it's not so unusual that I would dream about my old life today of all days." Gasp. "Heck," a man choked. "Sorry, I just got lost in my own head." The Green Devil had pinned a robber to the wall, holding him firmly. He was awake at 3 a.m., unable to fall back asleep, afraid of what his mind might conjure. He engulfed the man in green flames that spread across his body, tightening his grip. It wasn't long before the robber lost consciousness, left next to a pay phone for the police to pick up. The first thing Izuku did on his birthday was fight crime. The last thing he wanted was to relive the past. In his civilian alter ego, Zu, Izuku walked among the people with a heavy heart. He regretted going back home. After years of wondering, he finally got an answer. His mother refused to look at him because he reminded her of her husband she couldn't protect. His existence was a painful reminder, despite the fact that he had done nothing wrong. If that's how she really feels, why does she bother pretending to want me back? Guilt? Where was that when she ignored my cries? Crash. The sound of a villain attack grabbed his attention. He ran toward the source before anyone else. He saw a giant villain being handled by Empty Lady. I could use a healthy distraction, Izuku thought as he watched with the crowd. Next to him stood a girl his age with chestnut brown hair in a bob cut. And Lady was faring well in her fight, even striking dynamic poses as she threw her punches. However, Izuku noticed something others missed. As she prepared for a high kick to knock the villain out, her footing was off. If she fell, a nearby building would be in danger. He dashed out of the crowd, eliciting confusion from the girl beside him. "Say goodnight." And Lady delivered her final attack, and just as Izuku predicted, she began to fall backward. He positioned himself behind her, just in front of the building. Nobody would see him as he used his quirk. He rose into the air and shot 2 large flames from his hands, forming a much larger pair of flaming hands. He caught Empty Lady before she could hit the building. However, he miscalculated her fall and caught her in an unexpected way. The worst part was that he could feel the impact, and since Empty Lady was flustered, she struggled to regain her balance. Izuku quickly pushed her back to her feet. Once she was stable, he immediately retracted his hands, covering his face with his arms and breathing heavily. "I know I asked for a distraction, but not like that." This was turning out to be one wild 14th birthday. He was so flustered that he didn't even notice the pro dragging him off for questioning. "What the hell was that, you little perv?" Izuku barely registered her words, still processing what had just happened. It was an accident, but the sensation lingered in his mind. Before Lady could speak again, she noticed his eyes. They weren't filled with excitement or fear, they were a glare, as if he was berating himself more than she could. "Hey, are you okay?" Izuku finally met her gaze, revealing the exhaustion beneath his eyes before looking away. "You were about to crash into that building. I was trying to catch you." Lady sensed no deceit in his words. If she had caused more damage, she would have faced serious consequences. "Okay, but what's the deal with her?" She pointed at a brunette who was feeling unwell. Empty Lady took the kids to a cafe to get some snacks and calm them down enough for a real conversation. They sat at a table with 2 cups of green tea, an order of mochi, and a strawberry shortcake, courtesy of Empty Lady. The pro held her hands together as the kids explained their sides of the story. "Thanks so much for saving my butt. I would have been in trouble if I had crushed that building." The brunette named Achiko Uraraka sipped her tea to settle her stomach. "It was nothing, although it would have been a great opportunity for my family's company," she muttered the last part. "Company?" Izuku asked, intrigued. Achiko ran her hands through her hair. "Why yeah, it's not something I'm exactly comfortable discussing, but we're not in a great financial situation." Empty Lady, who understood the struggles of coming from humble beginnings, could relate to the zero-gravity girl. "Well, since you helped save a hero, I think you deserve a reward. I'll write you a check from my agency." "Uraraka, right?" Achiko was taken aback by the sudden generosity. W. No, that's okay, you don't have to, BBB. The creamy blonde interrupted, placing a finger on her lips. I insist. Honestly, I'd feel guilty not repaying you for what you went through to help me. One thing about being a hero is to always accept your fans' gifts. Izuku was just as surprised by the pro as Uraraka was. Initially, he had seen her as a vain, self-centered attention seeker. And she was. Anyway, I only acted after I saw you jump into danger, M'Lady said, turning to the young man at their table. Speaking of which, are you sure you're okay with just tea? Izuku nodded. I'm fine with just this. I'm not really hungry right now. The creamy blonde winked at him. Right, I wouldn't be either after all the cake you had. Izuku blushed under his mask and looked away. After their meal was paid for, they prepared to go their separate ways, but Izuku was stopped by a tap on his shoulder. Here, you can have our leftovers. Uraraka said cheerfully, holding out a pink paper box with a purple string wrapped around it. I told you, I don't need any, the lady pushed it into his hands. Just take it, this is the least you deserve. Izuku accepted the shortcake and mochi leftovers. Thank you, I appreciate it. Uraraka gave him a bright, infectious smile. MT lady put a finger on her chin. Do me a favor and get some rest. Izuku looked at her in confusion. What do you mean by that? Just saying you're not going to impress a lot of girls with those bags under your eyes. He blushed faintly. He bid farewell to Uraraka and the pro. Opening his leftover box, he gazed at the delicious snacks inside. He ate with the fork M'Lady had given him. In that moment, Izuku realized something. Did I just have a date with a cute girl my age and a stunning pro hero? He also realized the chopsticks he received from MT Lady were the same ones that had been used by Uraraka. Happy birthday to me. That night, Izuku was feeling surprisingly good about himself. He couldn't remember a time he felt better. He had saved a building from being demolished, gone on a date with 2 beautiful girls, and emerged victorious in a 4-on-1 fight with only a few scrapes. Yes, he felt incredible. Something's going to go wrong, he said, but the unconscious scum didn't hear him. He knew that whenever he climbed too high, someone or something would come along to bring him down. He thought about his vigilantism. Criminals were starting to fear him and band together to take him down. They had tried that, and they were no match for the Green Devil. The police and heroes were looking for him, but thanks to him, the streets were becoming safer, so it was doubtful he'd face harsh punishment assuming he ever got caught. So what's this awful feeling in my chest? Suddenly, he felt a pulling force remove his respirator. His sharpened reflexes allowed him to catch it before it flew away, and he covered his mouth with his free hand. Telekinetic pull? I should have known. At the opposite end of the alley, Izuku saw 2 people he hoped to never see again. Found you, Bisudi. Hands in the air, devil. So much for a happy birthday. That burning feeling in his chest returned. Quirk, psycho flames. The temperature of the flames depended on the user's emotional and mental state. If the user was depressed or seeking isolation, their flames would be cold and invoke fear. If the user was angry or vengeful, their flames would heat up to an extreme degree. The temperature could be manipulated as the user learned control, but emotions would always play a factor. Earlier in the day. Typically, birthdays are wonderful days of celebration, joy, and laughter. Family and friends come together to celebrate the birth of someone dear to them. However, this was not the case for Izumi Yagi. Due to her twin brother's disappearance and the emergence of the so-called Green Devil, her parents were too busy with hero work or police duties. That's why we're going to take down that vigilante, Katsuki said, igniting his palms. Despite being egocentric, he was surprisingly clever. Based on the locations of the most recent strikes by the vigilante, he deduced that the Green Devil had been moving toward an area close to them. Instead of going to the police with this hunch, the 2 decided it would be better to handle the outlaw themselves. This guy was first seen around here when Izuku disappeared. He might know something about where he is. We'll make him talk. Izumi said. Plus, this will be our big debut, catching a vigilante that the heroes and police couldn't. Katsuki added. Present. And that's how the 3 of them found themselves in a dark alley. Izumi and Bakugo faced the Green Devil, ready to confront him. Izuku, on the other hand, felt his emotions rising, but he kept his heart in check. His mouth was still covered by his hand to avoid being recognized. "No more running, you busy," Katsuki yelled, sparks flying from his palms. "You're going to wish the pros had arrested you when we're done." Izumi spoke up. "Tell us what you did to my brother." Izuku didn't know whether to feel angry or touched. On one hand, Izumi seemed to be blaming the vigilante for what happened to him, not taking any responsibility for her actions. And Bakugo seemed to be prioritizing personal glory over doing what was right. But on the other hand, she appeared genuinely concerned about her brother. Izuku closed his eyes and slowly lowered his hand from his mouth. Suddenly, green flames emerged from his mouth, creating a scarf that covered from his nose to his collarbone, with two ends flowing behind him. He opened his eyes, which glowed with his quirk. The hair covering his forehead lifted due to the literal fire in his eyes. He masked his voice, making it slightly deeper and rough. "What are you doing here?" A simple question. Izumi and Bakugo momentarily froze at the familiarity of his voice. And the flames surrounding his mouth. "Leave," the devil spoke again, attaching his respirator to his hip. He shifted his position, revealing the four unconscious men illuminated by cold flames. Despite his triumph, Katsuki maintained a victory-hungry smile. "We're not like the street trash you like to hang out with." He lunged at the Green Devil, his right arm pulled back. Izumi was behind him, tossing small objects to support the blonde. "So obvious," Izuku thought, sighing internally. He effortlessly dodged the incoming projectiles and blocked Katsuki's right hook with his forearm, which was shielded by protective fire. "Is this how you thank someone for saving your life?" The moment he made contact, Bakugo froze. "This is your only warning. Stay away from me." Bakugo was pulled back by Izumi, clutching his chest. "What is happening? How am I afraid of this guy?" "Dimming his quirk." "Kaken, are you okay?" Izumi asked as he stood up shakily, his grin wavering. "Yeah. It'll take more than mind games to stop me." Izuku squinted at him. "So you say, but you're clearly rattled. That pride of yours won't let you think rationally. You'll come charging at me again without a plan and end up a trembling mess." As he finished his internal monologue, Izumi soared into the air. "Busy," she yelled, descending with a fist aimed at him. Izuku crossed his arms above his head to block. He hardly felt the impact, but the force made him kneel and kick up dust around them. She used telekinesis to increase the strength of her punch, but it only amplified the knockback instead of the damage. "You need more training," he mocked. "You need to shut up," Katsuki yelled, charging at him with a sparking hand. Izuku grabbed Izumi's arm and threw her toward Katsuki. The two crashed into a wall with a loud thud. "Are we done here?" Izuku asked condescendingly. The two looked at him with anger in their eyes. "If so, then leave. Go back to your families before they get worried." Izumi's eyes widened at his words, her thoughts immediately going to her twin brother, which made her clench her teeth in frustration. "Demon you!" She jumped off Bakugo and swung another fist. Izuku sidestepped and pushed her to the ground. "We're not done," Katsuki yelled from behind. Izuku merely tilted his head to the side, avoiding a close-range explosion. "Predictable," he said coldly. He grabbed Bakugo's arm and threw him over his shoulder. The explosive teen was left in shock at how easily his attacks were read. He and Izumi were on the ground, shaken and unable to see a way to victory. The Green Devil was fast, had strong defense, and could instill fear effortlessly. "Izumi," Bakugo whispered. "Set me up." The green-haired girl nodded. Moving as quickly as she could, she lifted the vigilante off the ground. Izuku could have used his flames to escape the invisible hold, but he didn't. He couldn't. The feeling of being helplessly suspended in the air made him freeze, bringing back too many awful memories. He was so distracted that he didn't notice Bakugo jumping at him. "You're mine." He unleashed a powerful blast aimed squarely at Izuku's chest. The entire alley lit up with an orange burst of light as Izuku was sent flying backward. As he fell, a burning pain coursed through his body, and his heart raced. Those horrid memories of abuse flooded back. He landed on his feet in a crouching position, one hand on his smoking chest and another on the ground, breathing heavily. Izumi and Katsuki looked down at him, feeling proud of themselves once again. "How'd you like that, you piece of trash?" Katsuki taunted. "That's not all you've got, right? Come on. Show us what you can do." The smoke rising from Izuku's chest didn't dissipate. In fact, it grew more prominent and began to hiss. Growing impatient, Katsuki charged at the seemingly despondent opponent with another powerful blast. That was a mistake. Just as he set off the explosion, Izuku caught his hand, their fingers intertwining. The explosion was mostly blocked, and Izuku barely felt the heat. "But you're going to wish you hadn't done that." Katsuki was taken aback, then cried out in pain as his hand was crushed and burned. Izuku pulled back his hand from his chest and ignited it in green flames. He unleashed a powerful punch right into Katsuki's stomach. The flames propelled his fist forward for a harder hit, and a wave of green fire followed, sending Katsuki flying back. He rolled over, gasping for air, the damage leaving him practically paralyzed. The most notable thing was that Katsuki's shirt had a hole burned through it, with scorch marks on his gut. What happened to the cold flames? The news said he can't burn anything. "What did you do to him?" Izumi yelled. "Nothing he didn't deserve," he replied coldly. Izumi tried to grab him again, but Izuku reacted quickly. He unleashed a wave of condensed fire, thick enough to act as cover, causing Izumi's telekinesis to grab the flames instead of him. The moss ball groaned as the heat rose on an already warm night. The debilitating effect was still there, but weaker. She tried to fly up to see where the devil had gone, only to find him hovering above her with flames on his feet. Before Izumi could react, Izuku pulled back his flaming hand. However, this one was different from the blow he dealt Katsuki. A large hand of green fire grabbed Izumi, enveloping her in scorching heat that left burns all over her body. Izuku used the fiery construct to punch down on Katsuki again with a bright burst of heat. The two of them were smoky, battered, and broken on the ground. Izuku hovered down, looking at their defeated forms. He began to cool down, and the flames were mostly extinguished. Katsuki and Izumi shakily sat back up. Izuku sighed. "Why are you here?" he asked again. The two still had the will to fight despite the disparity in their strength. "Why, you idiot? Why do you think?" Katsuki groaned. "You're an outlaw who thinks he can do whatever he wants. We are going to stop you because that's what heroes do," Izumi declared. Izuku felt his heart burn at the mention of that word. Heroes. Firstly, you're far too weak to fight me. Face it, you can't live up to your own hype. Second, you're hypocrites, not heroes. You're doing exactly what I'm doing. You don't have the authority to take me down, but you think you can do whatever you want, too. What will be your excuse when you go home bruised and burned? Izumi and Katsuki didn't answer him, but uncertainty flickered in their eyes. What they were doing made them dislike him. It frustrated them that he was right. Arg! The Green Devil suddenly cried out in pain. A sharp piece of discarded glass had cut a diagonal line from his jawline across his cheek. He covered the wound with his hands as he felt warmth seep into his palm and through his fingers. He had just learned the hard way that his flames were protective against blunt force, but sharp objects could cut through with relative ease. At the entrance of the alley, a womanly figure in a tight supersuit appeared. Katsuki and Izumi looked surprised but not exactly relieved or happy. Izuku wore a scowl beneath his fiery mouth cover. "Izumi! Katsuki! Are you two okay?" Teleki was unintentionally fueling the Green Devil's anger. As usual, he was ignored in favor of the child prodigies. When Inko saw the burns and bruises on the kids, she glared at the wounded vigilante with great anger. "What did you do to these kids?" she shouted, her fury paling in comparison to the boy in front of her. "Nothing they didn't bring on themselves." Teleki was taken aback slightly. "What are you talking about?" Behind her, Izumi and Bakugo glared at Izuku, both angry and nervous. "Why don't you ask the ones who came and attacked me first?" The arrogant punks who think they're above the law, hiding behind you. Inko momentarily glanced back at the two but dismissed the devil's claims. However, his words were starting to seep through a crack. That's right, I'm talking to you too. You come at me full of bravado, but the moment you realize I'm not a pushover, you hide behind someone who can back up her words. Well, what's wrong? Lost your nerve? Izuku knew his words would provoke them. Striking their egos always did. In the past, he kept his mouth shut. But now, having the opportunity to finally express his true feelings was oddly exhilarating. His temper flared as the emotions he had been forced to hold back erupted in waves, accompanied by smoke. So you admit to being weaklings who need someone else to save them? Or do you admit you're no better than me? That was the last straw. Before Inko knew it, Bakugo and Izumi charged at the devil in a furious rush. Shut you up! Katsuki shouted. Demon Wyou! Fush! The two of them were blown away by a sudden, massive eruption of green fire. The viridescent flames consumed the entire alley in an instant, and Inko barely had time to get herself and the kids out of the way. What is this? His flames are supposed to be chilling. But this heat, it's on par with Endeavor. Teleki thought. On the ground, the green devil's explosion of fury had set everything ablaze, including the four unconscious thugs. They groaned momentarily before the heat overwhelmed them, leaving them unrecognizable. Izuku hardly even noticed the shift in his flames from bone-chilling to searing. His eyes were focused on the people above him who had ruined his childhood and forced him to run away. It happened again. You found these two in the middle of ruining my life and took their side again. Has nothing changed? He glared intensely at Izumi and Bakugo. It was a mistake letting you live. The pillar of flames spiked in heat and size before dispersing into green embers. Teleki hovered above where the green devil stood and surveyed the damage. The entire alley was reduced to cinders, a nearby dumpster melted. Small green flames flickered on the pavement, eventually dying out. A silver respirator was left where the devil had stood. The worst of it was the four thugs he'd knocked out before anyone arrived. They were reduced to smoldering heaps, completely unrecognizable. The entire alley reeked of burnt remains. That's sick BSRD. Katsuki growled. Cold flames, my foot. He's been hiding his abilities to trick us. Izumi said. Inko was preoccupied with what she had witnessed before the eruption of heat. The green devil had taunted Izumi and Bakugo into attacking him, but something didn't sit right with her. Did they really try to attack him first? But they're not pros yet, they don't have the authority. And they seemed so aggressive before he unleashed his flames. For the first time, Inko questioned her trust in the prodigal children. Meanwhile, Izuku was soaring above the city at high speeds, flying instead of jumping from rooftop to rooftop. He came to a stop behind an apartment complex and noticed a smoke trail where he had landed. What happened to me back there? He wondered as his fire mask came undone. He ignited his quirk in his left hand and touched a discarded newspaper. It burned, and he could tell by the black smoke. There's heat to my flames now, he thought as the newspaper turned to ash. The fire didn't go out and spread to the cold concrete. Fire that burns on any surface. Izuku took out his water bottle and doused the fire. It hissed and died down, but it wasn't completely extinguished. It took more than a regular fire would need to go out. Let's see. My flames were their normal cold until Bakugo blasted me. I just remember getting really angry and confronting them. It made my blood boil to see they hadn't changed. And then when Teleki came and took their side as always. Izuku clenched his fist as smoke escaped from it. He understood that his power was tied to his emotional state. Then his eyes widened as the realization of what he'd done hit him. Those criminals. I burned them. Throughout his entire life, Izuku had never once thought of taking someone else's life. And now he had taken 4. He felt guilty, despite the fact that it never would have happened if Bakugo, Yagi, and Teleki hadn't shown up. He looked at his hands and saw blood drop onto his right hand. He had forgotten about the cut Teleki inflicted. Suddenly, he lit his thumb with a hot flame. I deserve this. Izuku growled and hissed in burning pain. He dragged his flaming thumb across the cut on his cheek, sealing the wound in the most painful way possible. He panted heavily when the job was done, but he still couldn't allow himself any reprieve. He found a piece of broken glass nearby. For lives. The act of cutting his skin and dragging the glass across his right hand 4 times until it bled wasn't half as painful as what came next. Izuku engulfed his bleeding hand in searing hot flames, punishing himself for taking the lives of those men. For all he knew, they could have changed and become better people with brighter futures. He robbed them of their futures. When his wounds were sealed shut, he inspected the damage. His right hand was a smoking shadow of its former self. Even if some of the damage faded, the scars would certainly be permanent. He saw his reflection in the water-dark bags under his eyes, a grimace, and a newly cauterized scar on his right cheek. He put his hand in the puddle, causing steam to rise. He picked himself up and prepared to fly away before someone saw him. Before he could do so, he noticed another missing person poster for Izuku Yagi. Without a second thought, he placed his good hand on the poster and reduced it to ash. Meanwhile, a man enveloped in darkness chuckled to himself. How delicious. I wish I could have seen more after, but I can't use my clairvoyance ability when my pawns are no longer alive. You surprised me yet again, Green Devil. I do hope your next family reunion will be just as entertaining as this was. Bitter, spiteful, furious, hateful. These were the feelings coursing through Zoo's entire being as he stared at the news on his phone. Green Devil attacks children. The vigilante menace known as the Green Devil has severely injured 2 middle school kids in a dark alley the other night. The victims were covered in burns and bruises before the number 30 hero, Telekinesis, arrived on the scene. Apparently, the vigilante has the ability to make his trademark green flames burn with intensity. In what could be described as a volcanic eruption, he incinerated 4 disarmed men on the ground, already incapable of defending themselves. The victims are Katsuki Bakugo and Izumi Yagi. It hardly came as a surprise to Izuku that he would be painted as the bad guy while the kids received sympathy and praise for their bravery. It was the same infuriating story on loop. The only thing keeping Izuku from exploding with fury was knowing that the victims weren't pleased about being pitted by others. Most people felt bad for them, saying they were just kids. He knew that would cut them down. The faux white and black-haired boy walked through the streets under the hot sun with the coldest eyes imaginable. As he walked, a familiar truck passed him by, and he locked eyes with the driver Toshinori Yagi. For the split second their eyes connected, the world froze. Both men's hearts stopped beating. Just one moment between them lasted an eternity. Zu saw the direction Toshinori was driving in the same hospital where Bakugo and Izumi were kept. He's going to see them. Izuku clenched his good hand into a tight fist. He's worried about them. Being a parent to them. He clenched his other hand, ignoring the pain of a wound that hadn't fully healed yet. The burning in his chest returned, causing him to debate setting Toshinori's truck on fire. Regardless, he held himself back and walked away with hellish green eyes and an aura that kept everyone at arm's length. This was meant to be a simple trip to the mall for new shoes. If he was going to run into people from his past, he needed to eliminate a recognizable feature: his red sneakers. They could work for his civilian alter ego, but not the Green Devil. The last battle had left them burned from his explosion of rage. Izuku walked into a clothing store and browsed around. He saw a section for hero-themed items, and unsurprisingly, he saw All Might's face, the face of another who had brushed him away like he was nothing. He released a small growl as he reached for a pair of black combat boots. "Are you okay?" He turned to see the concerned raven eyes of a black-haired girl. She immediately took a step back when met with his intimidating gaze. Izuku's eyes softened ever so slightly. His burning heart cooled down a bit as he looked at her features. Her eyes. Her hair. She looks like... The young lady looked away, a bit frightened by his intense stare. "Why, you seem like something is bothering you." Her voice, while shaky, was dignified, as were her clothes. Though she appeared to be at least a year older than him, judging by the height difference and her confident demeanor. Izuku turned away from her and walked past. "I'm fine." His voice came out hoarse. The young lady wasn't convinced by his words. Outside the store, Izuku was lost in thought. She was concerned? About me? But she was clearly put off by my demeanor. And her looks. She was like a younger version of too poor. His thoughts were interrupted by a mocking shout from two approaching teens. Dang dude, look at this guy's kicks. One of them pointed at Izuku's partially burned sneakers. Right? Where'd you get them, the dumpster? They both laughed. Izuku recognized these bullies from Aldera, even if they didn't recognize him. Today was not the day for this, so he pushed his way through them. Not so fast. There's no way you can afford whatever's in that bag. We'll take it off your hands before you can steal it. One of them grabbed him by the back of his hoodie and his bandaged hand, making him wince. The pain that shot through his body was almost paralyzing. This feeling of helplessness while bullies held him down was all too familiar. He was breathing heavily and struggling to move. Despite being physically stronger than them, he still battled mental scars from a decade of torment. He craned his head, desperately looking for someone who saw him. His eyes once again met the girl's. This time, his gaze was pleading for help. She turned away and ran around the corner. Izuku's heart broke, and everything around him faded away. He was frozen and alone. Unable to move, with no one who cared enough to do anything. Like the others. Beneath layers of deep-seated fear, anxiety, and distress, something else roiled in his core. She left me behind, ignored my pain. Not again. In a sudden surge of strength not derived from his quirk, but pure, raw emotion, Izuku dropped his bag and crushed the hands holding him. Not again, he muttered to himself, ignoring the pained groans of the bullies behind him. Hold it, a new voice interjected. A mall cop ran up to the boys and set his sights on the two with injured hands. Officer, this thief stole from that store and assaulted us. Izuku was too lost in his own head to refute that. The mall cop didn't seem convinced by their story. Really now? Well, I would be inclined to ask further if this young lady didn't tell me everything she saw. From behind the mall cop was the girl who had run away before. Izuku's eyes widened. She hadn't abandoned him, she went to get help. The girl found Izuku's receipt in his bag, and the mall cop took away the two who had harassed him. That just left him and the girl, who tried to return his purchased boots. I'm sorry I left you, but I had to find someone who could help. Izuku didn't respond immediately, still processing the situation and the concerned look on her face. He searched her expression for any signs of deceit or ulterior motives but found only genuine care. For him. His breathing hitched and his vision blurred. Not now. Don't cry, you weakling. Izuku thought as he clenched his eyes shut, covering his face with his hand. He pressed his nails into his skin, feeling the sting, until a gentle hand touched his. He opened his eyes to find her looking at him with kindness. Let's get some air. She led Izuku outside the mall to a nearby bench, where he cried quietly, releasing sharp gasps and occasional whimpers. It broke the Ravenette's heart to see him struggling to maintain his composure. She handed him a handkerchief to wipe his red eyes. Thank you, he managed to say. Of course. Izuku dabbed away the last of his tears, and they sat in silence. That I'm not fine, he finally admitted. I can see that. Would you mind talking about it? I'm a good listener. Izuku glanced at her, still unsure of the source of her kindness. What's your name? He asked. Momo Yaoyorozu. And yours? I'm Zu. He almost revealed his real name. Those guys who grabbed me were from Aldera. They're bullies. I had a feeling. Zu looked down at his hands. I've been training to get stronger, but I have my issues. When you left while they held me, I felt powerless all over again. But then you came back with help. That was. What should be expected of someone who witnesses cruelty? Momo finished for him. Zu held his right wrist with his left hand. I wish more people thought like you do. Momo looked at him with sadness in her eyes, wanting to offer comfort after what he had endured. Did you say Aldera? The same school Bakugo and Yagi go to? Izuku trembled at the mention of their names, cursing himself for it. You must have heard about their encounter with the Green Devil, he said bitterly. I did. I feel so bad for them, having been through such an ordeal. Izuku's hands shook with barely suppressed anger. Yaoyorozu, you're a good person. Momo smiled slightly, sensing a but coming. But you're wasting your energy worrying about them. Of all the countless bullies at Aldra, those two are the worst. They arrogantly claim to be heroes, but they use their quirks to keep others down. They're especially cruel to the most vulnerable. I promise you, they are the last people who deserve your sympathy. Momo observed his body language carefully, his hunched form, the way he gripped his bandaged wrist, and most telling were his eyes. Dark circles and bloodshot from stress and lack of sleep were intimidating enough, but his glare radiated intense frustration. She took a deep breath before speaking again. Why were you so surprised that I didn't turn a blind eye to you? Zu covered his face with his hand. I'm more surprised you didn't join them in picking on me. Nobody's ever done what you did for me. Momo was taken aback by this revelation. What? Not even your parents? Izuku gritted his teeth. Like they even care enough to ask. That can't be true. I'm sure your relationship with them is difficult, but all you need is an honest conversation. I'm sure they still, don't you dare say that. Momo jumped at his sudden outburst. If they really cared, would they ever ask why I kept coming home hurt? Would they neglect to call me for dinner and let me go hungry for nights on end? Would they throw a grand birthday party for their favorite child and forget I even exist? You have no idea what kind of home I ran away from. You think words can heal these scars? I've tried countless times to connect with them. You don't know how many cries for help have gone unheard in that awful place. Momo was left speechless during his tirade. Zu's fierce glare was now directed at her, tears streaming down his face. He pulled his mask down below his nose, and Momo caught a glimpse of the scar on his right cheek. I know what I am in that family, and trust me, I am not their son. A sheltered person like you doesn't know the first thing about me. Silence fell between them after that. Zu's tears ceased and his heart slowed. He looked directly at Momo and saw tears welling in her eyes. In an instant, the fire in Izuku's heart was doused by a wave of guilt. He quickly grabbed his shopping bag and ran from her. Wait! Yaoyorozu called out, but it was too late. She lost him in the crowd. His angry words echoed in her mind as she wiped her tears away. Izuku flew up to a nearby rooftop, looking down at Momo as she wept. What's wrong with you? She showed you nothing but kindness, and this is how you repay her. He turned away from the edge and pulled down his mask to wipe his tears on his sleeve. He remembered that he had partially removed his mask in front of her. I even made her see my scar. Dimin. That was his last thought before fleeing from the first person to help him with his bullies. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu returned to the bench they had shared, her eyes puffy. Nobody's ever helped him. Not even his parents. I assumed his situation without knowing everything. I probably don't know half of it, and I still tried to lecture him. He must hate me now. Momo buried her face in her hands, feeling more tears welling up. Momo! She looked up to see her family. Limo, with her parents watching her through the window. Momo tried to compose herself and join them, but it was painfully obvious that she had been crying. Sweetheart, what's wrong? Her father asked. Momo thought carefully about what to say. On one hand, she wanted to share everything Zu had told her, but that wouldn't be useful. She couldn't report his family without knowing his real name. Besides, discussing his painful past would only add to his suffering. After some deliberation, she opened her mouth to speak. Mother, father. Do you know what goes on in Aldra Middle School? That afternoon. This is odd, a detective muttered to himself as he sipped his coffee. He stood at his desk, reviewing reports about the Green Devil, including one from Teleki. The door opened, and a skinny blonde man walked in. Tsukachi, how goes the investigation? He asked. I'm not sure, but I'm surprised you're here. How are the kids? You visited them in the hospital, right? Toshinori nodded. Izumi and Katsuki admitted to going after the Green Devil on their own. I told them that was brave but irresponsible without backup or telling anyone. I think they were trying to take him in as a gift for Inko. A faint smile appeared on the blonde man's face. A little soft, but okay. So they're getting discharged this week. They're children, only in middle school, and they went through something traumatic. But yes, and I still have more to say to them. He clenched his fist as he spoke. Tsukachi nodded. You know what? You should go home. I can handle this for now. You should be looking after your wife. I'm sure she's working extra hard to find that vigilante. Toshinori looked surprised. Are you sure? Yeah, take care. Tsukachi almost pushed his friend out the door and returned to his investigation into the Green Devil. Sorry, Toshi, but if I'm right, your feelings might complicate this. He went back to his desk and pulled out a medical file. Let's start with you, Izuku Yagi. 14 years old, born quirkless, attended Aldra. You disappeared the same night green flames were discovered. Tsukachi then turned to the papers he had on the Green Devil. Not much is known about him, other than he has a unique mind quirk in the form of cold flames, inflicting mental suffering on others without causing physical burns. Out of hundreds of thousands of quirks, this one isn't in our database. Tsukachi then looked at the report he received from Teleki. Your victims so far have been thugs and criminals, none severely injured, all of them trembling at the mere mention of you. But this tells a different story. For men perished due to your power because you were attacked by children and a hero. Quirks have been known to evolve under stressful situations, but what connection could you have with two random kids? From what Teleki told me, he has the voice and stature of a child no older than her daughter. That alone has unsettling implications. There are still many unknowns about his quirk, and if he is a child, he has immeasurable room for growth. He picked up a missing person poster. Quirks grow in strength and complexity with each generation, and late bloomers are a possibility. But they're usually between 7 and 9. I need more information before I can start making assumptions. Tsukachi stood up from his desk and looked out his office window. The way the detective saw it, there were two possibilities. Izuku Yagi was kidnapped on his way home, as Toshinori suggested, possibly dead. Or Izuku ran away and became the Green Devil. I've been wrong before, so please let me be wrong now. Meanwhile, Toshinori was in his truck, driving back home. He had made his decision. Izumi, you and Katsuki get well soon. We'll begin your training as soon as you're able. We need your great potential to find Izuku and put a stop to the Green Devil. Chapter end. I yelled at her. She was trying to help me and I turned her away. What's wrong with me? Izuku had retreated to the forest in his neighborhood, away from modern civilization. He stood perfectly still with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he raised his hand and caught a green fireball. He threw it over his shoulder, and it curved around. He tilted his head, and the ball missed him. Behind his eyelids, he could see his power circling around him, acting as a second set of eyes. So if he ever goes blind, it wouldn't matter much. He opened his eyes and jotted down in his notebook. He decided to spend the day in solitude, learning and working on the more technical aspects of his quirk. He was trying to distract himself from his encounter with that Yaoyorozu girl, but his mind kept showing him her distraught face as he yelled at her. Izuku sighed and put down his pen. Maybe I have an ability to burn my own memories, he joked. He flipped through the pages of his notebook, reviewing the entries he had made about his power or his day. But he came across something that was neither. It was a sketch. Izuku liked drawing almost as much as writing, and it made his notes more interesting. He had drawn Yaoyorozu. Perhaps it was to clear his mind of the guilt from that encounter, but there was another reason. Izuku had spent hours of his life staring at the picture of his grandmother, Nana Shimura, so when he met someone who bore a striking resemblance to her, he couldn't help but do a comparison. The sketch below Yaoyorozu was one of Shimura. Izuku closed his eyes and opened them. His scara glowed green as he looked at his hand. It appeared orange to his eyes. Thermal vision. This'll come in handy. Snip. Izuku turned quickly at the sound of a twig breaking. He jumped up to a sturdy tree branch where his backpack was and looked in the direction of the sound. He didn't detect anything warm. He switched to his regular vision and saw two dark green-haired kids, a boy and a little girl, walking through the forest. Kids? Well, I shouldn't be surprised considering I used to wander around here too. Their heat signatures are low enough to blend in that my thermal vision couldn't detect them. They must be cold-blooded. Izuku put on his mask and a cap before slowly making his way down the tree to the kids. Hey! Both of them jumped slightly and backed away at the arrival of the stranger. The girl hid behind her brother, who put his arm out to protect her. Izuku, despite having gone through an emotional roller coaster recently, was touched by the caring sibling display he saw. He knelt down to try and relax the kids. Are you two lost? He asked. Softly. They both nodded. Izuku looked past them and activated his thermal vision, turning his scara green again. Through the trees, he could see an orange blur. That looks like a whole group from here. All right, I can get you back to your group. Follow me. When Izuku started walking, the boy grabbed the hem of his shirt while holding his little sister's hand. Thanks, he said. Yeah, thanks, she echoed. Izuku's eyes softened. He cleared his throat before speaking. You two are siblings, aren't you? They both nodded. Izuku looked ahead and started leading them out of the forest. At the entrance of the forest, a woman with snow-white hair and red highlights, wearing glasses, paced nervously around a group of kids. Where could they be? The Azui kid's big sister will be here to pick them up any minute now. Just then, a girl with long dark green hair approached her. Hi, Ms. Todoroki. I'm here to pick up my brother and sister. Excuse me, but are these yours? A voice asked. From behind a masked boy were two frog-like kids. Satsuki? Samidare? The older frog asked. Sue. They both ran up to her and hugged their older sister. What happened on your field trip? Satsuki and Samidare released Sue from the hug. We saw a neat-looking bug and followed it to see if there were more. It was a nice snack, but we got lost, the boy explained. And that guy found us, the girl finished. Sue and the teacher looked at the boy, who appeared to have not slept well in days. Thank you so much for bringing them back, the adult said, bowing slightly. Thank you, and sorry for the trouble. My siblings can be a handful, Sue replied, bowing as well. It's no problem, Izuku said with little emotion. The other kids were being picked up by their parents, leaving the five of them alone. Can I suggest something? Izuku asked. Izuku suggested going to a nearby playground to end on a better note. This time, the Azui siblings were watched carefully by 6 vigilant eyes, and the little ones still got to have their fun. This was a great idea, Tsuyu said thoughtfully. Yeah, and thanks again for taking care of these kids, Fuyumi Todoroki added. I shouldn't have had to do anything, Izuku replied bitterly, glancing sideways at her. You're responsible for them. How could you let them run off like that? You're lucky I was there and not someone with bad intentions. Fuyumi shrank under his harsh but truthful words. You're right, I'm responsible for them. I should have been more vigilant. Sorry. I'll do better. Izuku sensed her genuine remorse and softened a bit. I can't imagine teaching is easy with all those curious kids to look after, Ribbit. Even Samidare broke away, and he's one of the older ones, Tsuyu said. So, what were you doing in that forest anyway? Fuyumi asked, making Izuku tense up a bit. I just like the quiet, he replied. You seem to know this place well. Are you from here? Tsu asked. Izuku gripped his arm tightly. You might say that. An uncomfortable silence fell between the three of them. Tsuyu and Fuyumi were greatly curious about Izuku's situation. Hey Tsu. The boy looked at the frog girl, revealing his tired, hurt eyes. I'm the kind of person who says what's on my mind. You look like you have a lot on your mind. Does it come from home? Fuyumi was taken aback by Tsuyu's personal question, but Izuku remained silent for a moment. Do you know what it's like to be overlooked and ignored by someone who's supposed to be there for you? More than you think, Fuyumi replied. Izuku put his bandaged right hand on his face. Do you have anything you want to talk about? She asked, concern in her voice. Izuku thought back to the last person who listened to him. A little. He took a deep breath before continuing. I hate my family. I suffered neglect and emotional pain. I was treated differently for being quirkless, while my sibling received endless attention and praise for being born gifted. The same goes for my old friend. I've tried to understand why, but at this point, I might be better off without them. Tsuyu and Fuyumi listened intently. His voice was mostly steady, but it revealed lingering sadness. I know what you mean, Fuyumi began. I don't come from the best family either, and I can relate to having a talented sibling. But have you ever tried to reconnect with them, like trying to talk it through? Izuku gritted his teeth. More than I can count. My latest attempt was by far the most painful, he said, his voice low as he clenched his fist. That might have been a mistake. Huh. Ribbit? Tsuyu and Izuku looked at her in confusion. I'm not a licensed therapist, I'm just going on instinct, but hear me out. You're not wrong for wanting something better from your family, but it's something both sides have to want. You don't have to be upfront right away, but maybe take some time to think. Do they show any signs of wanting what you want? Are you absolutely sure you know what you want? It's completely up to you, but I've always found it better to make an informed decision. Observe them and see if you really want to be with that family. Until then, don't revolve entirely around this unpleasant topic. You could find healthy distractions like exercise or reading to keep a healthy mindset. Don't be afraid to put yourself first sometimes. Izuku took everything she said to heart. She was making complete sense, and it made him feel like going home wasn't a complete mistake. He learned how his mother feels, painful as the truth is. He had a pretty good read on Izumi too. So that just leaves. Dad. Izuku felt a tap on his shoulder. It was Tsuyu. You don't have to answer, but what's your family like? She asked gently. Izuku ran a hand through his hair. My mom's a pro hero, and my sister wants to be one too. They both have strong quirks. My stepdad works with the police and has a minor strength enhancer just enough to lift a couch or fridge easily. His mom was a hero too. Save for my old man, hero work is kind of like the family business. Things went off the rails when I was diagnosed as quirkless. I was ignored by my parents, bullied by my sister and best friend, and told to hurt myself. That was the final push I needed to leave. And you know, I can take care of myself better than they ever bothered to, which says a lot about my home life. Fuyumi and Tsuyu felt their hearts ache at his words. While neither of them had it easy at home for various reasons, they believed every family member should receive love. Izuku sighed and stood up from the bench. Thanks for the talk, it helped. I'm sorry for being so harsh, Ms. Todoroki. I can only imagine how taxing a job managing a bunch of kids is. He walked away, but felt a gentle hand grasp his right one. He looked back at Tsu, who was holding him. Come stay with us, she said, surprising both Izuku and Fuyumi. Ribbit, you don't have to go back to your abusers. They turned their backs on you, and you deserve to live in a better place. Izuku's eyes widened at the Azui sisters' offer, or perhaps even request. That means a lot, but I don't want to be a bother to anyone. Fuyumi then stood up. I still live with my father, but we have comfortable guest rooms. I'm sure he wouldn't mind, he is a hero too. Izuku felt his heart warm at the kindness these girls showed him. They were offering him new homes to choose from, a fresh start. He could leave his painful past behind. But they're not offering Izuku to live with them. They're offering Zu. The warmth in his heart turned cold, and he gently pulled away from Tsu. I appreciate it truly, but I can't accept. I just can't. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. You both should focus on your families, I get the feeling you're vital to them. Zu walked away from the playground, his eyes unmistakably sad. I'm sorry, Todoroki, Azui. But sooner or later, it'll be revealed that I'm the Green Devil. I don't want you to pay for harboring an illegal vigilante. Besides, he passed another missing person poster and glared intensely at the name Migi. The only way I'll ever go back to that house is on my terms. A healthy distraction, huh? Maybe this will help. Zu walked through the streets of a calm suburb, scrolling through the news on his phone. A headline caught his eye. Ingenium thwarts shipment of illegal quirk drags. He then found another that made his eyes widen. Aldra Junior High shut down. The report shed light on the discrimination and malpractice at the school, deeming it an unsuitable environment for growing children. Several staff members faced court, where they were found guilty of neglect and actively encouraging the bullying of a quirkless student who deserved an equal education. Izuku's heart suddenly felt lighter. One of his hells was finally facing punishment. At last, the teachers received what they deserved for causing him to suffer. If this distraction isn't healthy, then so be it. Izuku didn't want to be healthy. He scrolled down to the comments and found a name he recognized. Momo Yaoyorozu. I ran into some kids from Aldra at a local shopping mall. One was being harassed by two others, so I went to find an authority figure to assist. When I returned, the victims seemed to have an intense reaction to the harassment. We talked, and that's how I learned about the inexcusable behavior fostered at Aldra Junior High. Yaoyorozu. Izuku held his phone with a shaky hand as tears filled his eyes. He knew her name, her influential, powerful name. I'm glad there are people like you with power. Izuku read on, coming to the names he despised the most, Bakugo and Yagi. There was a debate occurring. Some said the two were top-tier heroes in the making, while others, with more sense, called them out as future villains, selfish narcissists who belittled the weak. Ugh! Izuku's good mood came to an abrupt end when he heard a familiar grumble. He jumped into a tree to observe from above. Whether it was accidental or intended, Izuku had walked back to his old house, where Toshinori had parked his truck, with Izumi and Katsuki stepping out. Observe and make an informed decision, huh, Todoroki? Okay, let's see how this plays out. The mad uptight person? Katsuki cursed. Izumi stood next to him, looking frustrated but not as aggravated. Sticking her nose where it doesn't belong. Thanks to her, our school has a black mark. Yaoyorozu messed up our hero path over something ridiculous. Izuku knew what his twin sister and old friend were talking about, and it made him furious. They were disparaging Yaoyorozu for exposing their dreadful school, the place that had made education a nightmare for him. That alone was enough to ignite his anger, but they had the nerve to call it ridiculous. Maybe it's ridiculous because the one who was never seen was the public punching bag. They dismissed Yaoyorozu's justified actions as over the top and absolutely unnecessary, all because of their infuriating ignorance to the damage they caused, particularly to him. Not even an hour since they left the hospital, and I already want to send them back. Maybe a few broken bones will settle the score. But what I'm wondering is, what will you do, dear old dad? The underweight blonde man hadn't spoken, not paying much attention to Izumi and Katsuki's tirade. Dad, are you listening? This is nonsense and you know it, uncle. Toshinori finally turned to look at them. Actually, I don't see it that way, Katsuki, he began, confusing the three kids listening. You two will have to either move to a different school or start homeschooling, but this could be a blessing in disguise. You won't be the first to become heroes after leaving that poor school, but this gives us more time to train you for UA. At this point, the Yagi patriarch lost them. Train us? No offense, uncle, but you'll need something much stronger than that puny strength quirk to challenge us, Katsuki proclaimed. The sheer arrogance in his voice made Izuku grip the tree as smoke began to rise from it. I think I'll be able to suffice, Katsuki. Toshi grinned at him, looking back and forth to ensure no one was around. Izuku found it incredibly disappointing that, despite being careful of his surroundings, his stepdad still failed to notice him. You two fought the Green Devil, that outlaw who brutally dealt with those four muggers. I don't know much about him or his strange quirk, but it seems to be changing, evolving. If he's as young as you are, he has a lot of room to grow. That could mean trouble for everyone down the line. He needs to be stopped. Izumi and Katsuki agreed completely, getting all fired up. The next time I see that guy, I'll make sure he pays. He got lucky, but luck doesn't last forever. Izuku, on the other hand, felt a deep blow to his heart that created a hole. They abandoned him, tortured him, pushed him away, and now they had the nerve to talk about him like he was the villain. And for what? Giving the kids a long-deserved dose of humility? Put your all into this training, and you too will be more than a match for the Green Devil by the time you start high school. You'll be truly mighty, and do you know why? Katsuki and Izumi looked at him questioningly, expecting a follow-up to that question. And boy did it blow them away. The skinny Toshinori began to inflate, muscles growing like balloons. His facial features became more filled out, with an awe-inspiringly familiar grin spreading across his face. Izumi and Bakugo couldn't believe what they were seeing and wondered if it was a dream. Izuku was praying that it was a nightmare they were all sharing. "Because I am here." All Might in the flesh proclaimed his catchphrase. Katsuki and Izumi were at a loss for words. In front of them, where Toshinori once stood, was the heroic symbol they'd admired their whole lives. They couldn't move, blink, or breathe properly. All Might continued. "That's right, future heroes. It is I, All Might, aka Toshinori Yagi, father of Izumi Yagi and proud husband to Inko Yagi, aka Telekinesis." For someone to loudly declare his true identity where anyone could pass by was incredibly reckless, but Izuku was too betrayed and heartbroken to point that out. Dad. Izumi finally managed to say. "Why you? All this time." Katsuki was starting to reel too. My Toshi. What the hell?" Izuku caught his breath much faster than these two, and that was directly after his own encounter with a villain. All Might had to gently knock their heads to get their attention. That did it. "All right, would anyone care to explain what is going on?" Katsuki shouted. "Yeah, Dad, what the heck? You've been All Might this whole time? And Mom knows? When were you going to tell me?" All Might's grin never wavered. "It was supposed to be your 14th birthday present, but things got complicated all of a sudden." Izuku clutched his pounding chest, struggling to breathe and comprehend this new reality. All Might and his father were the same person. The person who ignored him for 10 years, and the one who shattered his dreams were one and the same. "I am here to train you both. Young Izumi, your telekinesis will one day outshine your mother's. And young Katsuki, your impressive explosions have so much potential. Teleki and I will train you both to reach your peak. Together, we'll stop the vigilante menace known as the Green Devil and save Izuku. And you two will one day become the greatest hero duo of all time." All Might's uplifting speech was music to Izumi and Katsuki's ears. Just when they were at their lowest, the Pillar of Justice came and lifted them even higher than before. "That's the #1 hero for you." They both raised their hands, Izumi levitating pebbles off the ground and Katsuki creating explosions in his palms. Izuku was having possibly the worst day of his life. His tormentors were being praised and selected to train under who he once saw as the greatest hero. He clenched his eyes shut and put a hand over his mouth to stifle his whimpers. As soon as All Might deflated back to Toshinori, he turned and led Izumi and Bakugo into the house for more explaining. When he saw Yagi's back again, something inside him snapped. He removed his hand from his mouth, and his frustration boiled over. He punched a tree with his right hand, leaving a dent. Toshinori, Bakugo, and Izumi all turned around at the noise, finding nothing but smoldering material dangerously close to the house. Toshi quickly moved to stamp out the potential fire. He saw that it was burned bandaging. That was close. The whole house could have caught on fire. Izuku flew through the late evening sky, light fading to darkness as he appeared like a green comet. He landed with a fiery crash on the roof of the nearest building. Tears streamed down his face as he stumbled to his feet. "Damn it. Dimmin' it all," he whimpered. He opened his eyes and realized, by some cruel twist of fate, he was on the roof of the recently shut down Aldra. "Go take a swan dive off the roof, you quirkless trash." Just one more gut punch before he snapped. "Ite." He screamed as he enveloped his right hand in burning green energy and punched the roof, shattering the footing beneath him. The concrete and air conditioning units fell down into his old classroom, causing chaos below. Izuku hovered above the destruction caused by his emotions, feeling almost no pain in the hand he used to create this. He closed his eyes as tears continued to fall. "No. No more. That's it. I'm done. I watched them, I saw all I needed to see. I've made my decision." Izuku opened his eyes, green flames burning in them again. His tears evaporated instantly, and his lower face to his collarbone was veiled in scarf-like flames. "I'm done. I'm done with the Yagis. I'm done with Bakugo. I'm done with All Might. That is my decision. I never had a family, and never needed one." The green devil flew off into the night, his flames burning fiercely. Yagi household, 3 a.m. Izumi walked out of her bedroom and went straight to the bathroom. She repeatedly splashed water on her face to come back to reality. It's not real. That didn't happen. He's not here anymore. She saw her own reflection and covered her damp face with a towel. He left, but he'll come back when he comes to his senses. And I'll be waiting to confront him for making everyone worry, she thought as she walked back to her room. The other day had been like something out of a dream. She and Katsuki discovered her dad is all might and were going to begin training under the world's greatest hero. The day after, she saw a report about the destruction of Aldera's roof. That did not bring back good memories. And that was likely what led to her having a nightmare of a bruised and battered Izuku demanding they play heroes and villains. The worst part was that he said their dad would want them to. Old man, Izumi had some underlying issues with their biological father. She had so few memories of him, and if it weren't for the pictures, she would have forgotten what he looked like ages ago. But Izuku could remember so much. He was smart enough to write down the memories they had with Hisashi in a book when he was 3. Izumi had looked at it before but never more than once. Her name rarely came up. It was mostly Hisashi and Izuku. She didn't spend enough time with her father, who had a quirk that was not particularly impressive. With her mother being the renowned Teleki, her father's abilities didn't hold much interest for her. Izumi sighed. Not wanting to go back to sleep and needing someone to talk to, she booted up her laptop and dialed an old friend's number. The screen lit up to reveal a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl her age. "Hi Izumi, what's up? You don't usually call at this time," her friend said. "Yeah, well, I didn't want to go back to sleep, so I thought I'd call you. How's your dad?" "Good, he's working on something I think you'll find interesting. You know how Tartarus has quirk-disrupting radio frequencies that only affect the inmates? My dad's working on cuffs that can seal powers away. Imagine it, the most powerful villain turned quirkless with just a click." Izumi began to regret calling her friend. "Yeah, I can't imagine taking a quirkless villain seriously." The blonde's smile faded. "Hey, is something wrong? You seem troubled." Izumi took a deep breath, contemplating what to say. She could use someone to listen to the weight of her thoughts from the last 40 hours. "My dad told me something crazy, and you can't tell anyone." "What, that your dad is all might?" the blonde asked playfully. "No, that my dad is." "You knew?" The blonde chuckled softly. "My dad personally made all of All Might's suits from the young age to the golden age. Don't you think I'd eventually be in the loop? And evidently, I'm better at keeping secrets." Izumi pouted but then received another call. "Hold on, Melissa, I'm getting someone else. It's Kaken." She clicked accept. "Good, you're awake?" he said, his version of a pleasant greeting. "Hey Katsuki, long time no talk." "Hey Blondie." Melissa cringed slightly since he was also blonde. "You had a nightmare too?" Katsuki turned his head away from the screen with a huff. "Of course not. I just couldn't sleep, simple as that," he said, trying to push away thoughts of his own troubling dreams. "Anyway, we start training for UA tomorrow. And Blondie, you get the honor of being our first choice in tech support." Melissa rolled her eyes at the term, but kept her smile. The three of them chatted about the future until the sun rose. At the end, Melissa asked about Japan's newest vigilante. Izumi could only share the barest details, sensing it was a touchy subject and deciding to leave it alone for now. Police Department. There seems to be no end to the Green Devil's acts of cruelty. Within the past 24 hours, more than 20 low-ranked criminals have been found injured in the alleys of Mizudafu. The majority suffered broken bones, dislocated joints, and severe burns. Tsukachi turned off the news on his TV and sighed at his desk. He was overwhelmed with work trying to catch an outlaw who seemed to be growing more brutal by the day. It would be nice if his victims weren't too traumatized to provide any useful information. Just then, one of the detective's junior officers entered. "Sir, we have one who is conscious, but—" "Let me guess, he won't talk," Tsukachi sighed. "And not exactly, sir. It's more like he can't talk." Tsukachi looked up from his desk, puzzled. "What do you mean he can't talk? Is the devil threatening him?" Tell him we can offer protection in exchange for information. The officer shook his head. No sir, he literally cannot talk right now. The Green Devil injured him severely. His voice is so hoarse and rough, it sounds like sandpaper. Tsukachi's mouth dropped in shock. Surely the actual scene was more disturbing than the description. He wondered how a child could be so heartless. Sir, this vigilante has changed. He's more active and much more violent. At this rate, it won't be long before the heroes have to intervene, the officer warned, a fact Tsukachi dreaded. Keep looking. I want to bring him in before that happens. Yes, sir. Tsukachi couldn't ignore that the Green Devil had started targeting criminals more aggressively right after All Might announced he would begin training Izumi and Bakugo. The Green Devil soared above the city, clad in a black hoodie with green accents. He wore black pants and combat boots that glowed with the flames keeping him aloft. His outfit was marked with soot, and the lower half of his face was concealed by a mask of green fire, matching his fiery eyes. His hair stood on end, and he focused on finding any wrongdoers to confront. He struggled to hold back from targeting those who had truly hurt him in the past. All Might and Teleki were still protecting the very people who had ruined his childhood. Nothing had changed, and he could see that for himself. His attention was drawn to rising black smoke. Let's get this over with, he thought bitterly. A chubby bald man lay on the ground, injured, with a criminal looming over him. Other bystanders were trapped in a corner behind burning debris. Why are you doing this? The man pleaded, to which the criminal smirked. He was tall and muscular, with pink hair and red facial markings reminiscent of war paint. I just want to make a new friend. And you know what? I think you'll make a good present when he finally gets here. The criminal transformed his left hand into a blade, poised to strike. Please, no, the man begged. Suddenly, the heated alley felt cold. The flames surrounding the bystanders turned green. The criminal's smirk faded as he realized what this meant. He's here. The flames parted, allowing the people to escape, and a massive fireball crashed into the criminal, knocking him down. The man on the ground could finally flee, leaving only the devil and the criminal. I thought I'd need a sacrifice to get you, but this works too, the criminal taunted. Izuku ignited his palm in searing heat. The criminal raised his hands defensively. Hey, easy kid. I want to talk, not fight. This intrigued Izuku. Usually, when he confronted villains, it was all about fighting or fleeing. For some reason, he allowed his fire to dim slightly. I'll get right to it, join me. The Green Devil's head tilted slightly, and his eyes widened in surprise. You couldn't tell, but his mouth was agape. You have an impressive quirk, and you know how to wield it. It's rare to find someone like you. Sure, you might be stepping into the hero's territory, but how long before they want you out of the picture? But with us, you'll have allies to support you. You can do what you want and enjoy the benefits of being on the winning side. What do you think? The Green Devil hunched forward, legs bent and hands poised like claws, ready to unleash green fireballs. No way! He hurled the fiery orbs at the criminal, only for the man to slice through them with his bladed arm. Green embers swirled around him. Disappointing. Suddenly, the embers coiled around the thug, binding him tightly. He struggled, but the restraints were too strong for him to break free. His heart raced, and his confidence began to wane. He's strong. Too bad. I was hoping to impress the boss by taking him down without extra help, but it looks like I'll have to use it after all. As the Green Devil fished his phone out of his pocket, he noticed the thug moving from the corner of his eye. The man pulled out a syringe and injected it into his thigh. Sorry, kid, but you chose to play hero when you shouldn't have. Izuku shot more concentrated cold flames to restrain the criminal further, but it was futile. The man sliced through them with newfound strength, his arms now transformed into blades. Oh, this feels amazing. Take that, Kale. The Green Devil jumped back, taken aback by the sudden change. The thug wore a manic grin, drool spilling from his lips, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging. His demeanor shifted to that of a gleeful anarchist eager for chaos. Most notably, his quirk had been enhanced. He could now transform his entire arms into sharp blades. What's wrong, kid? Scared? The man lunged at Izuku, aiming to strike him. Izuku raised a flaming barrier, but it shattered under the attack, grazing his cheek. In response, the Green Devil delivered a roundhouse kick, sending the thug sprawling. He quickly assessed the situation. He used a drag to boost his power. Great, Ingenium, you let one slip. Cold flames won't intimidate him while he's high on that power boost, and my shields can't withstand sharp objects. That metal on his arms must be a solid defense. This isn't a good matchup for me. The thug shook off the hit and turned back to the vigilante. All right, kid, let's go. Give me everything you've got. Izuku ignited his fists with hot flames. He put innocent people in danger just to talk to me. He wanted to recruit me and mention having friends. He even has a secret weapon in case things go south. This guy is a real villain. His thoughts were interrupted as the villain lunged again. The Green Devil rolled to the side and soared above his opponent. I still have long-range attacks and aerial mobility. I'll keep attacking from above until he can't take it anymore. Then maybe I can learn more about his friends. Izuku unleashed scorching flames from both hands, engulfing the villain in heat. Ah! The thug's cries echoed as the flames surrounded him. Izuku focused on controlling the temperature, determined not to repeat past mistakes. As long as I keep my cool, this won't end like last time. Once he quiets down, crash, smash. His thoughts were interrupted by a metallic figure leaping onto a wall and launching itself at him with tremendous force. Izuku cried out as he was slammed into the adjacent wall, the impact knocking the wind out of him. He saw the villain clad in full-body armor, glinting in the moonlight, smoke seeping from the crevices. His armor was spiked and menacing. Thanks for the warm-up, runt. Now die. He raised his fist, transforming it into a spiked weapon of destruction. Izuku ignited flames to propel himself out of the way, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow. He got a bigger boost than I thought. He's a completely different threat now. The villain needed a moment to extract his fist from the crater it had created before attempting to swing again. Izuku sidestepped the attack. Though the villain was significantly stronger, Izuku was smaller, faster, and more agile. Dodging such a bulky target was nearly impossible. He took advantage of his speed, launching himself at the villain and colliding with his armored midsection. What was that supposed to do? This. With all his strength, Izuku blasted off the ground while holding the villain, leaving a trail of flames in his wake. He soared above the rooftops before flipping and throwing the villain back down into the alley. The thug landed with a thunderous crash. Izuku wasn't finished. He descended with two massive fists of fire, unleashing a barrage of blows on the villain's midsection. He capped off the final punch with an explosive impact, lighting up the already bright alley. Breathing heavily, Izuku realized he had exerted a lot of energy. However, when the smoke cleared, the villain remained standing, seemingly unfazed. How sad. I expected a devil to give me a real fight. Don't tell me that's all you've got. Izuku was left speechless, shocked that his relentless assault had barely affected the man. Before he could react, the villain leaped off the ground, creating a powerful gust of wind. He swung his fist at the Green Devil, narrowly missing and only grazing a few strands of hair. Izuku spun above the villain and struck him in the back with another fiery punch. They both crashed into the ground with a burst of green energy and flames burning brightly. Think, Izuku. He won't give you enough time to break through his defenses, and there's no telling how long it'll take for the drag to wear off. The villain picked himself up and swatted at the Green Devil, trying to hold him down. It's a shame, really. You could have been something great. The villain began casually walking toward Izuku at the end of the alleyway. Izuku unleashed a large wave of flames from both hands, but it didn't slow him down. Your quirk is useful and could probably do a lot. But you picked the wrong side. The one that will eventually betray you. Izuku attempted to bind the villain's feet with concentrated flames. Strong enough to have it all. The villain lunged at him, effortlessly breaking free from the binding. Too weak to take it? Izuku gasped as the villain's fist struck his stomach. He doubled over, feeling a surge of pain, before collapsing against the villain's arm. His body went limp as the flames hiding his face flickered out. The villain, breathing heavily from the adrenaline of the battle and the effects of the quirk drag starting to fade, looked down at Izuku with a twisted grin. "Don't worry, kid. I won't finish you off. Even if I wanted to, it's not up to me. Let's talk recruitment later when we've both cooled down." I already said no. Ugh. The villain glanced down to see the armor over his stomach had become brittle and flaked away. Izuku had managed to drive a flaming blade into the villain's midsection. It turned out his earlier attacks weren't in vain. The villain had been too high to notice the damage he was taking. The impact of the blows, combined with the intense heat, had weakened his armor. Izuku just needed to hold on until the rush wore off, and now that the drag was fading, he was ready. The flames in Izuku's eyes reignited, filling the villain with a growing sense of dread. "Your sharp blades were a good counter. You should have stuck with it instead of relying on brute force. This makes for a fitting end." Izuku's searing hot hand blade pushed deeper into the man's stomach, causing him to gasp in shock. Though most of his body was still covered in armor, he could feel the heat rising within him. Desperate to escape, the villain tried to pull away, but Izuku kept his grip firm and hot. "IH." The man cried out as he felt the heat consuming him from the inside. Izuku reached for the man's throat with his palm radiating intense heat. He grunted and increased the output of his flames, causing green flames to flicker from the villain's mouth and eyes. Izuku pushed him to the ground while still connected, placing his foot on the villain's chest. The man was engulfed in the vibrant flames of the Green Devil. When the light finally faded and the smoke cleared, Izuku stood over a heap of charred remains. The villain was unrecognizable, his features distorted and his body severely burned. What lay on the ground was a shadow of the man he had been. Izuku took a deep breath, the strong scent of burnt flesh filling the air. Unlike last time, he hadn't taken a life out of malice. It was a necessity for survival. He inhaled again, absorbing the remnants of his own flames to regain some stamina. He lifted off the ground and soared into the night sky, leaving behind the remnants of a fierce battle. Unbeknownst to him, the people he had saved hadn't left, they had merely stepped aside. One of them recorded the entire confrontation. As the Green Devil flew, he assessed the damage to himself. A nasty bruise marred the left side of his abdomen, and a cut marked his cheek from the earlier fight. Despite wanting to feel proud of his first significant takedown, he couldn't shake the villain's words from his mind. The man had hinted at a larger gang or organization recruiting members. If that were true, he needed to be even more vigilant about cleaning up the streets. He wasn't the boss villain, just a pawn. A dangerous pawn with illegal drags. How many others could there be? And whoever this boss is, what does he want from me? His thoughts weighed heavily on him, causing him to lose altitude. The villain's words echoed in his mind. The police were already after him. How long until the heroes followed suit? The villain had made it clear that if he wasn't on their side, he was against them. Now, Izuku had a target on his back, one for the Green Devil and another for Izuku Yagi. Wonderful. He honestly didn't know what would be worse, facing villains or returning to that house. Izuku landed roughly on the sidewalk in front of a hospital and collapsed onto a nearby bench. He had been awake for over 24 hours and had just survived a life-or-death battle. He needed rest. With any luck, no one would disturb him before he woke up. Elsewhere, a man clapped as he finished watching the battle between the Green Devil and the blade-wielding villain. "You performed better than I anticipated. I knew you would prevail, Izuku, but I never expected you to end it so decisively. You have my praise." Although, and this may be an unfair comparison, Endeavor would have finished this fight even quicker. Your flames weren't quite burning with the same intensity as the night you faced your old friend, mother, and sister. But that's fine. It's clear that when you're pushed to your limit, you can adapt, learn, evolve, and keep fighting. It fills me with awe to see your true potential breaking out. Potential I can't wait to see realized. Until then, I will happily provide you with the conditions you need to be your best. Other fire users will pale in comparison to you. I'm looking forward to it, my boy. Izuku woke up with a groan, feeling heavy all over. His morning breath was unpleasant, and as he opened his eyes, he saw a blue morning sky. As he became more alert, he realized his hoodie was missing, and he was only in the compression shirt he wore underneath. A fluffy snow-white blanket and a gray pillow were draped over him. Hello, a soft voice said beside the bench where he had spent the night. Izuku turned to see a nervous-looking woman with white hair and gray eyes. Hi, he replied, raising his guard. He noticed she was holding his green and black hoodie, which looked much cleaner. The woman jolted slightly when she realized where his eyes were. Sorry, this is yours, she said, quickly handing it to him. Izuku accepted his hoodie and looked back at the woman, who fidgeted nervously. I found you on the bench looking hurt, so I tried to help. He lifted his compression shirt to find bandages and the smell of ointment on his bruised midsection. He also felt a patch on his cheek where he had been cut. She went through the trouble of helping a complete stranger? We're right in front of a hospital. She could have gotten help from there. Do you need anything else? Before Izuku could respond, his stomach growled. The white-haired lady rushed into the hospital to get some food. Izuku sighed and put his hoodie back on. Is she a patient or a nurse here? She doesn't seem quite all there, but at least she's nice. He took a moment to view his surroundings and felt a shock and a twinge of sadness. He was sitting outside the hospital where his father used to work. Dad. Izuku clutched his chest, trying to hold back the emotions. He sat up and hunched over, letting a few tears slip down his cheeks. Suddenly, he felt something soft and fluffy on his back and 2 hands on his shoulders. He looked back to see the woman had returned, placing the blanket on him and rubbing his shoulders gently to calm him down. What's wrong? She asked softly. Izuku took a deep breath and let his walls down for a moment. His voice was soft, revealing his vulnerability. My dad used to work here. I miss him. The woman sat down on the bench next to him, holding a bowl of soup in her lap. What was he like? She asked. Izuku was surprised by the question but didn't push her away. Nice. Really nice. He taught me how to read and write. He always made good meals. I miss my dad. Another tear rolled down his cheek, but this time the woman wiped it away. She then held out the bowl of soup for him to take. My name is Rei, she finally introduced herself. Zoo. He accepted the bowl and began eating. Rei stayed beside him the whole time. Throughout that morning, Izuku felt strangely at peace with her. She found him hurt and alone, cared for him, fed him, and let him vent. He never asked for that, but she seemed to know he needed it. And she didn't involve the hospital staff, which would risk exposing his identity. Is this what having a mom feels like? It's nice. A thought then crossed his mind. Rei had seen his face. He had no mask or hair dye to conceal himself. Aside from the scar on his right cheek and the bags under his eyes, he matched the missing person posters perfectly. Despite that, Rei didn't seem to recognize him at all. It dawned on Izuku that she must be a psychiatric patient. That would explain why she was in the hospital without any apparent sickness or injuries. Izuku finished his soup and handed the bowl back to Rei. Thank you very much, Ms. Rei. You're welcome. Can I ask how you got hurt? Zu placed a hand on his stomach. I didn't have anyone looking out for me. He looked down at his feet. Rei frowned and stood up. I'll get you some water. She went back inside. Soon after, she returned with a tall glass of water in hand, but no Zu in sight. All that remained on the bench was the blanket and pillow she had given him. Izuku hopped over the rooftops, feeling invigorated yet also deflated. Perhaps it was the weight of having left the first person to show him a taste of motherly affection. Or maybe it was the burden of having taken another life weighing on him. Whatever the case, he felt fine enough to keep moving before he could be put in danger again. He landed on the ground and walked out of an alley, putting on his hoodie to hide his hair. He also grabbed his bright yellow backpack. Right where I left it. He was becoming quite familiar with the back alleys of Mizudafu. As he walked among the people again, he noticed something concerning. There were more officers and pro-heroes patrolling an area that had never received such attention before. Izuku tried to keep to himself and not raise suspicion. He walked until he found a large TV on a building broadcasting shocking news. The Green Devil's brutality seems to know no bounds. Even other criminals are seeking him for his power and suffering terrible fates. This is video footage from just last night. The following images may be disturbing, and it is advised that all minors look away. The news showed a video recording of the Green Devil confronting a powered-up villain, with the scene suggesting a fierce battle. Many people watching gasped and turned away. The news then switched to interviews with witnesses. Formerly endangered woman. It was brutal from start to finish. That villain with metal armor had a quirk booster drag. He was a monster. The devil was beaten badly by that guy until he managed to turn the tide. The sounds of the flames and the chaos haunt my nightmares. Teenage blogger, that was the sickest fight I've ever seen. The Green Devil was in a tough spot, and for a moment, I feared he might be finished. But then he transformed, almost like a wraith from another realm. That takedown is going to earn me so many followers. He's a hero in his own right. And he saved my life too. Why don't the heroes do cool moves like that? We'd have fewer troublemakers on the streets. Middle-aged man. I don't know much about that young man, and I can't say I agree with his methods. But he saved my life. Unlike the professionals, he acted knowing he would receive no reward, risking his life for a complete stranger. He nearly lost everything in that fight for us. For me. If you can hear me, young man, please know I'm extremely grateful. If the heroes catch you, or if you turn yourself in, I hope you find a way to use your abilities to help people in a more accepted way. Izuku felt his heavy heart begin to lighten. It was nice to see his efforts appreciated, even if he himself agreed that some of his actions were questionable. The screen switched back to the news reporter, who concluded by saying that a dangerous child is still a child and needs help before crossing a line. Izuku scoffed and walked away from the billboard TV. If I do end up crossing that line, it's because I was pushed that far. The next day. Ever since the report about the Green Devil's intense actions, the streets had been unusually quiet. Yes, there were more police and heroes on patrol, but no suspicious activity to investigate. Izuku had sent a wave of fear through the criminal world, and it seemed the heroes felt it too. However, this development didn't reach Rei. Her room lacked a TV, and she wasn't allowed to stray more than 10 feet from the hospital. They were that cautious about keeping her stable. Every morning and evening, she would take a limited stroll to breathe in some fresh air. She had about an hour outside before needing to return, and she always made the most of it. During her evening walk, she noticed a head of green hair resting against the wall and instinctively approached. Izuku inhaled deeply, pulling out a small picture of Hisashi. "I miss you, Dad." He tucked it back into his pocket when he heard footsteps. He relaxed a bit when he recognized the familiar chill in the air. "Hello," she greeted him. "Hi. What are you doing back here?" Izuku sighed, not wanting to send her away. "I wanted to visit the place my dad worked. I don't have anywhere else to remember him." Rei sat down beside him. "What about your home?" Izuku squeezed his arm. "They don't need me." He rested his head on his knees, feeling the warmth of his emotions rising. He didn't mean to, but he didn't try to stop it either. If the heat drove Rei away, so be it. But instead of moving away, he felt a cooling sensation on his back. He looked up to see Rei using her quirk to keep him from overheating. "I don't think that's true." Izuku stared at her in surprise as she continued. Once he was at a comfortable temperature, Rei withdrew her hand, which had a frosty mist around it. A frost quirk. Fitting for someone who could cool him down. "My family isn't perfect either, but not everyone is bad. Isn't there someone in yours you could turn to for help?" Izuku was silent for a moment. Two figures immediately came to mind, Nana and Hisashi. He didn't realize it, but a tear slipped down his cheek. Rei was there to wipe it away. There was. But I ended up stuck with the worst of them until I couldn't take it anymore. Izuku covered his face with his scarred hand. Without thinking, Rei wrapped an arm around his head, pulling him closer. Her nurturing side instinctively emerged around him. It was therapeutic for Izuku, sitting in silence as a gentle presence held him. He could have stayed there all night if he could, and he sensed that Rei wouldn't mind. But a staff member soon appeared, looking for her. Izuku managed to slip away just in time, and Rei was found asleep on the floor. She was gently awakened and taken back to her room. Despite the nurse's soft reprimand, she felt no remorse. All she felt was, "I hope you keep coming back, Zu." Police Department. "Tsukachi, sir." An officer burst into the detective's office. "What is it?" "Who's in trouble now?" he asked frantically, his empty coffee mug sitting on the desk. It had been a week since the Green Devil's shocking actions, and the police and heroes were working overtime to bring him in. "Sir, I encountered the Green Devil. I tried to arrest him, but he used his fear flames and threw me off," the officer admitted, shame evident in his voice. Tsukachi was more concerned about his colleague. He was alone in the streets with a vigilante. But unlike others, he didn't seem physically harmed. "What happened?" "Sir, he didn't do anything. He shot cold flames at me and vanished from my sight. I honestly expected the worst, but here I am." Tsukachi was taken aback. The vigilante had shown a different side. This time, it wasn't related to the Yagis. The vigilante had become more gentle. This is wishful thinking, but maybe he's on a path to healing. If we're lucky, a good hero will be able to convince him to come in peacefully, and we can help him find a better life. Wishful thinking indeed. Over the next 2 weeks, Izuku continued to visit the hospital where his father once worked. Initially, it was solely to feel close to him. But soon he realized it was really to see Rei. They talked, shared meals, and spent many evenings together. It was always comforting to share a bowl of soup under the pink and orange evening sky. Rei quickly became the mother figure Izuku had been missing. She listened as he vented about his struggles. He kept some details hidden, like his vigilantism, misdiagnosis, and All Might's identity, but shared most everything else. It was refreshing to have someone to help lighten his heart. In return, he lent an ear to Rei whenever she felt like talking. Izuku learned about her family, how she had been essentially sold to Endeavor and forced into a life of bearing children to help him achieve his dream of surpassing All Might. The overwhelming stress of her past shattered her mind and led her to a mental hospital. Now, she lived with the guilt of having scarred her youngest child. That night, Izuku let her cry on his shoulder. As Rei wept, Izuku felt a new anger towards the number 2 hero rising within him. Creating children solely for personal glory and then discarding them for not meeting unrealistic standards? How could someone like him be called a hero? To make matters worse, he realized that he and All Might were not so different when it came to being fathers. The top 2 heroes had become the top 2 disappointments to Izuku, aside from Izumi and Bakugo. He felt a heat rising within him as he held Rei. Rei didn't use her quirk to cool him down. When she realized he had a heat quirk, it reminded her of Enji, which frightened her. But she saw a sad boy filled with pain. That heat was a sign of open, untreated wounds. So, she decided to help him, and she never got burned. For the first time in years, she allowed herself to be held by someone with a fire quirk, and it felt different from Endeavor. This heat was protective, comforting, and just right. They both found solace in each other. "Hi, Dad. Sorry I haven't talked to you in a while. I've been preoccupied. I have an amazing quirk, but it attracts attention from the wrong crowd. Now, I'm not even sure I want to be part of the right crowd. I know you and Grandma are disappointed in me, but I genuinely don't know if I can go back to who I was. The Yagis still favor their only child, and complete strangers treat me better than they ever did. I don't know what to do, but I'll figure it out." Izuku stood up from his knees as he finished his prayer. A few tears fell down his face, but he wiped them away. He was on the roof of the hospital, a good spot to pray to Hisashi without interruptions. With that done, he could jump down and begin his evening talks with Rei, the highlight of his day. He walked to the edge of the building, feeling a little clearer. But then a voice stopped him, a frustratingly familiar voice. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Teleki was flying over the streets on patrol. Her job was to stop any criminal activity she encountered, but her focus was on her personal goal of finding the Green Devil. As she approached the hospital where her late husband had worked, she wanted to look away. However, before she could ignore her past, she noticed a young boy in a black and green hoodie walking toward the edge of the roof. She flew after him before he could jump. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" The boy froze for a moment but continued walking. Did you hear me? Stop. This isn't the answer. She was ignored again, and the boy was about to step over the edge. With no other options, Inko used her telekinesis to hold the boy in midair and slowly bring him toward her. That was a mistake. The person she was holding suddenly shot toward her at great speed. She didn't have time to react and took an elbow straight to the nose. The force of the blow made her drop her hold on the boy, and she winced in pain. Her nose was now bleeding, and she looked at the one who struck her, now hovering in the air on green flames. Don't think for a moment I'll go anywhere with you, hero, he growled. Teleki ignored the pain and glared at the vigilante before her. Green Devil. Nearby, people looked up in shock. The Green Devil was in a standoff against the pro-hero Teleki. They took steps back in fear of the battle about to unfold. Teleki raised her fists while the Green Devil kept his arms at his sides. What are you doing here, monster? She growled. The devil glared back at her. Like you need to know. I was just leaving. This time, Izuku turned his back to her and began to fly away. No, you don't. Before he could get far, Inko stretched out her hand and grabbed him, pulling him back. Izuku emitted flames from his chest that neutralized Inko's telekinetic grasp, and he was once again hovering on his own. Inko tried to grab him again, but flames flared from his leg as well, negating her hold. You're a fairly high-ranked pro with an impressive quirk. Bet you never imagined someone could counter your power, Teleki. The flames from his chest took the shape of a cross that extended to his back. It disgusts me that this aspect of my power is inherited from you, but it'll have to do. I'll just relish the fact that you can't touch me now. You can thank your daughter. That experience pushed me to develop this telekinetic negation. A vein bulged on her forehead as she furiously flew toward her son. Don't you dare talk about my child. Izuku sidestepped, letting Inko crash into an air conditioning unit on the roof. So careless. Inko picked herself up and charged again. Izuku effortlessly dodged her flailing arms. Teleki was better at a distance, but her rage made her sloppy and predictable. Have you no shame? Attacking two lone youths in the dark. And what did you do to my son? She pressed the sun button. That was a mistake. The Green Devil caught one of her fists and twisted her arm. As Teleki screamed in pain, he spoke right in her ear. Who the hell are you talking about? Before kicking her down, Teleki clutched her right arm. It hurt more than she expected from a boy, and her fist was smoking. She looked up at the vigilante glaring down at her with barely suppressed anger. Your daughter and nephew were the ones who attacked me for years, and you did nothing. You pushed me away, and now you're focusing your guilt on me because you can't take the time to reflect. Don't you dare come to me proclaiming justice like you're a hero. Oblivious to his internal monologue and blinded by anger, she flew up to him, fists at the ready. Moronic. As soon as she was close enough, Izuku's entire body erupted in flames, disrupting Inko's telekinetic flight. Before she could fall, he caught her by the throat, bringing her face to face with the Green Devil. It was terrifying to stare into his fiery eyes, and his grip made it hard to breathe. You and your daughter are alike, fighting like naive children. You think you'll win just because you want it so badly. You know I can negate your power, yet you charged at me recklessly. Like a bull seeing red, that's the kind of thoughtless move I'd expect from All Might. Izuku then delivered a powerful kick to his mother's stomach, followed by a blast of heat that knocked her into a nearby building's wall. Flames wrapped around her, keeping her trapped. Stay down, hero. I have more important things to deal with than your ego. He turned to leave, but an empty bottle flew at him. He dodged it just in time and glanced back at Inko, who had managed to grab a dumpster and hurl its contents at him. You just don't know when to quit. Though her determination was admirable, she was doomed to fail from the start. Every shot she took missed as he dodged effortlessly. Frustrated, Inko hurled the entire dumpster at him. Please. Izuku scoffed, extending his hands as large flaming replicas caught the dumpster and crushed it easily. The wreckage fell to the ground with a loud thud, and Izuku looked down at his mother with disdain. He genuinely found it sad. This pushed Inko to act desperately. She placed her hand against the wall she was stuck to, and cracks formed around it. Izuku watched curiously as she pulled apart the wall, freeing herself and giving her more ammunition. She hurled chunks of cement at the Green Devil, intent on taking him down. He dodged effortlessly, reading her moves with ease. That's right, get mad. You're not even fighting me anymore, you're fighting the truth. You'll do anything to avoid owning up to your past mistakes, so you attack me in a futile effort to lessen the weight. That hatred inside you doesn't compare to what I feel for you and your family. It's what drove me to eliminate those thugs we encountered. So keep at it. Keep tearing down everything around you to reach me. Because in reality, you're only tearing down your own reputation. The Green Devil raised his right hand, using the fire around it to forge a searing hot blade, the same one that had taken down a dangerous villain. Inko watched in surprise and growing fear as he sliced through the bricks she threw with ease. She froze momentarily as he gauged her, relishing the fear written all over her face. What's wrong? Why aren't you attacking? Lost your nerve after realizing I'm not the street punk you expected? It's no surprise that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Just like those kids you coddle. The moment they saw I was in a different league, they cowered like weaklings. So, what about you? Who will you hide behind, hero? Izuku chose his words carefully, knowing exactly how to provoke his discouraged mother into another frenzy. It was entertaining to watch her flail helplessly, a way for her to repay the years of neglect she had caused. Inko pulled apart another large chunk from the building and threw it at Izuku, who easily sidestepped it. She repeated this tactic several more times, ripping out sizable pieces of the structure and hurling them at him. He either dodged or sliced the attacks in half. On the fifth attempt, he decided to show Inko something unforgettable. Another display of their difference in power, proving he should never be compared to the street thugs she was used to fighting. Izuku's hand blade returned to its natural fiery state, but then he did something that made Inko's eyes widen. I've studied this move extensively, time for its first test drive. The flames surrounded his forearm, glowing brighter as they condensed before he unleashed his attack. Flash Fire Fist, Jet Burn. As Izuku's fist collided with the chunk of stone, it exploded in a burst of intensely heated flames. The impact roared throughout the streets, heating the area considerably. I didn't think I'd unleash that much power. Endeavor, though I despise you, your moves have their uses for someone with my quirk. For instance, setting myself apart from the heroes you're so proud of. Meanwhile, Inko stared up in newfound horror. That's Flash Fire. Endeavor's strongest technique. How could he? How can some vigilante child use his techniques? She was finally starting to realize that Izuku was not to be underestimated. He sensed her fear, frustration, and resentment. Raising his hand, he flicked his fingers toward himself, making a "come at me" gesture. With few options left, Inko complied, picking up the tiny pebbles he had sliced and throwing them at him. The Emerald Demon was still able to dodge, but she kept getting closer, her desperation evident. This is getting annoying. He emitted flames from his entire body. When the pebbles made contact, Inko's hold disappeared, and they fell onto the porch of the hospital. Meanwhile, Rei was struggling with her nurse to go outside. This was supposed to be the day Rei introduced her nurse to Izuku. She knew better than anyone that he was deeply wounded and wanted to help. If he was open to it, some two-on-one therapy would have been beneficial. Unfortunately, she had chosen the evening of the fight between the Green Devil and Inko outside the hospital. Please, Rei. It's dangerous out there, the nurse begged, holding back the ice woman from running outside. I have to make sure Zu is okay. He's waiting for me. Rei pulled her arm free and dashed out of the hospital doors. Zu! She called out for the first person she had felt a deep connection to in years. Her voice reached the emerald figure soaring in the sky. She scanned the area for any sign of the green-haired boy, but he was nowhere to be found. Unfortunately, she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. A fragment of brick fell and struck her head, causing a sudden sharp pain that knocked her off her feet. She clutched her head in distress. Izuku froze in midair, witnessing the woman he had come to see as a maternal figure suffer an injury. However, Teleki was so focused on the Green Devil that all she cared about was stopping him. She flew back to him and delivered a powerful right hook to his cheek, but he didn't budge. His attention was entirely on the ice woman on the ground beneath them. Rei moved her hands, and a trickle of blood ran down her forehead. Izuku's heart sank. She was hurt. The one who had done so much for him in the last 2 weeks was in pain because, when Inko realized her punch had been ineffective, she pulled back and tried again, only for her hand to be caught once more. Rei is hurt, wounded. Endeavor put her here. And you? You picked a fight when I wasn't even doing anything just to satisfy your own ego. You didn't even flinch when she screamed. And yet, Inko felt her knuckles burning, but this time it was far worse. The very skin on her hand felt like it was melting. She tried to pull away, but it was futile. The Green Devil's grip tightened, causing her bones to ache from the pressure. Inko Yagi. He began in a low, menacing growl. Teleki froze for a moment. He knows my name? Who is this guy? Tell me something. Teleki suddenly cried out in agony as her hand was engulfed in scorching green flames. How can you call yourself a hero with a straight face? As he yelled, a massive pillar of fire erupted from him, with her at the center. The overwhelming power of his presence returned as her costume was incinerated from the sleeves and the bottom of her legs. She didn't burn for long as the devil released her hand and kicked her into the distance, quickly following. Hypocrite! Izuku shouted as he pulled back his arm and launched a massive fire fist that dwarfed Teleki's entire body. She screamed again as the impact rattled her. You can't even call yourself a decent mother. Izuku pulled her closer and began striking her with flame-covered fists, relentlessly attacking her in the evening sky, leaving her with burns and bruises. You fail to protect the person closest to you, try to forget about your utter failure as a hero and a mother, abandon me for being quirkless, ignore how horrible your daughter is, and take out your self-loathing on me without caring about how your actions affect others. Yet you have the audacity to call yourself a hero? Izuku finally ceased his barrage, preparing for a final strike. One last, close-up display of his power that placed him far above average villains. Flash Fire Fist. This time without holding back. Jet Burn. Green flames, nearly white-hot, erupted from his hand and elbow as he drove his fist forward. It connected with Inko's stomach in an instant. Upon impact, an unbearable wave of fire engulfed her whole body. Inko screamed as she was sent plummeting to the ground. We're not done. The devil flew after her. He landed on the roof of the building she was headed for, preparing a gentle landing for her. By raising his knee, Inko collided with his knee, her spine bending unnaturally from the force of the impact. A sickening crack echoed in their ears, drowning out her breathless whimpers. Izuku callously kicked Inko off of him and onto the floor of an alley marked with 4 familiar black marks. Just when Inko thought she could catch her breath, another heavy blow landed on her back. She gasped in pain. The Green Devil planted his foot on her, igniting flames around her. As if it's not bad enough you ignored me, you hurt someone who has nothing to do with us. Someone special to me. In just 2 weeks, she's been more of a mother to me than you have in years. Izuku's bitter thoughts fueled his flames to burn even hotter. Black smoke rose from the broken pro, who fought to stay conscious. She sensed that if she closed her eyes, they might never open again. Boop, boop. That's the sound of the police. 2 police cars arrived, and 4 officers stepped out with their weapons trained on the devil. Police! Freeze! We've got you, Izuku didn't even glance back before unleashing a massive wave of flames that engulfed 3 officers and both cars. The vehicles exploded in a blaze of orange, with only 1 officer managing to roll out of the way, sustaining injuries. Stay down before you become kindling for my fire. That goes double for you, he uttered without a hint of remorse. Izuku looked ahead, remembering this was the same alley where Bakugo and Yagi had tried to confront him. Now it could be his mother's final resting place. But the last word to leave her lips was something he couldn't ignore. Datsu, she whispered before finally going still. For reasons he couldn't comprehend, Izuku's burning hatred began to wane. He despised the disgrace beneath his foot, he truly did. But something within him urged him, don't do this. Could it have been pity? Remorse? No, certainly not. Whatever it was felt foreign, unfamiliar. Yet he chose to heed it, lifting his foot off the woman and extinguishing his flames. Teleki's back bore the marks of the merciless beating she had endured. Her skin was so badly burned that her muscles and tendons were visible. Izuku looked down at his so-called mother. And felt nothing. No pity, no regret, no anger. What kind of sick joke were you pulling here, huh? I only get your attention when I don't want it? Look at you now, hero. You know something? I used to look up to... I can't imagine why. Up until a few weeks ago, I was afraid of you. Afraid you'd find me. And now that you have, I actually feel insulted by myself. You're not even pathetic, you're just... nothing. Izuku walked to stand right next to her head. You brought this on yourself. When you charged at me with your self-righteousness, what did you expect to happen? You didn't even have the moral high ground. Did you learn nothing from your daughter's mistakes? Oh, what am I saying? Of course not. Because you're a failure as a mother and a poor excuse for a hero. Izuku then bent down and whispered into Inko's ear. I didn't kill those people, you did. Those criminals, those officers, all gone because you pushed me. Their blood is on your hands. How does that feel, hero? After finally saying all that he needed to say, Izuku stood up and walked out of the alley, feeling greatly refreshed. He saw a police officer still alive, but clearly injured as he crawled to where his gun had been blown away. Izuku covered his face in flames again and walked to the officer. Just as he placed his hand on his gun, the Emerald Demon placed his foot on the officer's hand. The cop winced in pain. Evening, officer, he greeted coldly. Why you? How could you do this? I thought you changed. You can't do this. His desperate words held no weight to someone pushed over the edge. You could say I had a change of heart, and you can thank the pro in that alley. I suggest you call an ambulance. She's in critical condition. If she dies here, All Might would be so sad, wouldn't he? The devil pressed his foot down even harder on the man's hand, causing him to wince. Please, think about what you're doing. You're better than this. Remember those kids you saved. The devil glared angrily as smoke began to rise under his foot. Don't remind me of my greatest regret, he growled. But speaking of them, they're being trained by All Might, right? Excellent. Then Teleki will make the perfect motivational gift for them. The police officer stared in shock at the flaming green orbs that held no warmth. Tell me, Green Devil, are you really a child or a monster? Izuku's face became vacant for a moment. That I am what this imbalanced world molded me to be. The heat on the officer's hand continued to rise, frightening him. No why dash. Bang. Izuku lifted his foot to survey the damage, a red substance dripping from the bottom of his foot. Where the gun once was a pile of ashes. Where the officer's hand once was a pool of blood. Izuku turned away and hovered in the air before blasting off. Tell Tsukachi and the big man I said hello. As Izuku flew off into the night, the events began to sink in. He had nearly harmed a pro and killed 3 police officers while severely wounding one. He would certainly have All Might and the entire hero society against him. The public certainly wouldn't agree with him now, especially after harming police. Let's not forget about the villains who might see him as more trouble than he's worth. Well, it looks like I'm going to have members from both sides coming after me. Although he knew that, he didn't feel discouraged or fearful. A small smile formed on his lips. Hated by everyone, huh? Hardly anything I'm not used to. Let's see how long I last. Elsewhere, a shadowed figure cheered as he watched the Green Devil flee the scene. Splendid, superb, absolutely stupendous. Well done, Izuku. You far exceeded my expectations. I thought you would toe the line after nearly harming your mother, but the things you said to her as she suffered. And that poor officer you spared before? Simply poetic. And the feeling you had when you spared your dear mother? I know what it really was. You felt that it's too soon for her to embrace the sweet release of death. She has too much to face before she can be allowed to die. I agree completely. However, as you know, This will make All Might desperate to find you. Assuming he's not too busy with that poor excuse for a successor. Fear not, I have faith that you will be able to handle him when the time comes. You know better than anyone that knowledge can be an even sharper blade than raw strength. I'll be watching you very carefully and sending a few tests of my own to help you reach your peak. The villain grinned as a number of test tubes holding strangely malformed figures lit up behind him. Show us what you're made of. Make us proud. The next day, Rei had a patch on her forehead where she was hurt and had just received a scolding from her nurse for reckless behavior that got her hurt. Because of that, she was confined to the hospital walls indefinitely, but she didn't care about that. She just wanted to see Zu again, but it was very unlikely she'd get the chance as far as she was concerned. She hated Telekinesis for that. The Green Devil was there, sure, but she was the one to initiate the fight. While Rei was stewing, she was unaware of the young man watching her through her window from the opposite building. Izuku felt a pang of sadness in his heart. I'm sorry, but this is for your own good. If I truly care about you, then I'll stay away. Goodbye. Mom. Inko's dreamscape. Inko, or rather, Telekinesis, was standing in the middle of a ruined park. It was the same park she remembered taking Izumi and Izuku to until they were 8. When she started bringing only one of them. But it wasn't the same park anymore. Everything was either melted or burned to ash, with smoke still rising. The destruction appeared to be recent. Mom. Telekinesis froze when she heard that voice. Looking across the playground, she saw her boy in his middle school uniform. He was in terrible condition. His uniform was burned and scuffed while he himself was bruised and bloodied, as if he had just been through a terrible ordeal. Tears were flowing down his cheeks as Inko ran toward him. Izuku, don't worry, it'll be okay. I'll protect you. When she got close, he started backing away, the unease on his face increasing as she approached. But, as usual, she ignored his feelings and kept running. That earned her an up-close and personal view as a hand seemed to burst through Izuku's chest from his back, holding his heart right in front of her. Hers and Izuku's eyes widened in horror as he staggered, blood spilling from his mouth. Inko turned to see a figure, the same height as Izuku, surrounded by green flames. Hello again, Telekinesis, the figure spoke, his voice distorted, crackling like fire. You. Suddenly, the playground was engulfed in flames. The hand gripping Izuku's heart ignited, and he gasped as smoke escaped from his wounds and mouth. Get off my son. Telekinesis shouted, extending her hand, but nothing happened. The Green Devil shook his head in disappointment. How dense are you? Did you forget I can neutralize telekinetic waves? You're powerless. Inko clenched her fists, trying to break free, but green chains wrapped around her, holding her back. You monster! You won't get away with this. For all the lives you've taken, I will. Telekinesis' heroic declaration was interrupted by Izuku's anguished groan, which erupted from his mouth in a burst of green flames. Spare me your heroic nonsense. Without power, you're not even worth my time. Don't you agree? At that question, Inko froze. Behind the Emerald Demon, a horrifying sight awaited her. Yes, them. They made good entertainment, but they broke far too easily. Katsuki and Izumi lay lifeless on the ground, and Izuku would soon join them. Inko's stomach churned, her heart sinking as she stared at the bloody, motionless bodies of her beloved children. Even Katsuki, her nephew, felt like family. Inko turned her attention to Izuku, who was barely recognizable. His uniform was completely burned away, skin charred and peeling, his eyes gone, and his heart held in a near-white heat. The worst was yet to come. Why didn't you save us? Telekinesis looked confused as the scene shifted to a burning graveyard. They stood beside a hauntingly familiar tombstone, Hisashi Midoriya, loving husband and father. The Green Devil held her only son above it. Tears streamed down Telekinesis' face, but they did nothing against the raging green flames. You weren't there when we needed you. How disappointing. Those were Izuku's final words before the Green Devil crushed his heart, reducing his body to ash on the grave. Telekinesis felt as if her heart was shattering, but the monster turned away, walking off. That you're a monster, she whispered. For turning your back on the weak? Ruining futures? Who are you to judge? Hero. Reality. Izuku. Inko thought while wandering the hall between life and death. Her severely injured body was under the careful watch of the top doctors at the central hospital, including All Might himself. The muscular hero held his unconscious wife's hand, praying for her recovery and cursing the monster responsible for this. The doctors assured him that, despite being on the brink of death, she would recover, though not as she once was. Teleki's back was severely damaged, and her agility would be greatly hindered moving forward. It was already a miracle she still had feeling below the waist. Meanwhile, in a reserved meeting room. A road to healing, you said? He may come quietly, you said? A better life for him, you said? Endeavor slammed his palm on the table, chastising Tsukachi for his naive words. The detective groaned into his hands, exhausted from dealing with the number 2 hero's tirade. The meeting room was reserved for police and heroes with a single goal: capture the Green Devil of Mizudafu. They enlisted the help of local heroes like Backdraft, Kamui Woods, Death Arms, and MT Lady, as well as experienced higher-ups. Among the top 20 were Ingenium, and from the top 10, Mirko, Hawks, Endeavor, Best Genist, and the legendary All Might, who was late to the meeting because he had gone straight to his wife's room. Their orders were simple: patrol the streets where the devil was most often sighted and arrest him on sight. This meeting was about how to approach that task. One of us tries to bring in that menace calmly, and what does he do? Hospitalizes Teleki. Endeavor yelled. With all due respect, Endeavor, that's why we're here. To discuss strategy for dealing with this guy. Endeavor scoffed and stormed toward the exit. Strategy for what? Some brat on a power trip? I'll leave you with some of my sidekicks, they should do. Tsukachi pinched the bridge of his nose as the flame hero left. Now that's what I call a team player, MT Lady remarked. He lasted longer than I expected, Hawks added. How about we get this started before I bounce too? Mirko said, tapping her foot impatiently. Tsukachi sighed. Well, Endeavor and All Might are capable enough. All right, here's our target. Muri. A man with green skin and 2 short antennae stepped forward. His quirk, Memory, allowed him to look into a person's memories and convert them into viewable media. It required a device to display the memories, and the clarity depended on how much the mind resisted. On the screen at the end of the room was a short figure, his face and chest obscured by green flames. This rugrat, Death Arms growled, harboring a grudge against the vigilante for rescuing 2 kids while he waited for an opening to do so himself. The Green Devil, as the public calls him. From what we've gathered, he's killed 5 villains and 3 officers, severely injured Teleki, and leaves behind a trail of half-dead criminals. He's a child, likely 12 or 13, with a green fire quirk not in our database. Many at the table seemed taken aback. He's seriously that young? Isn't this a little extreme? Maybe it's just a delinquency phase. Tsukachi shook his head. You think he's someone to take lightly? Tell that to Teleki in the emergency room. The projector displayed a list of the Green Devil's known abilities. His flames burned chillingly cold, invoking fear and unease in his opponents. He can also increase the temperature to a level that can incinerate people instantly. He has shown flight capabilities, pyrokinesis, and advanced combat skills, learning from each battle to improve himself. In an alley, he faced off against 2 kids, one of whom possessed a telekinetic ability. A few weeks later, he developed a technique that made him resistant to telekinetic waves, which ultimately led to his victory over Teleki. He had a close encounter with a villain wielding a blade quirk, and shortly after that, he created a more powerful blade of his own, sharp and heated enough to cut through anything. The heroes were beginning to take this situation seriously. His ability to learn and adapt may be his most dangerous weapon. We need to bring him in as soon as possible. That's why you're all here. Win or lose, as long as he's out there, he'll continue to learn and grow. The longer we wait, the more unpredictable he seems to become. The worst-case scenario we want to avoid is if he harms anyone in his path and gains the strength to challenge even our strongest heroes. Best Genist spoke up. To that end you must have devised a plan for us in case we encounter this powerful child. Tsukachi nodded. You will all be patrolling in teams of 2. We're creating conditions to give him extremely low chances of victory or escape. Death Arms placed his hand on the table. Hold on, all of us, plus police and other heroes patrolling the streets is already sufficient. Now team-ups? This is a kid we're talking about. Tsukachi nodded to Mori, who switched the projection to a video format. It featured footage from the alley where the Green Devil confronted a villain, along with clips from Teleki herself. The video was brief but enough to erase any doubts the heroes had about this pint-sized threat. When cornered, the Emerald Demon displayed his fierce determination and will to survive. When provoked by Teleki, he unleashed a fiery intensity that overwhelmed several professionals. Most astonishingly, he was able to perfectly replicate Endeavor's flash-fire fist. A child had accomplished what a grown man had dedicated years to mastering. It was fortunate Endeavor was not present, otherwise his anger might have turned the room to ash. That is what we are up against. The reason we're all here today, All Might said as he finally joined the meeting. His serious demeanor made it clear he meant business. Hey, something's been on my mind, Hawks said, raising his hand. So this kid has a super powerful quirk that could potentially do anything. How is it we don't have any record of him? Good question, Hawks, Tsukachi replied. He could simply be a late bloomer. It's also possible that someone has kept him and his abilities hidden. Someone capable of concealing a super powerful child from the world for 13 years? Who could be skilled enough to pull that off? Tsukachi redirected the conversation back to their mission. As I said, we're creating conditions so that he is at a disadvantage. You'll all be patrolling in teams. Ingenium and Best Genist, a capture specialist and a speedster make a good combination. MD Lady and Death Arms relying on their immense physical strength. Kamui Woods and Backdraft widespread capture range and the ability to cool flames. Endeavor and Mirko preferred to be independent rather than paired with sidekicks. All Might and Hawk's unmatched speed and power. Looks like it's you and me, huh, big guy? Hawk's carefree demeanor brought a small smile back to All Might's face. I'm glad to have you by my side, wing hero. Tsukachi clapped his hands together. All right, you've all been assigned your teams. Remember, if you encounter him, be quick and decisive. No prolonging the fight or letting your guard down. He has a talent for adapting. Understood, Kamui said next to Backdraft. That demon's going straight to justice. Death Arms declared, punching his fist into his palm. A kid demon, Lady pointed out to him. After the meeting, most of the heroes left to begin patrolling their designated areas. Meanwhile, Tsukachi and All Might remained behind to talk. So, how are the kids handling this? Toshinori bristled at the question. This hasn't deterred Katsuki's determination at all. In fact, he's training harder than ever. Izumi is too, but she and her mother share the same quirk, and you saw what happened. Yeah. And the other one? Toshinori looked confused for a moment before remembering. Yes, Melissa is actually more motivated to come to Japan with her support expertise. She's eager to equip Katsuki and Izumi with her impressive inventions. Tsukachi nodded without looking at the symbol of peace. Right, David Shield's daughter. History seems to be repeating itself, huh? All Might had debuted in America with David Shield as his go-to for equipment and costumes. Now he envisioned Izumi and Melissa as the next generation of that fond memory. It seemed he had made his decision about his successor. But there was something that disturbed Tsukachi. He didn't mention his missing son, but his quirkless niece who would be moving in next year. Toshinori, don't tell me. Their conversation was interrupted when Hawks re-entered the room with his usual carefree smile. Ready to do this, number one? All Might's smile returned. Don't start without me, Hawks. Tsukachi watched them leave. Even if you can't find him, gather any and all intel you can. Hawks waved over his shoulder. You got it, boss man. The door closed. A few seconds later, Hawks burst back in. We've got a problem, boss man. Tsukachi nearly jumped out of his skin. Damn it, Hawks. Our next case could be my last if you keep that up. And what problem? You haven't even left the building yet. Hawks looked out the window at the city. I think you know what I'm talking about. The big guy. Tsukachi sighed. Look, I've got nothing but respect for All Might, but in his current state of mind, he could be more trouble than help in this. I mean, he wasn't even smiling when he walked in. Most of the general public can't imagine what that looks like. Tsukachi brewed some coffee while listening to the young pro. Yeah, after what happened with Teleki, he'll likely be less than patient in this situation. Hawks rested his fist under his chin in thought. Late bloomer. He had a quirkless son, didn't he? Missing, allegedly kidnapped. Tsukachi nodded. Hawks asked him to pull up the video memory from Teleki's encounter with the devil. He studied the green flame user more carefully this time. At first, it looked like he was toying with Teleki, not taking her seriously. He seemed quite talkative for a brooding rebel. Though, that could just be a general disdain for heroes. The video continued until the end. That's definitely not something to overlook. Whatever Teleki said or did, it made him fight like a different person. Something just snapped inside him. Tsukachi took a sip of his coffee. Too bad Teleki doesn't remember more details. She was so focused on him, it was like she had tunnel vision. Hawks pulled down his golden shades. This kid, you said he's not only strong but smart. He observes abilities, even mid-battle, and adapts to meet them or copies them to gain an advantage. His fighting style could change at any moment. He must have a library of notes, huh? Tsukachi glared down at his mug. Quick question, what was Teleki's ex-husband's quirk? Fire breath, but nowhere near the level the Green Devil is on. Kids often show more potential than their parents had. Izumi Yagi is an example of that. One last thing I'm curious about, his motivation. What's driving him to be the Green Devil? Tsukachi put down his mug. Don't tell All Might. He beckoned for the wing hero to follow him. He handed Hawks a file that had been confidential until now. Izuku Yagi, born quirkless. Missing within the same week the Green Devil appeared. Parental quirks, fire type and telekinesis. Hawks speed-read through the file. It was speculation backed by strong evidence. He closed it and looked at Tsukachi with an unusually serious expression. All Might and Teleki can't see this, not until we have solid proof. The two of them left the building. Izuku spent years studying all kinds of heroes, villains, their quirks, and fighting styles. He has encyclopedic knowledge on the subject, and combining that with bitterness and a power we know little about could be seriously dangerous. Tsukachi nodded. We'll stop him from falling even deeper. No matter what he's done, he's still a hurting child. Elsewhere, a shadowed figure grinned. Ah, isn't this a double-edged sword? You've become so strong that now the heroes are mobilizing. Though perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. I wonder how the adoring public will react as their champions fail to bring down a lone vigilante, inadvertently inspiring budding villains to act. All Might being in the dark about Izuku's fate works in my favor. He'll swing mercilessly at his own son, feeding the fire that propels him. This will make quite a show. You heroes have unknowingly doomed yourselves and will only sharpen the blade that will end up in my grasp. It was a usual morning for Izuku no, the Green Devil. He started off by taking down the scum of Mizudafu's underbelly. This time, he found a clipboard with a list of orders. All for one? Who's that? A boss villain, no doubt. He would make sure not to forget that name. After walking out of the shipping harbor warehouse, semi-covered in grime, a tree branch seemingly attacked him. Halt, villain. Kamui Woods appeared, wrapping his branch arm around the young vigilante. Izuku was about to break free, but was knocked off his feet by a heavy blast of water. Your reign of terror is over. Backdraft yelled, wielding an infinite supply of water to counter the boy. The devil stood back up, steam rising off him. Heroes, he growled in annoyance. Kamui Woods and Backdraft confronted him. The Arbor hero stretched his arm to wrap around Izuku's torso. Enough is enough, boy. Stand down, Kamui said, while Backdraft aimed his water jets at the captured vigilante. You can't beat two heroes. Give it up. Izuku analyzed the situation. Kamui Woods has wide-range capture moves, but Wood is a terrible match for fire. That's why Backdraft is here, to keep me from burning him. Not a bad matchup. Suddenly, flames erupted from Izuku's feet. But unwise nonetheless. He blasted off the ground with the speed and force they would have expected from Endeavor or Mirko. Kamui had the foresight to dig his feet into the concrete, maintaining his hold while Backdraft worked to cool the flames beneath him. An enormous wave of steam erupted. However, he's not losing any strength. The water should be extinguishing his heat. Kamui thought. Eventually, the steam dissipated, but the flames remained. He switched to cold flames that only extinguished when he chose. Over his shoulder, he gave the heroes a dismissive glare. Suddenly, his flames intensified, and he pulled away from Kamui with renewed strength. No, you don't. The Arbor hero resorted to using both arms to pull the green flame user back. That was a mistake. The chilling flames poured directly onto him, causing his grip to loosen. Damn it! Izuku looked down as Backdraft pointed his water jets to the ground, using a heavy blast to propel himself up to the Green Devil's height. He prepared to unleash a wave of water on the boy. You fool! Kamui Woods yelled in pain before Backdraft could attack. Both heroes looked down to see a wave of green fire engulf the Arbor hero, scorching his upper half. It didn't come from the Devil's feet. It was a new fire that erupted from the ground where he had blasted off. They focused so intently on him that they were open to anything. The Arbor hero fell to the ground, charred and beaten. Kamui no! Backdraft cried out. The Green Devil burned his way out of the wood that coiled around him, controlling it so that Kamui Wood's arms became completely black and fell to pieces. Why you monster! Backdraft yelled, his voice trembling with fear. The Green Devil calmly hovered down. Don't worry, they'll grow back. Backdraft held out his arms and unleashed a torrent of water, but the Emerald Demon crossed his arms to block and engulfed himself in flames. The biggest wave of steam yet formed around them. I'm tired of this, Izuku thought as he slowly began walking toward the Hydro hero. Backdraft was horrified by what he was witnessing. He was giving it his all to quell the heat, yet the green inferno continued to advance toward him. No, this can't be. Through the violent hissing of evaporating water, Izuku was close enough that his opponent could hear him. Your water could be enough to put out Endeavor's fire, but my flames are much more resilient than his. Next time, try using ice. That was the last thing Backdraft heard before a flaming fist struck his stomach, sending him flying back a few meters. The Green Devil hovered in the dim alleys of Mizudafu near a station. It was midday and he hadn't encountered much. Normally at this time, he would be in his civilian alter ego, Zu, but he wasn't quite ready to wear that mask. He needed to clear his mind before donning the identity that reminded him of the kind girls he had met, including Rei, who had gotten hurt while searching for him. Need a handkerchief? Izuku's head jerked to the side, where he saw the pro-hero, Death Arms, standing on the balcony of an apartment. He wore a cocky smirk, fists pulled back. In an instant, Izuku put some distance between them, heading straight for the alley's exit. Weird place for him to patrol. It was the same with Backdraft and Kamui Woods. These heroes. When he saw the light at the end of the tunnel, it was obstructed by a creamy and purple suit hugging a striking figure. Of course you're here. The Green Devil didn't even bother to change direction, letting the towering heroine push him to the ground and hold him down under her giant palm. Sorry kiddo, but your joyride's over, she said. The impact didn't hurt Izuku in the slightest. He wrapped himself in dense cold fire that cushioned the blow and stood up to push Empty Lady off of him. He slipped through her fingers and was met with a fist to his gut. You got here quick, he thought as he flew backward, feeling no pain or danger whatsoever. Death Arms pinned the Green Devil to the ground and began striking him into the pavement. The Green Flame user crossed his arms to block the attacks. Nearby citizens watched and cheered as the pro-hero pummeled the Vigilante. Lady, however, was concerned. Hey, take it easy. Are you trying to hurt him? Death Arms continued swinging until the pavement beneath them cracked. He's tough enough to take it. Aren't you, you punk? He kept punching, eventually breaking through the boy's defenses and landing blows to his stomach and chest. This continued for several minutes until the pro broke a sweat. How'd you like that, huh? Death Arms felt assured of himself. Even if the boy wasn't unconscious, he would be too damaged to move. So you can imagine the shock when Izuku stood up out of the rubble without so much as a stumble. He casually picked himself up and wiped off the dirt. Death Arms and everyone around went slack-jawed at the Green Devil's apparent lack of injury. The muscular hero backed up slightly. The Green Devil spoke in a cold tone. "Not bad. You might have even bruised me." Now angered, the pro clenched his fists at his sides. "Why, you little—" He stopped when the devil suddenly appeared directly in front of him. He closed the gap in an instant with a hot fist ped back. Before Death Arms could react, a searing punch struck his chin, followed by a heat wave that propelled him sky-high. "Jeech," the pro groaned as he felt the sting and smoke rising from his chin. He was launched high enough that MT Lady was able to catch him. On the ground, the people looked at the scene in horror. The Green Devil had completely shrugged off punches strong enough to break concrete and sent Death Arms flying with one strike. But Izuku didn't care about them. He had his sights set on the muscle-bound hero. How obnoxious. Only a bully tries to solve his problems with brute force. He thought as he flew up to a rooftop at the same height as the pros. Death Arms was clearly enraged, veins popping and sweat rolling down his forehead as he glared at the Emerald Demon. And like any bully, you're far easier to take down than you think. ME Lady tried whispering calming words to her coworker, but it was overshadowed by two simple words from the Green Devil. "I'm bored," he said as he turned his back to them. Death Arms snapped. "What did you just say, you heartless little brat?" In spite of his rageful outburst, the Green Devil just turned his back and walked away slowly. "I said I'm bored. You're boring me." That was the last straw. Death Arms leaped from ME Lady's hands, poised to crush the devil. How sad. Izuku just put his hand behind his head and unleashed a torrent of green heat. Death Arms was entirely engulfed and landed on the ground in a smoking heap. When he regained consciousness, he would have to live with the fact that he wasn't taken seriously for even a moment by a vigilante child. That just left MT Lady to deal with. She tried to grab him, but she couldn't hold on without getting burned. As she blew on her smoking palms, Izuku looked at her with pain in his flaming eyes. "Takayama. Forgive me." He ignited his right arm and moved it forward. A massive arm of moderately hot flames emerged and caught MT Lady's face. The mountainous hero was caught off guard and was pushed to the ground in a surprisingly quick motion. The ground shook with a small tremor, and when she gathered her bearings, the boy was nowhere to be seen. That sure felt familiar. The Green Devil stood above the rooftops of Mizudafu, bathed in the orange light of the setting sun. He went to a district that wasn't too crowded. No police, no heroes, just the public going about their business. Just as I thought. The heroes are laser-focused on me, to the point they neglect areas where I haven't been seen or very active. That leaves the public to fend for themselves while they're getting their butts handed to them. Right as he finished his thought, he noticed a young teenage girl trying to get rid of a punk her age. He was flexing, showing off his quirk to her, while she couldn't care less. His quirk covered his arms in stone. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he realized that was one of his ex-classmates from Aldera. And that girl with purple hair and EUX cord earlobes. Kyoka? He was suddenly overcome with a blinding desire to confront the blockhead currently harassing the purplet. He moved in close enough to hear them while staying out of sight and made a fire blade out of his right arm. "Come on, babe. With a quirk as tough as mine, I could keep your delicate self safe." Kyoka glared at him, her expression sharp. "How are you going to protect anything with such a fragile-looking power?" The boy's irritation flared. "What did you say?" "My quirk is top tier compared to your freaky ears. Why don't we test that?" The girl's ear jacks shot straight at the boy's stone-covered arms, sending heavy vibrations that shattered the rock and left his arms limp. She flipped him off before walking away. "Like I said, fragile." While he lay defeated on the floor, a green-haired spectator above wore a wide grin, watching the once bullied girl he saved walk away confidently. "At least I don't have to worry about her." As he prepared to leave, he noticed suspicious movement in the corner of his eye. A grown man was checking his surroundings before disappearing into the darkness of an alley. He followed and saw the man was on a call. Extending his hand, Izuku discharged small green embers to hover around the man, close enough to hear both ends of the conversation from a distance. "How are the heroes doing?" "Just like you said, Demon Lord. So focused on the Green Devil, we can get away with pretty much anything," the agent replied. "Demon Lord?" Sounds like a self-absorbed boss villain, Izuku thought. Easy now, depending on how things go, that could change dramatically. "I take it the preparations are going according to plan." "Yes, sir. In just 1 month, it'll be ready for its first test drive." The Demon Lord grinned wickedly. "Excellent, and I'd just like to say, thank you." The agent smiled proudly. "It's been my pleasure to serve you all for being such a good martyr." As the villain leader finished speaking and hung up, the agent felt a chill run down his spine. No, he dropped his phone and looked. Green embers. No, he wouldn't. From above, a ball of green fire approached at alarming speeds. "Not like this." The desperate man raised his hands, emitting sparks of electricity, but they were useless against the boy's protective flames. The force of the attack overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The Green Devil picked up the man's phone and scrolled through the contacts. No incriminating IDs. He checked the call history and dialed the number, but it was no longer in use. This villain covered his tracks well, but he left one thing behind: his agent, whom the police could interrogate. Izuku ignited the alley in green flames, which someone would surely notice and report. As he fled the scene, something nagged at him. That was definitely all for one, the Demon Lord. If he has a gang of criminals at his command, he's not someone to take lightly. Did he secure those drags that Blade villain used? And what's he plotting in a month? The more he thought, the more confusing it became. This guy likes to operate in the shadows, keeping a safe distance. He knows how to cover his tracks. He knew I was listening. He wanted me to listen. What's going down in a month's time? All for one, what are you plotting? It had been a week since the incident with that agent and learning about All for One's scheme, at least one of them. But Izuku remained in the dark about so much. That left at least another 3 weeks before his plan could take shape. Where was the Demon Lord hiding? What did he want with the Green Devil? How long had he been watching? How much did he know? These questions kept the young vigilante on edge, making him even less willing to show mercy to villains and criminals. His thoughts were interrupted when his clothing suddenly became unbearably tight, immobilizing him. He found it nearly impossible to move without tearing his clothes. Best Jeanist. While he couldn't move his body, he could still emit flames to keep him airborne. Suddenly, Izuku sensed something hot and fast coming his way. He felt it was about to strike him and tried to protect himself with his flames. He felt a powerful blow to the back of his head, the heat of a radiator briefly contacting his quirk. Ingenium. The impact sent him crashing to the ground. He managed to turn his now bleeding head to glare at the Fiber Hero and Turbo Hero. "Apologies for the rough methods, but even if you are a child, we can't let you continue tearing everything around you apart," Best Jeanist said, looking strained. "It's over, no more running," Ingenium added. Izuku growled and tried to ignite his quirk, but Best Jeanist tightened his hold, making it hard for him to breathe. "Resistance is futile. You may be a match for the local heroes, but we're highly regarded for a reason." The Green Devil fell silent and extinguished the flames surrounding him. "That's better." Ingenium moved to grab the captured vigilante, but suddenly he doubled over, feeling intense pain in his calves, smoke rising from them. "Ingenium, what's the matter?" Best Jeanist's attention wavered, and he loosened his grip on the Green Devil. Quickly igniting his right arm in flames hot enough to incinerate his sleeve, Izuku blasted the ground beneath him and launched himself upward. Not so fast. Blackout bind. The fabric around Izuku tightened again, especially around his neck. He couldn't move or breathe, but this time his arm was free. He raised it high, flames burning hotter and brighter around it. Flash Fire Fist, Hell Spider. Flaming tendrils the size of the Green Devil's arm erupted from his fingers. Best Jeanist stared in awe at the boy's display before doing his best to evade. "That's Endeavor's move." but on a larger scale. Best Jeanist had to limit his movements to maintain his hold on the boy while avoiding being burned alive, but Ingenium couldn't even get off the ground. Izuku sent a fire tendril toward the downed speedster, forcing Jeanist to quickly move out of the way. That gave Izuku the opening he needed, and both upper pros were engulfed in hot flames. The viridescent inferno that scorched their skin was the last thing they saw before their target vanished. Central Hospital. That I have no words, Tsukachi said. Most of the heroes involved in this operation were on medical beds, receiving treatment for their severe burns. Best Jeanist, Ingenium, Death Arms, Backdraft, Kamui Woods, and Any Lady, whose hands and part of her face were burned, were all injured and beaten by the demon child. The only ones left were All Might and Hawks. To make matters worse, the Green Devil's friend had given them even more reason to be concerned. After looking through the man's memories, they glimpsed brief flashes of a warehouse, test tubes, beakers, and green fire. They would have seen much more if the man hadn't been so determined to keep his secrets. Even after betraying his pawns, All for One still commanded such loyalty. Several heroes had been defeated, there were reasons to suspect All for One was back in action, and the public was losing faith in heroes. All of this chaos stemmed from one child. We need to bring him in not just for the public's peace of mind, but for everyone's safety, including his own. If that monster were to gain control of his quirk, I don't like our odds, Tsukachi said at his desk, with Hawks beside him. The young pro seemed distant. All Might and I split up on patrol. We have communicators you can track and alert us if the other finds something. Tsukachi looked at him, wondering where he was going with this. Cut us off. You can track us, but no alerts. I'll handle the Green Devil myself. Tsukachi stared at him, incredulous. What? How are you going to do that? You're facing an opponent who can burn your feathers. Fighting him alone plays right into his hands. Hawks casually rested his hands behind his head. Yeah, and he probably knows that too. I'd be in trouble in a fight. This carefree attitude did not ease Tsukachi's concerns. The kid's fast, has sharp eyes and reflexes, and after battling all those heroes, he must have improved significantly since the guy who almost defeated Teleki. Before Tsukachi could genuinely ask if Hawks had lost his mind, the wing hero looked at him seriously. But this is better than having All Might with me. In fact, that's the scenario I want to avoid. Tsukachi sighed. I think I'm starting to understand your perspective. All Might may not be concerned with peaceful methods? Not very fitting for someone called the Symbol of Peace. Hawks finished for him. But that's one of the reasons I paired you two together. You can rein him in if he loses himself to rage. Hawks smirked at the detective. Yeah, and as fun as it's been being the #1 hero's sidekick, I've got a better plan in mind. Well, an idea. Okay, a gamble. The kid is nowhere near All Might's level. Let's keep it that way. The Green Devil stood triumphantly in the middle of an almost empty 4-lane road. The only vehicle was a flaming car down the road, with unconscious thugs next to it. Suddenly, he had to roll out of the way of incoming projectiles aimed at his position. Displaying his agility, he backflipped into the air, ducking an incoming red and yellow blur that landed on the ground. Hey yo! Hawks called from below him, 2 large feather blades in hand. The #3 hero. The Green Devil ignited their surroundings in a ring of green fire. Hawks didn't feel the temperature rise. He can switch from cold to hot as easily as flipping a switch. He must know I'm in a bad spot, and this is insurance. The wing hero looked up at the vigilante youth, flames dancing in his hands. He pointed his blades at the boy, beckoning him to come at him. And the Green Devil did just that, propelling himself toward the wing hero, ready for a showdown. He unleashed a strong wave of heat from his left hand, which Hawks dodged. He went to my right side. Why not above the flames and attack from my blind spot? Regardless, Izuku took a shot at his right. Hawks was quick enough to dodge again. He could have used the flames already behind me to hold me down. The 2 young men were analyzing each other, coming to a conclusion. He's holding back, studying me. But here is where they differed. He must have heard from his friends how dangerous I am. So why bother with this when it'd be easier to just take me down? Izuku wondered. Meanwhile, Hawks was beside a roaring forest green blaze, ready to put his plan into action. Get ready for this. The green devil charged straight at him, bladed arm ready. And Hawks threw his feather blades into the fire, sending a large amount of feathers flying, reducing his wings to just under half their full size. Izuku stopped in confusion. Hawks was already at a disadvantage, but now he had completely changed the game. But, do you have a death wish? He simply asked. Hawks chuckled carelessly. Nah, but I would if I was planning to fight you. The wing hero kicked his right foot over the left and put his hands behind his head, looking completely relaxed. Fire and cramped spaces don't really work for me, and this flaming cage you've made would make fighting you a nightmare. You're a bright kid. You must know the ins and outs of my quirk. The green devil gauged Hawks carefully, reading his thermal energy to detect his emotional state. He wasn't exactly calm, but he wasn't stalling for time either. He wanted to talk. Against his better judgment, Izuku let his hand blade diminish. Fierce wings, he began. Your feathers are tough yet supple. You control each one and pick up vibrations through them from a long distance. You have peerless speed and movement, but weaknesses to fire and power types categories I fall into. The wing hero clapped his hands. Top marks, kid. You're up next. He ignited his fist in a large ball of fire. I mean, don't you think it's fair? You know all the important stuff about my quirk, can I know a little about yours? The boy was silent and in a position to attack. Hawks sighed and pulled out his earpiece, tossing it into the fire. No one's listening, I'm not expecting any backup, and I'm in no position or mood to fight you. Just a friendly chat. Izuku strained his senses to pick up even a hint of deceit from the young pro. Nothing. He was being completely honest, which made Izuku almost want to talk. No matter how bitter and angry he may be, he had never had someone offer to discuss quirks with him. Hawks knew he was making progress when the flames surrounding them became slightly weaker. Psycho flames, he began. That's what I call them. They're flames that react to my emotional state. When I'm angry, they burn with intensity. But when I'm calm, he held out his hand and blasted Hawks, who put up his arms to block but felt no heat, despite being on fire. My flames are cold and cause my enemies' anxiety and fear to spike dramatically. With focus, I can control the temperature regardless of what I'm feeling. Hawks patted down his sleeves. Huh, it's cold, but I don't feel afraid. Cautious, yes, but not trembling like those criminals he's fought. So does that mean he doesn't see me as an enemy? Interesting, but there's a lot more to it than that, right? Like, how can you negate telekinesis? Izuku clenched his fist, and Hawks felt a slight increase in temperature. My quirk has many facets, I'm still figuring it out myself. One of them is pyrokinesis. He demonstrated by throwing a ball of fire into the air and spinning it around. Whether it's my own fire or someone else's, I can control it with my mind, hence the term psycho in my power's name. Hawks raised an eyebrow. He has telekinetic properties in his fire that must have clashed against teleki and caused the waves to cancel each other out. I also have sensory enhancements. Izuku interrupted his thoughts. I can sense the heat of anything, give myself thermal vision, and detect a person's emotional state by sensing their body temperature. That's the only reason I've been talking to you this long. I can also see and hear through the fires I've lit, which I guess makes us alike. The boy was surprised to find himself growing closer to the hero. Wow, what can't you do? Izuku looked down at the ground, and his flames weakened slightly. That go back to who I was. Hawks's smile faded. Here it comes, the vulnerability. It'll only get tougher from here. Yeah, you've done some pretty messed up things. You may be right, maybe you can't go back to your old life. The wing hero took a step toward the vigilante. But who says you can't create something better? Izuku looked up at him in surprise, the fire in his hand extinguishing. I'm going off my gut here, but for someone labeled a cold-blooded murderer, you've been surprisingly calm to talk to. You didn't choose this path, you were pushed in a different direction. Am I right? The boy didn't answer. He didn't need to. The fading fire covering his eyes was answer enough. Hawks took another step closer, and the boy remained motionless. "Why?" he finally asked in a shaky voice, sounding fragile, like he wanted to cry. "Why are you going this far? You could just arrest me and be done with it." Hawks brushed a lock of hair from his forehead. "Yeah, that would be easier. But easy and beneficial aren't the same thing. You may not be a huge fan of us, but heroes do more than just hand out punishments." The flames in Izuku's eyes were extinguished, and his messy, dark green curls fell over his forehead. "That hasn't been my experience." His voice was choked, struggling to hold something back. Hawks took 3 more steps toward the boy, ready to extend his hand. "I knew it. Despite everything you've done, you're just a kid who feels scared and alone. I'm sorry, but there's no getting around it. You still took lives, both good and bad. Atone for your sins. Once you do that." Hawks paused and extended a helping hand to the boy. "That I'm more than happy to help you build a better life." Izuku was speechless as he stared at the hand in front of him and the man offering it. He had been set on walking the path of a ruthless vigilante, believing no one would help him. But looking back on it, was he really ready to live his life in blood? It sounded better than going back to having his blood spilled, but he didn't dare entertain the notion of something better. A single tear fell down his cheek and onto the flames covering his mouth, which slowly began to fade away too. Hawks could make out freckles and a scar. Izuku let his hand rise up to meet Hawks's. This path of atonement would surely force him to face his past, his family and friends, abusers and deserters. But if that's what it would take... "Hey, how long have we been talking?" Izuku suddenly asked, confusing Hawks. A couple of minutes or so?" The boy quickly surrounded himself in green flames again, hiding his face, much to Hawks's dismay. "And how long has there been a giant ring of fire in the middle of the street?" Before Hawks could answer, Izuku was launched skyward by a cold pillar of flames. "No, wait!" the bird yelled as he was blown out of the fire ring. Once he was out, the flames grew taller and burned with intensity. "Damn it! What the hell? I thought I was getting through to him. He knows I was sincere from start to finish, so why? What could make him? Please no." On the ground, the green devil had tears in his eyes, but they turned to steam in an instant. "I'm sorry, but this is for your own good. You don't have enough feathers to play support. From my embers rising in the sky, I had a bird's eye view of the area. He is here." He dug his heel into the pavement, causing a powerful eruption where he stood. The torn-up pieces of road were carried by his flames into a dense shield for the boy, but it only survived one hit from the red and blue blur that collided with it. Hawks could do nothing but watch helplessly from above as the scenario he wanted to avoid became reality. Another could only watch with glee, happy that All Might was always so punctual when delivering his brand of justice. "That was such a touching moment, Takami. I think I feel a single tear forming." Sadly, Izuku needs to be volatile if he is to truly make something better of himself. The green devil slid back, his arms throbbing in pain as the cushioned force still managed to damage him. He glared at the hulking mass of justice in all his glory. "At last we meet," his booming voice said as the dust settled. "Green devil." All Might finished without any trace of a smile. The green devil glared back with hatred. "All Might. And grief. Dad. Die." Bakugo yelled as he fired a barrage of large explosions at some training dummies. "HAA!" Izumi exclaimed in exertion as she quickly flung her dummies at the nearby wall. When All Might took the 2 as his trainees, he decided to do so in his agency. Having top-notch training equipment and an environment that pushes them to be their best would make it go much smoother. This will only last for the next month, after which they'll begin juggling training with homeschool. The pair took a breather with some cold water bottles. "This couldn't be better." Katsuki huffed with a mischievous grin. "Yeah, training with the #1 hero. By the time we get to UA, we'll be better than the average pro," Izumi said while sipping her water. Katsuki's grin grew wider. "Not just that. While we're here getting better every day, All Might's eventually going to find the green devil and take him down." The blonde wiped the sweat from his brow and clenched his fist. "I hope he doesn't go down too easily, not before we've had a chance to pay him back." Hawks cursed in his head as he circled above the green inferno that towered as high as the buildings it was engulfing. All Might and the Green Devil know, Izuku and his stepdad were facing off in an arena he couldn't hope to enter. Just when I was making some real headway. All I can do now is get civilians away from the danger zone. Easier said than done after losing so many feathers. Damn it, Izuku, you better make it out alive. While Hawks kept his eyes peeled for stragglers, he listened to the confrontation between the devil and the symbol of peace through a feather he left in the arena. All Might had his fists at his sides while his young opponent was in a tense battle stance. All Might was the first to speak. Put out your flames, let's talk. The boy didn't comply. Behind his fiery cover, he was seething. You come flying at me, attack without any assessment, and expect me to have a chat with you? Get lost, he said. All Might wasn't going to accept that response. Easy now, this doesn't have to be a fight. The fire lit in the Green Devil burned brighter. The tar beneath him began to melt and bubble beneath his feet. You don't want to fight? Then get away from me. He jumped into the air, his whole body engulfed in flames, and pulled his fist back, launching a fiery strike 10 times the size of his entire body. All Might didn't make a single move to block. The impact was felt beyond their hellish arena, and the heat washed over everything nearby. The cool evening atmosphere became scorching in an instant, yet All Might remained unfazed. Trust me, son, you don't want this to escalate. All Might lunged at the Emerald Demon and grabbed his arm, but was stunned to see it break away in his grip, along with the rest of his form. All Might realized it wasn't the real him when 2 more human-shaped flames struck him simultaneously. His heat mirages. Inko mentioned these. That thought made him clench his fists. So where is the real deal? All Might didn't know it, but Izuku was watching him through the fire clones he effortlessly dispatched. He observed All Might's movements with laser focus, noting how his muscles locked up and how quickly he could react, everything down to the last-minute detail. It wouldn't be extremely useful since All Might was far from fighting seriously, but it could at least help. Stop this boy. I'm only here to help you. Suddenly, All Might felt himself being restrained by near white-hot tendrils. They burned hot enough to melt through solid concrete, leaving only scorch marks on All Might's costume. In a twisted version of Endeavor's Hell Spider, All Might was bound in a web of flames from the walls of the green hell. He then heard the boy's voice screaming from behind. You've never given me reason to believe that. All Might was stunned by the volume and utter malice in his voice. As if responding to his outburst, their flaming arena rose above the buildings and spread, consuming all in its path. The real deal was coming straight at him, green fire tendrils in hand as if he were holding the strings of a puppet. He pulled All Might to himself and readied a powerful kick to his temple. All Might barely felt it, but it felt exhilarating to Izuku. While All Might hardly noticed the attacks, the surrounding area did. The intense heat grew stronger, and the impacts caused nearby windows to shatter. Hawks was on his own, doing everything he could to evacuate the citizens with his limited feathers. The green hell had taken the form of a cyclone, gathering heat and oxygen within its center, where All Might and Izuku were battling. They spun around in a storm of heat, a manifestation of the raging pain, sorrow, and resentment swirling inside of Izuku, and All Might was at the center of that storm. He continued to deliver powerful attacks that barely scratched the #1 hero. At first, All Might considered letting the boy vent and tire himself out, but he kept getting stronger, burning hotter. The longer this continued, the more the others below would suffer. Then, as if breaking an actual spiderweb, All Might broke free from his bindings and ped back his fist. Detroit. Reacting quickly, Izuku latched one more thread of Hell Spider onto All Might and ignited jet-like flames on his feet. He quickly flipped their positions so All Might was aiming to punch the ground, and he was positioned to take a shot at All Might's blind spot. Smosh! Prominence burn. Izuku emitted a concentrated beam of heat from the center of his body, directly at All Might. It drove the blonde close enough to the ground that when he finished his smash, his fist connected with the pavement, causing an earthquake. The shockwave that rippled across the area served to carry the Green Devil's flames further. As Hawks evacuated the last of the civilians, his back was almost completely devoid of feathers. He made sure to get a safe distance away himself but chose a bad place to perch. The flaming shockwave, paired with an earthquake-inducing smash, caused the already damaged building he surveyed the area from to crumble. When he emerged from the destruction, he had a twisted ankle. "Damn it, number one. What the hell are you doing?" he yelled in exasperation as he limped away from the battlefield. Hawks, while not usually one to outburst like that, had every right to be frustrated with all might. Not only did he fracture any chance of getting Izuku to come peacefully, but he was engaging in a battle that would completely negate the progress he had made with the boy. With the feathers that were about to be incinerated, he could hear everything. At this rate, he's going to end up doing irreparable damage to his own son, assuming he hasn't already. All Might picked himself off the ground and shook his head. I wasn't expecting him to use Endeavor's strongest move. The top pro rubbed his smoking back. Or for that to hurt. Meanwhile, Izuku was soaring high above his father. The prominence burn had propelled him above the city, which was perfect for what he was about to do next. He dove straight down at his target, catching the attention of the blonde. "A frontal assault, huh? Pretty bold, kid." The grin on his face transformed into a look of irritation. He grit his teeth, swallowing his pride. "It makes me want to hurl using this, but as infuriating as it is, it's useful." He spread his hands, releasing a powerful energy that made All Might's jaw drop. Explosions. Green explosions. Bursts of heat erupted from his palms, reminiscent of. All Might's expression shifted as he recalled the destruction this boy had caused to Izumi and Katsuki. The green devil spun around, his explosions creating a cyclone of heat. All Might braced himself, tightening his muscles to absorb the blow, but he failed to position himself to block. A costly miscalculation. The green devil was now a terrifying projectile, intent on obliterating the one person in his sights. "I hate that I'm basically using his quirk to fight you, but oh well. Bakugo, eat your heart out." As he neared his target, he concentrated the built-up energy for a more devastating blast. Hawks, injured on the ground, sensed the impending chaos. "I can't fly, and I can't run with this busted ankle." He turned toward the inferno he was dangerously close to, imagining the devastation of the blast. He had no chance of surviving something like that. Yet, he faced it with a laid-back smile. I'm dead. Oh well, at least an explosion is a cool way to go out." He braced himself for the impending impact, but it never came. Instead, he felt a rush of wind on his wings. He opened his eyes to find himself lifted off the ground, being carried away from the green inferno. What the hell? He glanced at his back, astonished to see a pair of green flaming wings. In the face of unbearable heat, the fire on his back felt cool and calming. This boy, Hawks thought, realizing he was being saved by the very person he had tried to rescue. Even in the fight for his life, Izuku still found a way to care for others. Boom! The thunderous impact of a green explosion resonated throughout the city, engulfing buildings and reducing them to ash. Hawks's eyes widened at the sheer scale of the explosion. By rotating himself with the blast from his hands, he gathered heat and oxygen into a smoky cyclone to fuel his attack. As if that wasn't enough, he re-entered the larger tornado of heat and oxygen. A human missile detonating within the fiery chaos. The result was devastation beyond words. Smoke and green embers rose, everything in sight crumbling into ash, with no signs of life. It looked as if 3 nuclear bombs had detonated in the same spot. But Hawks's concern wasn't for himself, it was for Izuku. He fell to the ground, blown back by the cataclysmic blast. The wings that had carried him to safety vanished, deepening his worry. The smoke and dust began to clear, revealing 2 figures at ground zero. The only 2 living beings for at least a mile. A child with a smoking arm was held up by a muscular man, who was huffing with smoke and burns. Any humor or lightheartedness had vanished from his face as he glared at the boy who had pushed him further than most villains. That blast was catastrophic. Even Katsuki couldn't match that. One battle, and this boy used the experience to rise astronomically higher. The boy in his grasp dangled like a rag doll, his hoodie incinerated, revealing scars on his arms, chest, and back. It was heartbreaking for the symbol of peace to see a child so scarred, but he had to ensure the threat was neutralized before letting his guard down. "You're something else, you know that? That attack of yours stung much more than I expected. I should have blocked it." Izuku's ears perked up. "But I'm afraid you're finished, Green Devil." All Might noticed the boy was still conscious, his chest heaving. He prepared to deliver a chop to the nape of his neck, but something stopped him. The boy gasped for air, causing All Might to hesitate. "We'll talk about all this later, son." Unbeknownst to him, that was the worst choice of words he could have made. Fush. Green flames reignited with a vengeance as the Green Devil seemed to revive. "Don't you dare!" He engulfed All Might's entire arm, the heat intense enough to burn the pro's sleeve off. "Ow wow. His flames are somehow getting even hotter. What is this boy?" Forced to drop the boy, he had an opportunity to unleash a heavy blast of heat onto All Might's chest at point-blank range. "Don't you dare!" he screamed in blind fury. All Might was sent back, smoke rising from his partially exposed chest. The child before him had transformed into a truly demonic entity. Ragged black pants and combat boots adorned his bare, scarred upper body. Flames lit his fists and formed a cross over his chest. The flames over his eyes burned wildly, obscuring the actual orbs behind a green haze. A pair of blazing wings sprouted from his back. "I'm sorry, but this ends here before you can ruin any more lives," All Might declared, ready to strike the Green Devil unconscious. "Hypocrite!" the Green Devil screamed as he charged straight at All Might with the ferocity of a wild animal. "He's lost his mind." All Might thought as he swung his fist. And missed. He swung again. Every swing missed, as the Green Devil dodged each attack. All Might was unaware that the demon was watching him, studying him. He was predicting his patterns and using them to get in close. The raging demon still possessed an astounding battle sense. "So he can close the gap, but I'd wager he only has one good shot left in him. After that, he's finished." How surprisingly astute. All Might was correct, knowing that even if the devil put everything into this final attack, it would be in vain. However, 10 years ago. Wah! So gross. Izuku and Izumi both shrieked at their new stepdad's hideous scar. "I know, pretty gross, right? Ha! But the look on your faces was priceless." Toshinori rolled down his shirt and picked up the toddlers in his arms. "Hey Toshi? How'd you get that scary mark?" young Izuku asked. Toshinori looked a bit distant before answering, not that a pair of 4-year-olds would notice. "Say, have you two ever heard of All Might?" The twins brightened up immediately. Yeah. The best hero ever. He's the coolest in the universe." Toshi chuckled. "Well kids, just last year, All Might and a team of police fought a big bad villain. Even All Might, the hero who never loses, struggled against him. I did everything I could to help him. He won of course, but the cost was pretty great." Toshinori held both kids to his chest, and they hugged back. "It's okay, you and All Might won," Izumi said. "Yeah, that bad guy's not here to hurt you anymore, Dad." Toshinori's heart skipped a beat as he looked down at little Izuku. The boy gently patted Toshinori's scar through his shirt with a gentle look on his face. The skinny blonde man held the boy lovingly, a single tear rolling down his cheek. Present. Now, that once compassionate boy had transformed into a fierce, relentless force. Partly to blame was his own father, who was attempting to subdue him. Just before he could reach for his son, Izuku unleashed an explosion from his left hand, coming to a screeching halt right beside All Might's left side. "No you don't." All Might punched again, grazing Izuku's right cheek. A wide mark opened up on the boy's face as he felt the sting of the impact. Toshinori Yagi. The bulky mass of muscle froze at the mention of his true name, known only to the best heroes and a select few. Seizing the moment, Izuku poured every last ounce of strength he had into his right arm, condensing it. His arm glowed like a white-hot appendage, ready to unleash unparalleled destruction on All Might's one and only weak spot. "You will reap everything you've sown. Jet Bjorn." To Hawks's astonishment, another massive green explosion echoed throughout the city. You gotta be kidding me! How much does that kid have left in the tank? Out of the blast, he saw something being blown away by the wave. Hawks's eyes followed it and sent the last of his wings in the direction where it would land. At that moment, he had to check on All Might. With no feathers and a twisted ankle, it was an unbearably slow trek to find the #1 hero in a crater. I hope that was worth it, big guy. I heard most of what went down, what the heck? Hawks was answered by a fit of coughs. He looked at All Might again and saw him on his knees, a fist at his mouth, covered in his own blood. Suddenly, a mix of fear and amazement brewed within Hawks. The left side of All Might's costume was singed and marked with a large bloodstain. He knows about All Might's injury and exploited it. In just one good shot, he brought the #1 hero to his knees. Izuku. Once the public and criminals find out about this, the greatest hero in the world failing, society itself will flip. Meanwhile, Izuku was gliding through the air, mimicking Hawks's quirk, faux fierce wings. The explosive impact from his flashfire fist not only did real damage to All Might but also sent him a desirable distance away. However, as the adrenaline began to fade, Izuku noticed just how drained his body was. He landed awkwardly in a dark, narrow alley, smoke seeping from several parts of himself. The worst damage was to his right hand, with smoke and blood coming from the scars. His body felt heavy, like lead pulled from a furnace. He could do nothing more than crawl. His ears were ringing, his vision blurred, and he was in no shape to defend himself from the approaching figure. Wasn't that something? A raspy voice spoke as he approached. The man was tall and slim, wearing a dark navy hoodie that concealed his hair, sunglasses, and a mask to hide his face. I wasn't sure what to expect from that fight. You sure gave #1 and #3 a workout. The man stopped a few steps away from Izuku, who was gauging him with the little consciousness he had left. He almost sounds delighted. No ordinary citizen would act so casually at seeing the Green Devil. Is he a villain? I could be in real trouble here. Izuku tried to get up, but to no avail. He had already pushed himself too far and needed rest. Easy kid, you're strong, but you gotta know when to toe the line. The man pulled back his hoodie, revealing spiky black hair. I'm just here, 'cause I wanted to introduce myself. Who knows when we'll get another chance. He removed his sunglasses. In Izuku's half-awake state, he could make out purple patches beneath his eyes. Gotta say, it's a real pleasure, Green Devil. Izuku's danger sense flared up as he willed his body to move even more, but he couldn't. The man turned his head and caught something moving in from the alley's entrance. Titan bird, he thought, seeing a handful of red feathers scoping the area. The last thing Izuku felt was a wave of intense heat before blacking out. The world couldn't believe what had transpired within the last 3 weeks. The vigilante menace known as the Green Devil. Several high-ranking heroes were sent to take care of the boy, but all of them failed. However, no one was truly concerned. All Might will stop him, they believed. No one stands a chance against All Might, they falsely believed. One can imagine the world's shock when their pillar of hope failed to secure the young terror. Their battle ended in a draw, with the Green Devil escaping and doing what thousands of criminals could only dream of, injuring All Might. People still clung to hope, believing that All Might simply didn't fight seriously and would defeat the Green Devil next time. But they were wrong. The world wasn't aware of All Might's stomach injury, which had recently opened up. His body was severely weakened, and he had lost a great deal of his fighting strength. Meanwhile, the Green Devil seemed to grow stronger with every passing day, and that encounter with All Might was sure to elevate him to new heights after he recovered. What doesn't kill him makes him stronger. No matter what the world wanted to believe, the truth was clear. Their symbol of peace did not win the fight and walked away wounded. The Green Devil was still out there. Criminals who caught wind of this were greatly inspired to act. Law enforcers were horrified that their champion had lost. A new era was on the horizon. A hellish era. Izuku's dreamscape. Izuku stood motionless in front of the nightmarish structure he once called home. The awful memories within these walls seemed unending. He turned his back to leave, but felt something stopping him, a hand on his shoulder. He looked back and saw Toshinori. "Let go of me," he yelled, trying to pull away, but the man wouldn't budge. Izuku then felt another hand on his other shoulder, this one belonging to Inko. Finally, he felt two pairs of hands grabbing his arms. These were the most dreadful ones, as they came from Izumi and Katsuki. Izuku desperately tried to shake them off, but to no avail. "Useless Deku," Katsuki said. "Embarrassing little brother," Izumi added. "Not right now," Inko said in annoyance. "We'll talk later, Izuku," Toshinori said. Their words echoed through Izuku's mind as he fought with all his might to break free from their hold. One after another, those cruel, torturous words were hurled at him, and he felt tears welling up. The final straw was what emerged in front of his eyes, a towering figure of all might, embodying sickening hypocrisy. "It's over, son." Shut up," Izuku said weakly. "What was that, nerd?" Katsuki asked. "Got something to say?" Izumi added. "Be quick," Inko and Toshinori said in unison. "Shut up," Izuku repeated, slightly louder, as green flames began to rise around them. His family yelled in anger and held him tighter, to the point of discomfort. "Shut up. Shut up," Izuku kept saying, his voice steadily rising along with the flames that spread to the house. "Shut you up," he finally screamed, and green flames erupted from his arms and back, pushing away the figures of Yagi and Bakugo and igniting the area around him. Above him, the giant version of All Might reached down to grab Izuku, dreadfully slowly. Izuku's body erupted in a brilliant burst of heat, incinerating everything. "Shoot you up." Reality. Izuku nearly jumped out of bed, his forehead covered in sweat. He was breathing heavily, his heart racing. What a nightmare. He calmed down enough to take in his surroundings. It looked to be a hospital room. He heard the beeping of medical machinery and realized he was wrapped in a gown. What the? He looked at himself, noticing bandages over his chest, arms, head, and neck, with a patch on his right cheek. His right arm was more bandaged than anywhere else. "I'm in a hospital, but how? What happened? How long have I been here?" Suddenly, the door opened. "Well, look who's still kicking," a hearty voice broke through his thoughts. "He's awake? He's been out longer than I thought," another familiar voice said, nearly making Izuku's heart stop. Looking at the door to his room, he saw the number 6 and number 3 heroes, Hawks and Mirko. "You've been out for 2 days, kid. I was starting to think you were dead." Izuku opened his mouth to say something, but it came out as hoarse, choked coughs. "Easy, your throat got burned, so you're going to have to take it easy on the talking. Here." Mirko placed a mask-like device over his face, connected to a phone. "Use that to talk. Try it." He typed a few words and a robotic voice spoke. "What is going on?" He saw the heroes. Izuku worried that Teleki and All Might weren't far behind to take him home, or that maybe they had discovered his secret identity as the Green Devil. However, they didn't bring up anything he was concerned about. It was as if they didn't know he was the missing boy or the vigilante who had been causing so much trouble. "That's what we're here to ask you, Toya." Izuku looked at the rabbit hero in confusion. "Toya?" Mirko just nodded. "That's what your friend said your name was." Izuku grew even more confused. "My friend? What are you talking about?" Hawks stepped in to fill some of the blanks. He explained that after the Green Devil's fight with All Might, a stranger with black hair had shown up holding an unconscious, white-haired kid with several burns. He told them the boy's name was Toya. Mirko had just arrived at the scene to help stragglers get to safety along with Hawks. She took the boy in her strong arms, and before Hawks could get any more information, the man disappeared. Izuku looked at the reflection of his phone and saw his hair was dyed entirely snow white. He gently caressed it. "That guy in the alley must have done this. He covered for me, but why?" As he organized his thoughts, he typed out a story. "That guy. I don't know him, but he and I were in the area. I remember a huge explosion, a raspy voice, passing out from intense heat, and now here I am." Hawks put his hand on his chin. "You sure you don't know anything about this man?" Toya just shook his head. "Well, he sure seemed to know you," Mirko said while picking up a large yellow bag. He dropped off your stuff and everything. Izuku deduced that they hadn't looked into it. If they had seen the notebook he filled with notes on himself and his experiences, he would be in serious trouble. The heroes looking after him got him takeout from a nearby restaurant. The kid had been through a lot, he didn't need food poisoning from the hospital too. As they ate, Hawks and Mirko asked Toya a few more questions. When asked if he had any family, he said no. When asked about his quirk, he said he possessed fire. He wouldn't demonstrate since his body needed to recover. When they mentioned All Might being hospitalized by the Green Devil, his eyes brightened slightly. That did not go unnoticed by Hawks. Eventually, their meal was interrupted by yelling. Hawks and Mirko went to investigate, leaving Toya alone to finish his meal and think. Toya, is that the name of the person who found me? I don't know if he's an enemy or an ally. He talked like he's been watching me. Could he be one of All for One's guys? There's so much I don't know. Izuku reached for his yellow bag and pulled out his personal notebook. The cover was burned. But I get the feeling I'll see him again. Meanwhile, Tsukachi, what am I doing here? With this cornucopia of failures? Endeavor yelled at the detective. First off, this is a hospital. Keep it down, the detective said, clearly irate. I have the same question, Mirko said as she walked in. Why is the only one of us who didn't bother to show up? What did you say, Rabbit? Okay, enough. Tsukachi yelled over them both. We are not here to fight amongst ourselves. Endeavor scoffed. Ah, that's a good idea, Mirko said as she cracked her knuckles. Go for the throat. She reached to confront Endeavor, but was held back by the detective. Enough. We're here to discuss strategy. Endeavor's patience was wearing thin. What strategy? Take down the demon on sight. That's the plan. Plain and simple. Tsukachi sighed in frustration. Even after everything that had happened, Endeavor still wasn't taking this seriously. Tell that to All Might. Tsukachi shot back. The one who fell to some kid with cheap imitations of my techniques? Happily. He failed because his compassion made him go easy on the boy. I won't make the same mistake. Mirko spat. Of course, taking down kids is your area of expertise. The Rabbit and Flame hero glared at each other intensely. Just come with us. Tsukachi sighed in exasperation. He led the fiery hero to the room of the most recently awakened patient. Tsukachi opened the door to an empty room with an open window. No patient or personal belongings in sight. All that remained was the speaking apparatus on the bed. And he's gone, Hawk stated. Too hurt to use his quirk? My foot, Mirko grumbled. Endeavor was furious and disappointed. You slackers. That's 2 measly kids you can't keep a hold of. I'm done wasting my time. He turned to storm out of the room. Mirko yelled back at him. Fine. Guess I'll have to find that white-haired, burned kid myself. Endeavor paused at that description. He was pretty upset about being abandoned, so I'll make it my priority. Mirko proclaimed to Endeavor's back. What was his name again? I think it was. Toya. Endeavor yelled as he flew out the window. Mirko grinned to herself. Was it worth it? Hawk says. Totally. The bird then picked up Toya's speaking apparatus. He had been unusually downcast since All Might's fight with the Green Devil. He noticed there was a message left on the device, which gave him a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Izuku stood on the roof of the hospital. Feeling the wind against his skin was refreshing. He looked inside his backpack and found throat medications from Mirko. He pulled out his notebook and examined the burn damage. He ran his fingers through his white hair, which reminded him of Rei. Toya. Thank you. Izuku noticed something peeking out of the corner of his book. He pulled it out and was shocked by what he found one of Hawks's feathers. He knew, but still acted clueless. He's still trying to protect me, trying to get me to turn myself in. Hawks. A single tear began to form in his eye. He wanted to go back inside, to turn himself into the wing hero. But he couldn't. All for One and this Toya. Izuku had some time to think. This All for One is a mastermind who has pawns to spare. There's no telling what he can do. And Toya, he hadn't figured out what he was, But he wasn't taking any chances. He wouldn't let someone else he cared about get hurt because of him. He gripped his snow-white hair in his fist and strained his vocal cords to speak to the feather. "Don't come for me. For your sake and mine." He burned the feather in his hand and tossed the ashes away. "I saw it. You nearly suffered because of me and All Might. Because you took a chance on me. It was like with Ray. I won't lose anyone I care about. To ensure that." He jumped down from the roof and hovered in front of an open window. He saw Hawks sitting on the bed while holding the speaking apparatus. He looked behind him and saw nothing. "I'll stay away." As he flew further and further, Hawks was listening to the message left behind. "In 10 days, the Demon Lord is planning something." Hawks put his hand on his face. "This is a warning. This is bad." All for Ones reached out to him too. And to make matters worse, All Might is injured and on his own again. "Even if you don't want me to, I'll keep looking for you, Izuku." Elsewhere, a man with black hair and gnarly purple skin patches held together by medical staples smiled in the darkness of the shadows. "Don't expect me to save you again, kid. This just worked out for both of us. You don't have to go back to your awful family, and I get to take a jab at Endeavor." Also elsewhere, a man in a lab coat walked through a corridor of glowing tubes. Behind his goggles were the eyes of a deranged madman. "Not much longer until your first test drive, my children. And your playmate will dismantle them." The mad doctor was interrupted by a different voice. "As powerful as these creations are, Doctor, they lack the strength to properly push the lad into a corner. The upper tier and high ends are far from finished, and all we've got are mid and lower tiers. Not nearly enough." The imposing boss stood up from his throne, his medical equipment floating beside him. "Izuku Yagi has grown far beyond anything you or I could have predicted, going so far as to fight All Might to a draw. And he has already spread word to the heroes of our plans to test these creations. We'll leave them to play with a few sidekicks, giving the boy a chance to rest and recuperate." The doctor had to ask, "If that's the case, will we refrain from testing him?" The master grinned as half his face came into the purple light of a test tube. "I never said that." His sickening smile came into view. On the left side of his face was an unrecognizable mess of scarred tissue above his top lip, missing an ear, an eye, and hair. On the right side, his face had a horizontal scar across the cheek, a single working blood-red eye, and messy short white hair. "Izuku Yagi has proven to be far beyond our Nomu, but let's see if he can match a more colossal task in 4 months' time. We're not too long from his final breaking point. Also, the top 10 heroes know about All Might's weakened state, but not about One for All. Next time, Psycho Flames vs. Hellflame. Ray's hospital room. The white-haired woman was tending to the potted fern perched upon the ledge of her window next to her favorite flowers. Every morning and evening, she took great care of the green plant, watering it and ensuring it received plenty of sunlight. A saddened look was present in her eyes as she watered the plant. Ray didn't move from her seat or make a sound when the door to her room opened. A nurse stood at her entrance with a tray of food. "Ray, your dinner," she said. She received no answer from the icy woman. "That I'll set it down." The nurse placed the tray on Ray's bed. "Thank you," Ray spoke emotionlessly. Before leaving, the nurse noticed a file and a picture of a man with short curly black hair, green eyes, freckles, and a gentle, welcoming smile. The deceased nurse of this hospital, Hisashi Midoriya. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to Zu. It had been weeks since Ray had seen or heard from the scarred green-haired boy. She desperately missed their talks, their shared meals, and their nights spent looking at the stars. She missed having a son who would visit. For weeks, Ray had been closed off, not talking or socializing much at all. "I'm sorry," the nurse said, making Ray flinch. "You were worried about Zu and wanted to make sure he was safe, but you could have been hurt even worse in the Green Devil's fight with Teleki." Ray sighed and put down her watering can. "Don't. I should be apologizing." The nurse was surprised. For the first time in weeks, Ray spoke more than 2 words. "I made you worry, I apologize. But you aren't the one who should be saying sorry to me." The nurse fidgeted with her fingers. Rei looked across the street from her window at the building that was nearly finished being rebuilt from Teleki's anger-fueled destruction. Rei knew the Green Devil had hospitalized her, but she didn't feel much pity for the pro. Or any pro with a history of abusing and neglecting their child. The only damage done in the area was because of Teleki. The Green Devil wasn't even active until she provoked him. Because of her, Zu could be scared away into never coming back or worse. It's because of this that Rei holds a grudge against the so-called hero and is developing resentment toward her own husband. That woman is no better than him, she thought bitterly. He's been here, hasn't he? Multiple times. Rei's nurse recoiled slightly at her question. Why yes, but only twice. Rei looked exceptionally disturbed as well as curious. After all these years, he had never even come close to her since her breakdown. A fact she didn't mind all that much. Even if she was confined to a small room in a mental hospital, it felt somewhat liberating to get away from him. It was for this reason, among others, that the doctors thought it best not to tell Rei about her husband's visits. But when you've had a man so close, you know when he's around. The streets these days were filled with unease. The decrease in pros on the street and the increase in crime made civilians start to actually fear since All Might became the #1 hero. The man himself was in a battle with the vigilante that stirred the pot. And how did it end? Whole city blocks reduced to ashes, 2 injured pros, and the Emerald Demon still out there. Soon after that crisis, the heroes had a tip about something else. 3 black and gray humanoid monsters with their brains exposed and little or no mental capacity. All of this only further fueled public unease. First the devil, now zombies. What next? Vampires? 3 middle school students were walking down the street after school. Well, 2 and a floating uniform. A pink-skinned girl and a black-haired boy with sharp teeth. The invisible girl and the boy carried neutral expressions, but Pinky had a daydreamy look, staring off into the distance. Your turn, the invisible girl said to the boy. On it, he replied as he playfully tugged at the pink girl's collar, almost causing her to stumble. What the heck, Kirishima? Mina yelled with a pout. You tell us. The 3rd time we've had to save you from either jaywalking or getting run over. Usually both, the invisible girl said. Mina huffed and crossed her arms. If you must know, I was thinking about the guy who saved me from the dreaded summer school. Invisible girl cracked a smile, though it was unseen, and so did Kirishima. In a crumbling society, Mina's antics provided her friends with a reason to smile. You keep talking about this Zu guy. Just ask him out already, Kirishima said. I haven't seen him since our study dates. Mina groaned. You didn't get his number? Invisible girl asked. He was playing hard to get. But the next time I see him, I'd better get an apology and some sort of compensation. Compensation how? Mina smirked mischievously. We'll see. Suddenly, Kirishima tackled his classmates into an open store. An explosive canister landed where they were and created a large hole in the ground. The steel doors rolled down and shut. They and the others who were trapped in the store saw a truck with criminals holding firearms speeding down the street. The truck was flanked on both sides by criminals on motorcycles throwing explosives. Let's show them what we've got, boys. The leader on top of the truck laughed while firing bullets haphazardly. If the pros are getting taken down by kids, the streets are as good as ours. Even All Might is off our backs. It's too good. I hope we run into All Might, so we can take him down. This is what happens when hope falters. The people's belief wavers. Now that there is blood in the water, the sharks are here. Above the chaos, the Green Devil was watching from above, hidden from public view. Though his body was still recovering from the fight with All Might, he was still willing to fight. His throat was healed, but with one noticeable difference. His voice was deeper with a bit of gravel to it. Just as he was about to land and stop the chaos, something he sensed in the distance stopped him. He sensed something extremely hot and fast and ambitious. He looked ahead of the criminals and saw a bright orange streak heating up the sky. In one fell swoop, the gang of lawbreakers was taken down. Orange flames surrounded the wrecked truck and bikes, with smoldering thugs strewn across the ground. It was a ruthless yet effective approach, showing that the hero responsible was in no mood for half measures. The citizens cheered as the flames revealed the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Everybody looked at him in awe of his imposing figure and cheered. Everybody but one. Izuku glared down at the so-called hero with disdain and anger. He had learned much about Endeavor and his troubled home life from Rei and his unofficial therapist, Fuyumi. From the latter, he discovered that Endeavor had a favorite child who came before all others, practically abandoning his other children when they needed him most. From Rei, he heard stories of emotional turmoil and domestic strife, particularly how Endeavor had pushed his youngest to achieve his dreams of power and glory. She cried more than he did when they shared their pasts, especially when she mentioned their firstborn, whose name she could never bring herself to say. The Green Devil trembled with growing fury at the sight of the shameless man's triumph. Eventually, their eyes met, and both flame quirk users ignited with intensity. The temperature in the area escalated rapidly, prompting everyone nearby to evacuate. The flames on Endeavor's chest and face blazed brighter as he glared up at the young vigilante. Izuku's own flames intensified, manifesting green fire in his hands. He glared down, feeling an anger he thought only his family could evoke. "Green Devil!" Endeavor shouted. "Endeavor!" Izuku retorted. The flame hero launched himself into the air, soaring above the green flames as he pulled his fist back. Izuku remained grounded, steadying himself. Large waves of green and red flames collided, creating a blast that sent them both reeling. Despite the impressive display of firepower, neither seemed fatigued. Izuku hovered in the sky, facing off against the man he despised. "So you've got a substantial amount of power," Endeavor remarked, unimpressed. "Don't underestimate me, Endeavor." Izuku growled. From the moment he arrived, he had been gauging Endeavor's high body temperature to assess his emotional state. He could distinguish between concern for someone else and selfish intent, sensing both in the flame hero. "I'm not as friendly as those fools, Hawks and All Might. If you want to survive, then answer me." Endeavor charged at him with a fiery fist ready. Izuku quickly formed a cross of flames to absorb the heat and redirect it. While he couldn't fully control another's flames, he could evade heavy attacks and harness some of the power for himself. In a way, Endeavor was a challenging opponent for the Green Devil, but his fury pushed him to fight. "What did you do to Toya?" "Where is he?" Endeavor demanded. Izuku was taken aback by the question and the worry masked by rage. "Who is that?" he shot back. Endeavor angrily unleashed another wave of flames. "Whoever this Toya is, he's clearly someone important to the Todoroki family," Izuku thought, but his musings were interrupted when Endeavor grabbed his collar and hurled him to the ground. Izuku used his power to land gracefully in a crouched position. He landed right in front of a store with closed steel roll-down doors. Inside, he had an audience of 3. "Holy crap, it's the Green Devil!" Kirishima whispered excitedly. "Move. Let me see." Mina pushed him aside. "Don't get too close to the door. He's fighting Endeavor. We could get hurt." Invisible Girl cautioned from behind. On the battlefield, Izuku was about to ascend back into the sky when he sensed a familiar presence. He glanced behind him and saw a pair of unmistakable black and yellow eyes peering through the slits of the door. His eyes widened, and his flames flickered out. "Ashido!" He noticed others hiding with her. His first instinct was to melt the door and see her face to face, but Endeavor charging at him wouldn't allow that. Izuku quickly acted a wall of flames to shield himself from the inferno aimed directly at him. Endeavor was unaware that he was endangering the people behind the boy. Izuku's anger surged again. "Fighting recklessly without regard for bystanders. You're just as foolish as All Might. But maybe you can still be useful to me." "Endeavor," he called, capturing the man's attention. "Tell me everything you know about All for One." Confusion flickered in the flame hero's mind as he processed the question, providing Izuku with an opportunity to push back. "Whoa, did he just protect us?" Kirishima asked, astonished. "Yeah, he was looking straight at me." Mina added. "Do you think he thinks I'm cute?" Kirishima asked, his expression deadpan. "I don't think now is the time for that," Mina replied. Meanwhile, Endeavor found himself on the defensive as the Green Devil demanded answers about All for One. "What are you talking about?" Endeavor shouted, kicking the boy above him with a wave of orange fire following. Izuku gritted his teeth in frustration. "How disappointing. I should have asked All Might when I had the chance." He knew this would provoke Endeavor. If his ego was anything like Bakugo's or Yagi's, even the slightest jab at his pride would send him into a frenzy. His assumption was proven correct when the man erupted with fury. "Shut your mouth." Endeavor roared as he rocketed toward the Emerald Demon. Flash Fire Fist, Jet Burn. Endeavor left himself open for a powerful blow to the gut, sending him crashing into another building. In that moment, Endeavor's priority became clear. By defeating the vigilante that even All Might had failed to stop, he could prove to the world who the true #1 hero was. Consumed by ego and driven by selfish desire, he picked himself out of the man-shaped crater he had created. Wiping the blood from his forehead, he looked ahead and saw his opponent manifest a pair of large green fire wings on his back, reminiscent of hawks. "Gur, your sloppy imitations are nothing compared to the real thing," he growled, crossing his arms and igniting his quirk. The Green Devil remained undeterred and flew straight toward him. "Hell Spider!" Endeavor unleashed 10 thin ropes of searing hot fire that sliced through the buildings. Izuku dodged and weaved around them with agility, keeping his focus on Endeavor while avoiding being cut. "You're just as scummy as them, #2. Izuku thought, his anger fueling his flames. He reached back to his left wing and pulled it off, transforming it into a broad fire sword. Endeavor watched in disbelief as Izuku sliced through his Hell Spider and charged straight at him. "You only have your own ambitions in mind. You only see what you want and ignore everyone else. You're a scumbag worse than the villains you lock up. But you know what frustrates me the most?" Endeavor charged forward, ready to unleash his flames on the young powerhouse, but he froze at the next words that escaped his lips. "You hurt Rei. Burn in hell, I Todoroki." Endeavor hesitated for just a moment, which was more than enough time for Izuku to raise his flaming sword above his head and swing it down onto Endeavor's shoulder. The pro let out a pained howl as he was sent crashing into the ground with a powerful blast. Izuku stood over him, his sword lodged in Endeavor's shoulder, smoke and heat radiating from the wound. "His power's intense enough that I'm feeling the heat. How can his firepower be so strong at such a young age?" Endeavor tried to use his working arm, but Izuku kicked him away and soared into the air. "How's this for a sloppy imitation?" he shouted as he pulled back his flaming right arm. What followed was a massive fire fist that collided with Endeavor, sending him crashing into the partially melted road. The pro picked himself up, cradling his injured shoulder. Izuku crossed his arms over his chest and wrapped his wings around himself as he began to generate and condense an immense amount of thermal energy. Endeavor recognized the danger and rocketed toward the green ball of flame that only grew brighter and hotter. "Stop it, you fiend!" He blasted a wave of flames at the boy, but it did nothing to deter him. In fact, the orange flames seemed to merge with the green flames, fueling the final attack. Flash Fire Fist. Endeavor's eyes widened as he felt a paralyzing dread wash over him. Prominence Buern. The Green Devil unleashed his version of Endeavor's strongest move. Instead of a concentrated beam aimed at his target, he created a massive explosion that sent flames roaring in all directions. Endeavor, now at a disadvantage, could only brace himself and hope the flames wouldn't consume him. Endeavor twitched and took shallow breaths. He opened his eyes to find himself on a gurney. "Oh good, you're alive," a sarcastic voice beside him said. It was the rabbit hero, Mirko. "Guess your blaze of glory will have to wait for another day," Hawks added from his other side. Endeavor's 2 animal companions made him wish he were still unconscious. He looked ahead and saw a sight he wished to avoid. As far as he could see, there was nothing but ash and cinders, with fallen structures being swept away in the updraft. It reminded him of that cold day on Sikoto Peak. "Don't worry," Tsukachi approached and reassured Endeavor. "As far as we can tell, everyone in the area was safely evacuated. The only casualties are the criminals you stopped." Endeavor forced himself to sit up, Despite the doctor's insistence he take it easy. Where is he? He managed to ask. Hawks looked distant. Couldn't find him anywhere. Mirko and I were alerted later by the news, and my feathers are still growing. Mirko placed her arms behind her head. You let that little brat beat you and escape, number 2. The flame hero growled but couldn't deny his failure. It was even more humiliating after he had criticized everyone else for failing to stop this menace. And by now, he was probably miles away. Fush. Everyone's attention was drawn to a strong wave of green flames bursting from a pile of rubble. Oh no, everyone thought. Before Endeavor woke up, Izuku was leaning against the wall, catching his breath. He was smoldering in places, using his flames to keep the structure from collapsing. During his fight with Endeavor, Izuku sensed this was the one building with people inside and did what he could to prevent anyone from getting crushed. He found a small group of people unconscious and injured but still alive. He then went to check the exit. Izuku paused as he sensed something at his feet but couldn't see anything. Switching to thermal vision, he spotted an arm and leg behind a pillar. An invisibility quirk. He moved around the pillar and saw a girl in a middle school uniform. Gently, he picked her up and surveyed the damage. Unable to see the wounds, he ran his hand along her skin to feel for any bleeding. Not too bad, but she still needs medical attention. He then sensed 2 more heat signatures. Carrying the invisible girl, he walked to the last 2 injured civilians. One was a boy who was bleeding and unconscious. The last one made his heart sink, and he almost dropped the invisible girl. Pink skin and hair caked with dry blood, especially her left arm, which was pinned under a large piece of rubble. Ishido. He set the invisible girl down next to the boy and quickly moved the debris off Ishido. He checked her over frantically, confirming her arm was broken and she had multiple cuts and bruises. The sight filled Izuku with guilt. Once again, someone he cared for was hurt because of him. Tears fell from his cheeks and landed in Ishido's fluffy hair. He silently apologized and laid her down gently. Before leaving, Izuku checked outside. Endeavor was still unconscious, and there was no sign of paramedics. He couldn't leave these people with injuries for who knows how long. Izuku sighed and clenched his fist. He took off his bag and pulled out his first aid kit. Kirishima groaned and rolled over, pushing himself into a sitting position as he regained his vision. He groaned while clutching his bandaged chest with his bandaged arm. What happened?" he asked. "I can tell you," a rough voice replied. Kirishima jumped when he saw the green devil, flames still flickering around him. "Holy cow, it's you," he gasped. Izuku casually waved while sitting next to an empty first aid kit box. "Did you patch me up?" Kirishima asked. The devil nodded and pointed out that he had done the same for his classmates. Kirishima was overcome with worry for them, but the devil assured him they were stable and would wake up soon. "You were less injured than they were. Do you have some kind of durability quirk?" Kirishima hesitated but then looked at what the monster everyone feared had done. "He doesn't seem like a bad guy at all. He even helped us and stayed to make sure we were okay. He's actually kind of impressive. My quirk is hardening. I harden my skin to withstand the debris better. It's kind of a weak quirk, though, nothing compared to yours. If it were stronger, I could have been a shield for these people." Kirishima gritted his teeth in frustration, a feeling Izuku was all too familiar with. "Sounds like you want to be a hero," he began. "You're not going to reach your goals by merely wishing and crying. You need to improve yourself and grow stronger. You have a lot of potential, and I'm not just talking about your quirk." Kirishima looked surprised as he received encouragement from someone who had caused harm to several heroes. Beyond being a potential unbreakable wall, you're also brave and selfless. Your frustration stems from your desire to help others. That alone shows your hero material. I've seen many aspiring heroes, but you're the only one I've seen who tries to help others instead of seeking glory. You might not want to hear this from someone like me, but... Izuku ignited his fist in flames and lightly tapped Kirishima's forehead. The warmth was comforting, neither burning nor cold. "You can become a hero." The black-haired boy stared with wide eyes. "All right, yes sir," he said enthusiastically. Izuku retracted his fist and smiled beneath his fiery mask. He hadn't expected to give inspirational speeches or to be someone others looked up to. He saw a bit of himself in the boy and wanted to share the encouragement he had longed to hear from others. If someone had said that to me, my path could have been very different. Mina and the invisible girl groaned and began to stir. They tried to hold their heads, but the pink one stopped due to her arm being in a makeshift sling. What happened? Kirishima pointed. He can tell you. The girls turned to see the green devil sitting in front of them. Hello, he said. Mina and Toru recoiled in surprise. It's okay, he's a good guy. Look, he patched us up with his own first aid kit. Kirishima reassured them. Wow, seriously? Toru looked at herself and noticed the patches and bandages on her arms and legs. Why, you can see me? She asked. The devil nodded. To an extent. I can make out your figure with thermal vision. The way he said it made Toru blush, and Izuku noticed the warmth rising in her cheeks. Despite her uncertainty, she was curious about how he perceived her. Someone's got an admirer, Mina teased. Izuku scoffed. Says the one using my hoodie as a sling. Mina's face turned a shade of lilac, and Kirishima and Toru's jaws dropped. That's your hoodie? They exclaimed. I had to use something for her arm. Why do you think I was shirtless when you woke up? I thought maybe Endeavor burned it off. Throughout this, Izuku had been covering himself with flames in a cross formation over his chest and back, looking almost divine in his own power. Let's go, he said, helping Mina to her feet. I don't know about you, but I miss fresh air. He walked to the wall and blasted it open. He's so manly. Kirishima thought. He's so cool. Mina thought. I can see why Mina has a crush on him. Toru thought. The green devil emerged from the crumbling building and spotted an ambulance, Tsukachi, and 3 heroes. Endeavor was far from being in fighting shape, but Hawks and Mirko were ready for action. When the middle schoolers saw him stop, they did too. Izuku locked eyes with the heroes, who returned his gaze, glaring in Enji's case. Mirko cracked her knuckles, a wide smile on her face. Hawks and Tsukachi looked at him, silently urging him to stand down. He didn't budge. The rabbit hero leaped toward him, but he held out his hands to stop her. You could fight me and likely win. But there are still injured people here. Do you want them to suffer more just because you want to take me down? Mirko's smile faded as she glanced behind him and saw 3 injured kids. So what then? You're going to hurt the kids? Izuku narrowed his eyes at her. No, you will if you choose to fight me. Flames erupted from his feet as he began to hover in the air. They weren't hot, but that could change in an instant. Aren't you heroes? Helping those in need should be your first priority. He noticed Mirko baring her teeth. With that, he decided to take his leave. Hawk's eyes widened as green fire wings emerged from the green devil's back. He flew away at high speeds, leaving the winged hero feeling oddly proud. I guess that's another lawsuit for copyright, Tsukachi sighed. I didn't say I'm going to sue, Hawks interjected. I would, but I'm too flattered. Meanwhile, Mirko was with Kirishima and his classmates. The one that got away. Mirko snapped her fingers. Tell me about it. Mina said, holding her sling. Oh right, he left me with the kids. Well, time to do the honorable thing and pass them off to someone else. All right, get to the medics and talk to the detective about what happened, Mirko instructed, pointing over her shoulder. They followed her gesture to Hawks and Tsukachi. You guys don't look too bad, except for her. Hawks pointed at Mina with her broken arm. Hey, she pouted. Is anyone else alive in there? Tsukachi asked. Yeah, but they're all unconscious, Kirishima replied, raising a new question. The green devil patched us up. Believe it or not, he's a pretty amazing guy. Toru and Mina nodded beside him, surprising Hawks and Tsukachi. The 3 of them shared mostly positive things about the vigilante. How he generously dressed their wounds with his own first aid kit. He even took off his hoodie for Mina, something she would cherish forever. The best part was what he said to Kirishima, encouraging him to become a great hero. Suffice to say, Hawks and Tsukachi were left speechless. He told him he could be a hero. Hawks thought, He must have wanted to hear those words himself his whole life. Despite everything, he's still a good kid. We'll help him. Meanwhile, Izuku was flying through the air, small tears in his eyes. I never apologized to them, he thought. He landed on a building and allowed himself a moment of rest. The cool autumn breeze soothed his bare skin. He looked back at the area he had impacted and smiled. It was nice seeing you again, Ashido. You have good friends, I can tell. Elsewhere, a shadowed figure wore the widest grin he could muster. Ha! Poor Enji. I didn't realize you could miss your dear son so much. He laughed, his ecstatic voice echoing through an empty alley. He came across an Endeavor poster and placed his hand upon it. Don't worry, you'll see me again. Until then, don't go dying on me. With that, he burned the poster in a blue blaze. Also elsewhere, a man in a suit sat on a dark throne in front of a monitor. Yet another nail in the coffin. Very well done, Izuku. I would say perfect, but those children you helped docked some points. But that's a trifling thing. Your next test is one I've designed myself. I'm sure you will find it excellent. It's your cue, Tamura. Behind the man stood a young man with blue hair, adorned with severed hands. Finally, I've been waiting to take my new toy for a spin. It was designed to take down All Might. Let's see if the Green Devil can get him warmed up. Hee hee ha. The young man laughed as he left the room. I wouldn't be so sure, my boy, the Shadow Lord murmured to himself. Izuku has proven time and again that even the most super of superhumans are still humans. Mortal, vulnerable humans. Days later, Endeavor, now sufficiently healed, was ready to leave the hospital. A tick mark formed on his forehead from Mirko's teasing, despite her having let the devil go herself. He had time to think. This boy knows his name, can perform his flash fire techniques, and possesses the raw talent and fire control to use the moves of others. He has sharp eyes. He's been watching. Burn in hell, I Todoroki. Endeavor. The flame hero paused. He was approached by the number 1 hero, All Might, in all his muscular glory, with Teleki beside him. Listen about Toya, I know you feel awful. I get it, my son is missing too. I'm doing everything I can for him, just like you. We'll find them, Toya and Izuku. Endeavor didn't look back at the power couple. I don't need your pity. Worry about your own family, and I'll worry about mine, he replied before walking off. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Fuyumi, Dad, are you okay? I saw the news, we're worried sick. Well, Natsu and Shoto not quite, but we're concerned. Endeavor stared at the message from his daughter. He thought for a moment before typing back. Dad, I'm fine. I was just discharged with only a few scratches. I'll be home for dinner. Enji could only imagine the look of surprise on Fuyumi's face. He looked up at the sky, the sunlight breaking through the clouds. If you are alive, I promise you'll have a better home to come back to than the one you left, Toya. That evening, we cut to our favorite duo, Izumi and Katsuki, currently wallowing in frustration and helplessness. Death Arms, A-Lady, Kamui Woods. Izumi listed. Best Genist, Hawks, Ingenium, Endeavor. Katsuki continued. Even my mom and dad. The two of them were succumbing to dread. The Green Devil had faced some of the greatest heroes in Japan, and yet he was still out there, showing no signs of weakness. Izumi was especially distraught. She had the exact same quirk as her mother, who was essentially powerless against the Emerald Demon. If she were to ever cross paths with him again, she would likely be in grave danger. Unbeknownst to her, All Might had come up with what he thought would be the perfect solution. In reality, it would turn out to be the worst mistake he could ever make. Passing on One for All to Izumi. Winter. Back when he was with the Yagis, Izuku always hated summer and winter. The poorly insulated attic he slept in left him either frozen or overheated. Sometimes he wondered how he ever survived living in that house. But now, with the snow falling on his faux white hair, he had only one thought. I miss Rei. Kaimusho Prison. Izuku landed on a platform just off the bridge connected to a prison. The other day, someone on the street had been screaming for heroes or police, but they never came. They were too focused on a single boy to help the public. It was a young man who was yelling about a potential prison break at Kaimusho prison. Although no one looked directly at him, the unease was plain to see. Back then, people would have dismissed him as crazy or playing a practical joke. But now, with the heroes repeatedly failing, there was no telling what could come next. After 2 hours of inactivity outside, Izuku was about ready to leave when he heard rumbling from within. It was a thumping sound that grew closer. The ground began to tremble, and plumes of dust started to rise. He stood in front of the main door, preparing to fight, his hands, feet, chest, and face alight with his forest green fire. Crash! The main doors were smashed to pieces by someone with super strength. He could hear the chaotic laughter of freed villains and criminals. From what he could tell, there were at least 50 escapees. Holy crap, we're free! But can't wait to take down some heroes. It's finally our time in the sun, right boss? A leader. Izuku saw several figures emerging from the smoke. One was a huge muscular humanoid with a beak, and another was a misty figure with glowing eyes. The first person he saw clearly made his eyes widen in surprise. That's right. With these numbers under my guidance, we'll even take down All Might. That voice. That high-pitched, crackly voice. Stepping out of the dust was a young man with shaggy blue hair and several detached hands covering him. You, he exclaimed. The self-proclaimed villain leader looked ahead, his lips forming a wide, triumphant grin. Oh good, you got my invitation, he chuckled. While the villain leader and the Green Devil seemed to know each other, the other prisoners were confused and slightly annoyed. Who's the brat? Beats me, are we going to take him down? The living mist spoke up. Allow me to fill in some of the blanks, he began. This is no ordinary child, he is the Green Devil. Surely, word of mouth has reached you about the young scourge of hero society. He wields firepower that invokes fear and surpasses endeavors. He even fought All Might and lives free to tell the tale. Suddenly, the prisoners became awestruck and slightly fearful of the short figure in front of them. They had heard the guards talk about him, but they didn't expect him to be so small. Izuku noticed how most of them recoiled, but the Handyman, Mistman, and Birdman didn't look fearful at all. Those three were the truly dangerous ones. And that's why we're here. Welcome to the group, friend, the leader said. You're like us, beaten down and oppressed by this hero-saturated society. So join us. We'll tear down the last pillar holding this twisted world up and create a brand new world fit for everyone. Not even All Might could stop us. The League of Villains. What do you say? He sounded overly proud of himself, as if he had accounted for everything. Except for one thing. I refuse. Izuku said, shocking everyone. A large gathering of followers, interested in recruiting me. He's one of All for One's pawns. I'll keep my distance until I can learn more about him. Sorry, but I'm not interested in following a leader who doesn't believe in what he preaches. The leader then started scratching his neck. What did you say, brat? The Mist Man interjected. Young man, you do know what you're saying, don't you? If you're not with us, you're against us. As he said that, the escapees began readying their quirks to attack. It would be an unwise decision for you to make, he finished ominously. Flames formed an X over Izuku's chest and wings sprouted from his back. We'll see about that. The villain leader scoffed. How disappointing. Get him. A wave of criminals charged at the boy, an army of 50 against 1. Hardly fair. Izuku raised his arm and a huge fire hand manifested. He swiped across and grabbed several inmates. He held them tightly in his enlarged fist and swung down on the next wave, easily taking out half of the criminal army. Is this the best you could find, villain leader? Izuku taunted. The leader seemed unfazed. Die. A man with sharp claws tried to swipe at his throat. Izuku dodged and knocked him out with an uppercut. The next wave attacked with long-range moves. Lightning, fire, and dark energy bombs were hurled at him, creating a large cover of destruction. When the smoke cleared, all that was seen was a swirling green fire column, leaving Izuku without a scratch. Is that all? He asked. The prisoners were stunned by what they just witnessed. A single child made them all look weak. Diamenit, Diamenit, Diamenit. The leader growled as he scratched his neck furiously. He and the living mist transported themselves to the top of a nearby watchtower, looking down at the chaos below. At this rate, he'll wipe us out before we've had a chance to do anything. The mist man spoke up. Remember, Tamura Shigaraki, our mission is recruiting, which we have accomplished. All for One permitted you to try to welcome the Green Devil, but he is clearly more harm than good. We must allow some of our new friends a chance to escape and continue to wreak havoc in this crumbling world. It's time to unleash the Nomu. Tamura stopped scratching his neck. It's a shame, really, Kurogiri. I never thought I'd be fighting children on my big start, but it's only level 1. We have to start somewhere. Just as he finished talking, Izuku had just enveloped a man in cold flames and tossed his unconscious body aside. He looked up and saw the ringleader, then flew straight at him. Nomu! Izuku pulled back his fist and punched with explosive force. Was that supposed to hurt? Izuku's eyes widened as he realized his fist connected with the black, brain-exposed creature, and it didn't recoil at all from the impact. The creature reached for him, but he pushed himself back and hovered in the air. Tamura had his wide grin again. You may have fought All Might, but you barely scraped by. Let's see how you fare against the genetically enhanced Nomu designed to defeat him. Try to make it fun, huh? In an instant, the creature leaped at Izuku and grabbed his ankle, throwing him down to the ground. This is one of those zombie things from the news, but it's way stronger. Genetically enhanced? It definitely looks like a mutant. Izuku landed on the ground and saw the Nomu coming at him from above. Flash fire fist, jet burn. Izuku's fist created a large green explosion at the center of Nomu's body. The heated blast consumed the beast's entire form, yet it didn't move an inch. But then, with movements too fast for Izuku to evade, the Nomu grabbed his extended arm and crushed it. Izuku yelled in pain as he felt the pressure. When the dust settled, he saw that the damage from his attack was rapidly being repaired. Impressed? Nomu here has shock absorption and regeneration. I told you he was made to kill All Might, didn't I? And as a little bonus, he's got super strength and thick skin. Good luck burning through that. So, are you gonna join or are we gonna drag you out of here by force? Tamura gloated. From where Izuku's arm was held, intense flames erupted. Neither! He yelled as he melted away Nomu's grip and pulled his arm back. The creature raised its free hand and tried to smash him into the ground. He dodged and positioned himself behind the monster. He had his green eyes fixed on the creature's exposed brain as he coated his left arm with a searing hot sword. He stabbed his hand right through the monster's brain. Nomu released a loud cry of pain as the flames worked to end him. Tamura and Kurogiri watched in awe and dread at what happened next. Nomu's regeneration was working overtime to try and repair its brain, but that was impossible with the flaming sword lodged in it. Say your goodbyes. Izuku yelled. The Nomu flailed and shook around, trying to get the green devil off of him, but it was to no use. His brain is the most sensitive and vital part of him, so if he has any sense at all, he'll focus all his regenerative capabilities on restoring it. That leaves the rest of him to be incinerated. Nomu could only scream and thrash about as its head was engulfed in extremely hot green flames. They escaped from its mouth and ravaged its insides. Small flames burned through different spots across its body before it was entirely enveloped in an emerald blaze. When its last howl passed, the area suddenly became silent, followed by a loud thud and continued silence. Izuku pulled his arm out of the ashes that were once the Nomu's brain. He found himself standing atop a lifeless, half-cremated form. Izuku huffed, exhausted from the amount of heat he had to generate to melt the creature's inhuman organs. You cheated. Izuku backflipped, narrowly avoiding a furious hand approaching him. You cheated. Tamura yelled as he lunged at Izuku again. Oh right, you're still here, he said as he jumped above the screaming man-child throwing a tantrum. Suddenly, a portal appeared right in front of his face, with a palm creeping out. A portal? That guy's a living portal? Izuku thought in astonishment. He swerved to the left, but just as he was about to escape, his forearm was grasped, and he was pulled into the swirling warp gate. Forget the Nomu, Tamura yelled. I'm going to take you down myself. Izuku felt the fabric on his arm tear away, followed by a sharp pain. Cracks began to form over his forearm, and he could feel the warmth of blood trickling from his injuries. Demon you! Izuku shouted as he struggled against the pain, forcing Tamura to release his grip and roll away to extinguish the flames liking at his hand. Izuku assessed the damage. His arm was marred with cracks, threatening to break completely with the next blow. This is all your fault. Seizing the opportunity, Tamura lunged forward again, swiping his palm across Izuku's chest, leaving more cracks and blood in its wake. I hate you. Prominence burn. Izuku unleashed a wave of intense flames from his chest, aiming to stop Tamura and seal his wounds. The effort brought him to his knees, gasping for breath. He had pushed himself too far and was now paying the price. Too little, too late. Izuku's heart sank as he recognized that familiar, raspy voice. He looked up to see Kurogyari shielding the villain. It's time to send you back, he said, raising his palm toward Izuku's face. Bang, bang, bang. Arg! Tamura yelled as he collapsed to the ground. The sound of gunfire echoed, bullets striking his shoulder and leg. Kurogyari shielded him from the onslaught of prison guards, forcing them to retreat. Damn it! One guard exclaimed, spitting in frustration. Izuku felt himself slipping into unconsciousness as the adrenaline faded and the flames around him extinguished. The guards cautiously approached his unconscious form, weapons at the ready. He had collapsed after battling several escapees and a formidable foe. Wow, it's the Green Devil, one of them exclaimed. Did he stop these criminals? How strong can one kid be? Should we arrest him? A guard lowered his weapon and checked on Izuku. Get these criminals back in their cells. I'll find a doctor. Once he's awake, we'll interrogate him. Go! Elsewhere, Tamura seethed in frustration, dropping to the ground as pain coursed through him. Kurogyari hurried to fetch bandages and antiseptic. The Nomu was a total failure, master. If it can't even defeat a kid, there's no way it can take down All Might. The master rose from his seat, placing a hand on Tamura's blue hair. I wouldn't be so sure about that, he said with a sly grin. For now, take pride in your progress, Tamura. Tamura felt his wounds begin to close, slowly and painlessly. Though you've lost your strongest pawn and most of your new army, some did escape. The prison break will only deepen society's fear and panic. Things may not have gone as planned, but you should take pride in the progress you've made. Tamura sighed, pushing himself back to his feet. Still, I'll make him pay for this setback and these burns. All for One smiled, pleased with Tamura's growth and determination. 2 months later, Tsukachi stood in the warden's office, incredulous. You really have the Green Devil in your prison? The elderly warden nodded. Yes, he showed up and stopped most of our escaped prisoners. He was critically injured, and it didn't feel right to leave him to die in the snow. We're being cautious though. Our doctors are working slowly, and we've kept him sedated until he's stable. He should regain full consciousness in 3 days. I see, and you haven't classified him as a prisoner yet? The detective inquired. Not until we've heard his full story. He is far from innocent, but I want to see the complete picture before making a decision, which is why I called you. Tsukachi felt relieved by the response. Recently, he had heard many argue that the boy deserved life in prison or worse. Thank you for the update. I'll return, but please keep me informed about his condition. The warden held out his hand. Wait, before you go, he said, reaching into a drawer. He's been fading in and out of consciousness. During the brief moments he was awake, he wrote this. Tsukachi took the folded piece of paper, noticing it appeared hastily written. A villain with several hands. A living portal. That creature was called Nomu, made to kill All Might. Multiple quirks. All for One is plotting. Reading the note sent chills down Tsukachi's spine. He suspected the Demon Lord was not dead but still active. If society continued to deteriorate, he would surely re-emerge as a terror. Even more concerning was that Izuku seemed aware of All for One's existence and his capabilities. Tsukachi doubted that All Might had shared the gravity of the situation with his successor. When did he write this? the detective finally asked. Last night. Though his body has been immobilized and his quirk sealed, his mind has moments of clarity. The doctors suspect he has been having nightmares. Tsukachi folded the paper and tucked it into his jacket pocket. Izuku always wanted to be a hero, to be like All Might. It's possible he might try to confront All for One himself. I need to warn him that would be suicide. I know you said the kid is sedated, but if possible, I'd like to speak to him face to face. The warden looked at him as if he were crazy. Sir, why on earth would... Tsukachi interrupted. I'm working with several heroes, including All Might, to track down a very dangerous villain, the one behind the attack on your prison. The Green Devil could be a valuable ally. The warden considered the request. It wasn't entirely unreasonable, given what the boy had done, but it was still a risk. He opened his mouth to respond, but the blaring of an emergency alarm cut him off. What the? He gasped, rushing to the door to ask the guard what was happening, only to find the guard on the ground and a green-haired boy in hospital clothing standing before him. He was running with tears in his eyes. That's him. Stop, the warden yelled. Moments before Izuku's escape. Izuku's mindscape. Izuku floated alone in a black void. There was no beginning or end, just an endless night. His mostly black and green hair framed his hollow gaze as he tried to piece together what he knew. 10 years ago, when Izumi and I were close, we lost our dad. Months later, Mom met Toshinori, All Might, outside Dad's hospital. Izuku's hair turned white as he thought of Rei, but returned to its original color when he refocused. 10 years ago, I think All Might fought someone. The details about the villain are tightly hidden, but I suspect it's All for One. Izuku clenched his right hand tightly, feeling a sharp pain. Diamine. Now that Yagi and Bakugo are training under Teleki and All Might, they're in danger. Good riddance. All for One. He has to be as wounded as All Might. I can exploit that just like I did before. Don't. You can't. Izuku froze at the unfamiliar voice. He turned to see a light behind him. As it dimmed, he recognized the face burned into his memory from years of staring at its portrait, the hero of the era before All Might, his grandmother, Nana Shimura. Izuku was stunned and took a step back, awe and fear mixing in his expression. You can't face him. You'd be putting yourself in danger for nothing. I don't want that for you. Izuku struggled to hear her over the pounding in his chest. The mindscape began to shake as panic enveloped him. Instead of hearing the voice of someone he admired, he was haunted by the chaos he had caused and the lives he had affected. He feared that the figure before him would reject him, and perhaps rightfully so. Nana tried to approach him gently, but the voice in his head was overpowering. It was Izumi's voice. Old Dad and Grandma would be really upset to be stuck with you. That she's right. Reality. Izuku jolted awake in his hospital bed, drenched in cold sweat. His heart raced, and whimpers escaped his throat. He knew only one thing as he struggled against the hospital clothes: I need to get out of here. He noticed a quirk suppressant cuff on his left wrist. Grabbing a pen, he bolted for the door. Panic surged as sirens blared around him. Hey, stop, a guard shouted. Izuku's instincts kicked in, and he lunged at the man, leaving small green flames in his wake. He struck the man on the neck, knocking him out, and continued running, ignoring the shouts of the detective and warden. This brought us to the present: Izuku running for his life, tears streaming down his face. He raced toward the window at the end of the hall, nearly breaking the seal on the cuff. Stop! Tsukachi pleaded, but it was like trying to reason with a frightened animal. Tsukachi took drastic measures, picking up the fallen guard's gun. He fired. A bullet whizzed past Izuku's head and lodged into the wall ahead. It was a warning shot, but he didn't slow down. Tsukachi took another shot, narrowly missing him and cutting a few strands of hair. Please don't make me do this. Tsukachi thought desperately, tears blurring his vision. He prepared to pull the trigger again. Click, boom. The shockwave from a massive explosion knocked Tsukachi and the warden off their feet. As they collected themselves, they saw a green fire soaring through the sky. Izuku had escaped, heading toward an uncertain destination. Tsukachi dropped the gun, wiping his tears. He had never seen the Green Devil in such a state of panic, even against formidable foes. The detective was at a loss for what to do next. He was crying. That thought echoed in his mind. Meanwhile, in the air, Izuku was doing everything he could to fly away, tears pouring from his eyes. Explosions erupted from his palms, a large pair of wings sprouted from his back, and flames jetted from his feet. Green explosions, explosive speed for propulsion. Soul jets for balance. Faux fierce wings to cut down wind resistance. That's right. Fly right into the waiting, loving arms of your family after your nightmare. I'm sure they'll gladly comfort you. You are their child after all. Izumi. 1 week later. Izuku had taken some time to collect himself. The dream about his grandmother had shaken him to his core. He checked his body, noticing new crack-like scars on his right arm and chest, still not fully fit to fight. Any belief he had in himself was gone. Desperate people do desperate things. He walked through the familiar suburban streets, carrying his reliable yellow backpack under the dark clouds of a cold day. As he walked, he didn't notice the remorseful turquoise eyes of another scarred onlooker. "See you in hell, kid." Izuku passed by Dagoba Beach, one of his old hiding places from bullies. It had always felt fitting for trash to be among trash. But the beach was now pristine and beautiful, even under the gloomy atmosphere. He decided to walk across the clean sand for the first time. He took off his red sneakers to feel the sand beneath his feet, but a few familiar figures made him freeze. Izuku hid behind the rocks. Of course, I should have guessed. This may be the most excruciating day of my life, but I can't go on like this. He was ready to give up and turn himself in to the Yagis. As horrific as it was for him to admit, he couldn't do this alone anymore. He needed his family. On the sandy shore stood All Might and Teleki, looking proudly at their star students, Katsuki Bakugo and Izumi Yagi. The latter had a look of disgust as she swallowed something thickly. "Man, did I dodge a bullet?" Katsuki huffed. "I'm surprised you actually said Izumi could." "Take it, Katsuki," Inko said. "Unlike me, she's practically defenseless against that green pyromaniac. She needs this to level the playing field." Inko and Toshinori smiled proudly at the boy's heroic generosity. "What are they talking about? Why does Yagi look like she's about to be sick?" Izuku wondered. "Make no mistake, I'm still going to be the #1 hero. We may be a duo, but there can only be one indisputable best, and it'll be me. Good luck accepting that, Izumi." There was that enormous ego again. Izumi shook off her discomfort and grinned at her blonde friend. "I wouldn't be so sure, Kaken. Before we know it, I'll be as strong as All Might." Like that means anything to the guy who'll surpass him. All Might walked up to the two and placed his hands on their shoulders. "We couldn't be prouder of you two and all the extra hard work you've put in these past few months. You really went plus ultra. Izumi may have inherited it, but Katsuki, you would also make an exemplary successor. I'm so happy to know the legacy of One for All is in good hands." As All Might and Teleki continued to express their pride, Izuku felt a fire burning in his chest. After all this time, he returned home, and the same scene played out. Izumi and Katsuki receiving praise while his struggles remained unseen. But one little detail kept his ears tuned to the group. One for all? What is that? The opposite of all for one? And what does he mean by inherit? "Hey, how long until tech support gets here?" Katsuki asked. "Her dad says not until Japan's crime rate goes down," Inko replied, looking downcast. "So not long then," Katsuki proclaimed, punching his fist into his palm. Izumi smiled beside him. "Yeah. Once I get this power down, in like a week or two, we'll take the villains by storm, starting with the Green Devil." So typical. They think their power is all they need to be heroes. They don't have anything else to make them even remotely heroic. That's why they rejected me. All Might spoke up. "It will be nice to have Melissa around. The house has been feeling rather empty." His grin faltered slightly. Izuku was clutching his hospital clothing as smoke wafted off of it. "Who is this Melissa?" he wondered, having never met anyone by that name. All Might's smile remained, but his expression grew serious. "Izumi Yagi, you have inherited my quirk, One for All. Take pride in knowing that the world will one day look to you as its next symbol of peace. I know that you will succeed, for Japan and for your brother's and grandmother's honor." The green-haired girl nodded and accepted, unaware of the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, Izuku was spiraling into confusion once again. What is happening here? One for all? Inherited his quirk? None of this makes any sense. And in my honor? What does that mean? His mind raced before settling on a horrifying realization. He had been missing since last year, and during that time, crime and villainy had surged. The Yagi's quirkless son, alone in a crumbling superhuman society. What could possibly happen? Izuku desperately tried not to think about it as he flew from the beach. Thankfully, the Yagis and Bakugo were too focused on each other to notice him, as usual. Half a mile away from the beach, Izuku flew to the front door of the Yagi household and crashed right through it. He picked himself up, feeling little pain, leaving the doorframe smoldering. He saw the old memorial table, which had transformed into a regular decoration table adorned with flowers and pictures of the current family. Except for one. Izuku let his tears spill as he ran up the stairs, his emotions igniting a fire within him. He went straight to Izumi's room. He didn't care if she would be furious, he needed answers. What he saw made his heart ache. Bunk beds. He hadn't seen those since before he was misdiagnosed as quirkless. On the bottom bunk, he noticed her laptop open to a picture of a blonde, blue-eyed girl. He had never seen this face before. She looked to be from a different country. Who is that? He wondered aloud. Perhaps Izumi's diary would provide some clarity. He clicked off the picture of the blonde girl and opened his sister's digital diary to a random page. Even when he's gone, Izuku keeps annoying me. I found his journal about Dad. It's full of memories of him and the old man together. There's barely any about me. One last slap in my face before you leave, huh, Deku? Just rub it in my face that you've got so many good memories of Hisashi, while I have almost none. Izuku felt a new level of disgust and repulsion toward his twin sister. He finally understood why she had resented him all these years. It was because he had spent more time with Hisashi than with her. Izumi was too enamored with their busy, heroic mother to appreciate her plain old dad and his weak fire-breathing quirk. She carried guilt and regret for not being like Izuku, and she took it out on him. To her, he was a manifestation of her deep-seated regrets, despite having done nothing to wrong her back then. Izuku clicked to another page of her diary, which contained an entry about this Melissa. She's going to be great to have around, making awesome gear for me and Kaken. At least this quirkless girl is smart enough to know she can't be a hero and makes herself useful, unlike Deku. Izuku felt his heart ache. Q.quirkless. His voice trembled as he repeated that word. This blonde girl was like he once was. She was his replacement. Izuku doubled over, overwhelmed by nausea. He rolled off the bed and landed on his hands and knees, tears streaming down his face as he struggled to process the weight of his sister's words. He finally understood why his sister hated him and what his family was doing to move on. That was the worst blow he'd ever suffered. At least, that's what he thought. Izuku picked himself up and left the room, not noticing the remnants of his distress on the floor. He pushed himself to look into his parents' room. Nothing had changed since his last visit, except that now Nana's picture was hidden inside a drawer. He picked it up and held it to his chest, crying as the flames of his emotions continued to rise. Quirkless. Izuku thought, and Toshinori's image flashed in his mind. Toshinori had said his quirk was somehow passed down to Izumi. Did it originate with him or? Izuku glanced at the burning picture of his grandmother. No, you trained him. You must have. As so he was quirkless too? He was like me? But he never did anything to help me. Izuku flipped the paper around and saw something written on the back. No doubt from Toshinori. Dear Master, I've made my choice to pass on our quirk to Izumi. She will make both of us proud as its 9th wielder. Perhaps you two will be united, and you can guide him. I feel bad for my son, Izuku, but I can't leave the power in his hands. He might be like I was, but he isn't me. He doesn't have the bravery to be a hero. It'll be much better for him to remain timid and quirkless. Please watch over us from above, Mother. Izuku's flames flared up as the paper in his hands was reduced to ash. His animosity toward his family was reaching new heights today. He had just learned that his father was the biggest hypocrite ever. Hearing that he couldn't become a hero felt like being told he had no purpose in this world or this family. Izuku's world crumbled that day. If the quirkless had been treated like he was, it would explain everything about his relationship with his father. The coward couldn't bear to look at a painful reminder of his hard life. He wanted to leave it behind and focus on being the world's greatest symbol, and in doing so, he created a great monster. That just left one place left to look, his old room. Izuku didn't bother with a ladder, he burned through the rusty flooring separating him from his original prison cell. He turned to where his mattress lay but saw something entirely different. It was something he could never unsee. The sight was so jarring, so shocking, so unbelievable, and so heartbreaking that it brought him to his knees. He cried silently while keeping a near-blank expression of surprise. He would have felt sick again, but he couldn't, he was empty inside. What he was staring at was a shrine for the deceased, and his picture was in the center. Izuku Yagi is dead. The broken soul was on his hands and knees as he took in this world-shattering reality. His family believed he was dead. They accepted that he left them and moved on. He, the living embodiment of their regrets, failures, and awful past, was nothing more than an ugly memory they hoped would fade away soon. The poor soul felt himself drown in a sea of abject misery and crackling flames. The house was nearly completely engulfed in the searing heat of his pain. I'm dead to them. They've already moved on from me. The quirkless failure with no reason to live. I did have a role here. I was the living embodiment of everything they wanted dead. I wanted to be a hero, but I was born to be their villain. And villains don't get happy endings. He had no idea how long he was sitting there, crying over the death of himself. The attic was where Izuku picked himself up to his feet and walked to the shrine. He pulled off his red sneakers and placed them down to burn. He reached into the smallest compartment of his backpack and pulled out an ultra-rare all-might trading card. He placed it in front of its owner. The silently crying boy put his hands together in a praying manner. He stood there as the flames caused the attic to collapse and the shrine to burn. He closed his eyes as the burning tears still slipped through. You didn't deserve to live the way you did. Your life was a nightmare. At least now, you can finally be free from it. Don't worry, I'll show your family what real hell is. Call it a farewell gift from the Green Devil. The roof of the house collapsed, and the floor was falling into the ground floor. The Green Devil fell down at the end of his prayer. When he opened his eyes, he saw them, the Yagis and Bakugo outside of the doorway. The people who made Izuku's life hell to the end. His eyes shot open into a crazed, volatile glare, bloodshot orbs with pin-sized pupils. His tears evaporated in an instant. The entire house was engulfed in a massive pillar of green fire, destroying the structure that had been their home for so long. Hisashi Midoriya, Nana Shimura, and Izuku Yagi all burned away in the wake of the Green Devil. From the inside of the rapidly collapsing house, the devil raised his hands in front of him and released two enormous explosions at the family of hypocrites. The recoil sent him flying away, just as he wanted. He needed to get away from them. The Green Devil had explosions from his hands, jet flames from the soles of his feet, and large wings on his back. His speed was incredible, and he essentially became a large flaming missile that burned, melted, or incinerated everything in its path. His fire continued to grow larger and wider as he crashed through house after house in his childhood neighborhood. The flames of disaster spread quickly and burned hot, causing devastation with each passing moment, and he had no intention of stopping anytime soon. The scale of destruction was unprecedented, and the one responsible was gritting his teeth as everything replayed in his mind. In one particular house, he briefly saw faces from Aldra. His fire expanded to triple the size of the house. You'll pay, he thought as he confronted his abusers. Continuing straight, he came across a familiar playground. 10 years ago. Come on, Izuku. Let's play heroes and villains. Izumi said enthusiastically. The boy was trembling in place. Okay, but why am I the villain every time? Kaken came up to answer that. Isn't it obvious? He asked as he ignited his quirk, striking fear into the green-haired boy. Unlike you, we heroes don't lose. Present. Urghaha. The devil released a blood-curdling howl that echoed through Mizudafu. His flames grew even stronger, his power having the size of a large building. He left behind nothing but smoldering earth, hundreds of instantly cremated corpses, causing a mile-wide trail of destruction that only grew wider. There was no apparent end to the emerald inferno that consumed everything in its path. Finally, the Green Devil saw the worst of his hells, Aldra Junior High. His speed increased. For the first time, he was eager to reach the school. Burn in hell, every last one of you. At this point, he looked like a green sun gliding across the earth, as tall as a skyscraper. Aldra was wiped clean off the face of the earth in an instant, followed by hundreds of others. Suddenly, small explosions began appearing all around the devil. They grew in size, even across the trail of flames he left behind for a little extra destruction. They continued to grow until a massive, gargantuan explosion ravaged everything for a mile and a half. As the green sun detonated, the flames behind him flared up greatly before almost entirely going out. Izuku no, the Green Devil picked himself up out of a crater. He felt better after working out his pain and saw the damage it did. As far as the eye could see, nothing but ash and cinders remained. Hundreds of innocent lives had been lost in an instant because of him. Strangely, he felt little disturbance at that fact. Thunder rumbled overhead, and lightning flashed, followed by a sudden heavy downpour of rain. Without a word, he turned his back on the destruction and flew away using his quirk. This world was now home to a newly born devil, and what remained in the wake of his birth. A scorched graveyard. Kid, a short old man grumbled, standing in the middle of his now destroyed home. The reason for its ruin was his talented and gifted granddaughter, who had absolutely no control over One for All, and it had been almost a month since she received it. The ninth successor lay on the floor with her arms in slings after being treated by Recovery Girl. I'm genuinely convinced your memory is worse than mine, Gran Torino muttered. Izumi, after a week of her grandpa's intense training, was beyond frustrated. She had been told that One for All would enhance her innate quirk strength to unfathomable heights, but her telekinesis hadn't grown at all. Moreover, One for All seemed to have a mind of its own. Sometimes, when she intended to activate her own quirk, the passed-down one would emerge, unleashing a massively destructive shockwave. The recoil was almost unbearable. No matter how hard she tried or how much she focused, she couldn't control it or reduce the power output. It was always at full blast. It's not my FU, she was interrupted by a sudden kick to the face. That right there. That's your problem. Your inability to take responsibility, not admitting you have your faults. Your many, many faults. Gran Torino's mental suffering overshadowed hers. I blame Toshinori. You haven't known real pain in your life since he came into the picture. He spoiled you, giving you One for All like it was a treat after a bad day. Why couldn't it have been the twin who had a brain? He sighed in frustration. He would have been worse. Izumi exclaimed. He couldn't even protect himself, let alone others. Besides, he's gone. Gran Torino sighed. Yes. And you're still here, he said, the last part feeling like a curse. After fully healing and leaving her grandpa's place, Izumi decided to have a sparring match with Kaken. They both ended up in the hospital. Wow, I really dodged a bullet, Katsuki commented. Izumi gritted her teeth. So it's not going to be easy to master this power. But I'll keep working at it until I'm the greatest. She could tell herself that all she wanted, but for the first time in her life, she was experiencing true failure. It was starting to weigh on her. The pair received a call from their favorite American. Hey guys, holy. What happened to you too? You look like you got hit by a train. Melissa exclaimed. I wish, Katsuki said. One for All is not easy, Izumi added weakly. Melissa tilted her head. Really? My dad said Uncle Mike got it right off the bat. So you keep going all out and break your bones. Maybe you should try visualizing meditation. It's all in your mind as much as your body. Do you have anything in the back of your head that could be bothering you? Melissa, despite her good intentions, only managed to irritate Izumi and Katsuki. A quirkless person trying to help two incredibly strong quirk wielders brought back memories of him. What do you know about using a quirk when you don't have one of your own? Stay in your lane, tech support. Katsuki huffed, causing Melissa to pull back a bit. Instead of getting her cousin to defend her, she was met with disdain. He's right, just finish our gauntlets and we'll be fine. Thanks. Izumi hung up. Back in the States, Melissa felt a pang in her heart but forced it down. It's okay, think about it from their perspective. They've got a hero like Uncle Might training them, so they're probably expected to reach his level someday. That's a lot of pressure, and there's also the fact that the Green Devil burned down most of their neighborhood. They could have been killed. Once the devil is taken down, we'll go to UA together and it'll be great. She kept telling herself. The scale of destruction was monumental. Every news channel in Japan was reporting on it. Helicopters hovered above the still smoldering remains of hundreds. A family of frogs watched as they saw the melted remains of a playground. Tsuyu held her younger siblings close. Aside from their new play area being destroyed, that's the area where Zu lives, the eldest Azui said. Is he okay? Samidor, the only brother, asked. Tsuyu looked at the TV, then back to the hopeful and worried eyes of her brother and sister. He can take care of himself. I'm sure he's fine, she said while inwardly praying for the boy who had found her siblings in that forest. She also remembered his eyes, his most striking feature. Those green orbs that held bags under them, filled with unmistakable hatred, anger, and immense sadness. Zu, please be okay. The magnitude of calamity is horrifying. Buildings ranging from companies to homes have all been reduced to cinders by one child the heroes continue to fail to apprehend. Fuyumi turned off the TV. News, always a downer, Natsuo said while eating a bowl of cereal. The spectacled woman had a downtrodden look in her eyes. Natsu, I'm worried. Her younger brother looked up from his bowl. That angsty homeless kid? Yeah, even if he can take care of himself, how can he handle himself in a fight with villains? He has a thermal vision quirk, so he'll be able to detect them better than most. And he looks decently strong for his age. But he's still a hurt kid, Fuyumi replied. That's why we're here. Endeavor entered, wearing his updated hero suit with large plates on his shoulders and gauntlets on his forearms, the latest in compression technology to better utilize his flash fire techniques. To ensure you and everyone else can rest easy, I will personally deal with that little menace. Stay safe. With that, the flame hero left his home. Natsuo simply huffed. He gets beaten by another fiery demon and thinks it's a good time to try to be our dad. Natsu! Fuyumi scolded. The young white-haired man wasn't technically wrong. Endeavor had been fighting a battle ever since that other white-haired figure appeared in Central Hospital. The thoughts he had tried to bury for years were resurfacing. He found himself plagued by repetitive nightmares. In them he stood. On Sokoto Peak, not alone. In front of him was his eldest son, whom he once believed to be dead, engulfed in flames. Most of the time, they were red flames, leaving him waking up dejected. Other times, they were green, and he awoke frustrated. On rare nights, they were blue, stirring feelings of guilt, sadness, self-hate, and heartbreak. After the number 2 hero left, the youngest son of the house walked out of the training room. Hey Shoto, how did training with our fiery mentor go? Natsuo asked. The red and white-haired boy looked a bit worn but not as bad as usual. It was more flexible, he wasn't so hyper-focused on forcing out my fire. I don't care to know what's going on in that guy's head, but it seems he's starting to gain some perspective. A seemingly endless stretch of disaster unfolded. That's what it looked like from the news choppers. To others, it seemed like confirmation that the Green Devil was the enemy, not a friend. To 3 middle schoolers, it felt like betrayal. Despite that, they clung to hope that he wasn't what his actions suggested. The scorched graveyard. That's what they were calling it now. The massive stretch of devastation that was once a peaceful, lively neighborhood. At the beginning of this path of destruction were 2 people who had faced the Green Devil's ruthless flames. Teleki and All Might, or by their real names, Inko and Toshinori Yagi. The two of them knelt upon the ashes of their home and prayed. They sought protection for those who had kept their family together or helped them reach their dreams. They prayed for those who had unjustly lost their lives to a monster. And for him, their son, Izuku. The two heroes wrestled with their emotions. Just when they had a reason to smile again with Izumi and Bakugo, this happened. They took it as a reality check. As long as the Green Devil was still out there couldn't be happy days. That's what they thought, but they had no idea. They vowed to stop the Green Devil and make him pay for all he had done. And if it meant taking him down, this could be problematic, a black-haired man sitting at his desk said to himself. He had seen the news about the escaped convicts from Kaimusho prison. Some of the escapees were former employees of the Yaoyorozu company, dismissed for misconduct. Now, with heroes and police no longer as powerful as they once were, the Yaoyorozu patriarch had reason to fear petty vengeance from those he once trusted. Unbeknownst to him, his only daughter was listening to his concerns and understood what he believed would be the worst-case scenario. "Lady Momo, your trainers are ready," a butler informed her. "Thank you, I'll go meet them immediately." Momo walked through the halls of her family's estate, determination etched on her face. Heroes are overwhelmed. We can't always expect someone else to help us when we need it. We need to stand up for ourselves. Isn't that right, Zu? Countless innocents going about their daily lives. In an instant it was taken away. We have all had clashing opinions about the young vigilante on the streets of Mizudafu. He has been unpredictable, committing both noble and terrible acts, but today it is clear who is behind the mask. An evil, ruthless, dangerous, heartless, remorseless monster, someone who truly lives up to his name. A devil. Now the streets are filled with unease and suspicion. Criminals are more active, and heroes are being overwhelmed. Until this devil is caught, tried, and punished, whether it be life in a cell or worse, the good people of Japan cannot look to the future with hope. Tsukachi turned off his office TV and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Well, isn't that just lovely?" Hawks said from the detective's couch. He sat hunched over, his hands on his face as his golden eyes glared at the floor. "This doesn't make sense," the wing hero began. "First, the Green Devil fights an entire prison full of criminals, along with a powerful Nomu, to the point where he's comatose for 2 months. Then suddenly he decides to take countless lives." Hawks knew Izuku also awoke in a state of panic, which raised questions. But even in the midst of a panic attack, he didn't harm anyone. The scorched graveyard incident occurred a week after his own escape. Hawks understood that the boy had been pushed into becoming the monster he was, but this level of destruction, coupled with the fact that he knew about All for One, was concerning. The young pro didn't want to assume the worst, but given all they had seen, it was entirely possible he could want to join the Demon Lord. "Hawks," Tsukachi said, grabbing the bird's attention. "I think I can shed some light on what's going on in his head." Tsukachi sat in his chair. The timing for this couldn't have been worse. Izuku was at his wit's end. All the chaos, the villains and heroes hunting him, he's just a kid. It's incredible he lasted this long without losing his sanity. I saw it in his eyes as he fled. He'd had enough. He went home, ready to turn himself in to the people who broke him. And those very same people may have broken him beyond repair. Hawks listened intently. What could they have possibly done now? Beat him up or something? Tsukachi scoffed. If it was just that, we might have a smaller list of casualties. No, they hit him in the wound that's been there for most of his life. Hawks thought for a moment before his eyes widened. His quirkless status. But that's clearly not the case anymore. He's got a powerful quirk. Tsukachi gritted his teeth as the words built up in his throat. All Might told me he had picked his successor and that he would be raising her to be the next symbol of peace. Hawks already knew about All Might's questionable judgment. He gave her his power, transferred one for all to Izumi Yagi. He told me the week before Izuku snapped. Hawks's eyes widened as confusion settled in. One for what? Transferred his quirk? How could he even? They don't even share blood. And one for all. That sounds like the opposite of All for One. Hawks mused, realizing the unique aspect of All Might's secret ability. All Might can share his power with others? Tsukachi confirmed with a nod. Yes, and he inherited it from his teacher. He was quirkless, just like Izuku. Hawks ran a hand through his hair, incredulous. Seriously? But if he could do that, why didn't he just transfer the quirk to Izuku? It would save the kid a lot of pain. Tsukachi clenched his jaw. I know All Might better than most how strong and courageous he is. But when faced with his past, he hesitates. It pained him to say it, but it was the truth. He lived a life as difficult as Izuku's, yet instead of confronting it and helping his quirkless stepson, he turned away from the pain of those old wounds. He told me Izuku lacked the strength or courage, even though he could have trained him to be worthy. It's clear now how much conviction the boy has. Hawks's mind raced with negative thoughts and emotions. Tsukachi had shared the full story of One for All and All for One, revealing what Izuku must have discovered. That All Might had given the very tool that could have helped Izuku to one of his worst abusers. Disgust washed over Hawks as he considered the so-called pillar of justice. But the poison in his veins was nothing compared to what Izuku must be feeling. It was what drove him to take drastic actions and ruin countless futures. Remember when I said I have nothing but respect for number one? I take it back. For the first time, Hawks couldn't contain his frustration. So you're telling me that at this point, All Might just handed All for One the perfect weapon to destroy this society? Forget the kid's quirk, he's got a wealth of knowledge on other quirks and potential weaknesses. Plus, if he wanted to, he could go public and expose everything. About All Might, Teleki, One for All. He could unleash every villain on them while shattering the public's faith in heroes. And if he joins All for One, it's over. This wasn't part of the plan, the Demon Lord muttered to himself, annoyance creeping into his voice. Everything had been going perfectly. Young Izuku had finally seen his family for the spineless hypocrites they were, abandoning him completely. The chaos that followed was just the icing on the cake. All that remained was to reach out to the boy, to lift him up in his darkest hour, and raise him to achieve the greatness he was truly capable of. Then, the perfect weapon to destroy All Might and his legacy would be within his grasp. However, nothing like spring. The season of renewal. Today, I start by renewing my drag cartel. Let's see what scumbag comes rolling in first. An illegal drag trader, well versed in the secrets of the trade, proclaimed proudly in a warehouse filled with illicit substances. He was just like the dozens of other criminal groups eager to rise to the top and drown the masses in the dark side of superhuman society. In the midst of his gloating, a new customer walked in. Hey there. You interested in anything? His squeaky voice called out. The short figure was shrouded in a ragged pitch-black cloak that reached their ankles, with sleeves too large for their arms and a hood that concealed their face in darkness. They were the very definition of a shady character. Their black combat boots echoed with each step. I've got a whole boatload of the good stuff. What are you looking for? Hallucinogens? Quirk boosters? Or maybe something else? Whatever you need, we have it. The customer remained unamused by the drag cartel's pitch, displaying no emotion. I want information, their gruff, yet somewhat youthful voice stated. The drag trader was taken aback, realizing he was speaking to a kid. But then he thought, it's a sign that this hero world is crumbling if even children are seeking what he's selling. Sure. I've got about 20 guys out on the streets making sales. Gotta give the pros another reason to quit. You're looking at our main stash. If you don't have cash right now, you could sell some grams, work your way up. Shut up, the cloaked figure interrupted. I want information on clients. The cartel leader shook his head. Sorry, kid, I don't give info about the guys that keep me afloat. You know how it is. If you're not buying or working, get lost. The short figure didn't leave. I get it now, you're just looking for trouble, the man said, placing his hand on the ground and pulling out a chunk shaped like a spiked semicircle. The cloaked one glanced around, noting the countless boxes scattered throughout the warehouse. How much of your stuff is flammable? The cartel leader scoffed. Damn near all of it. We only deal in the worst of the best and the best of the worst. Unease crept over him as he noticed two green glowing orbs in the cloak. Good to know. The cloaked figure extended their hand, green flames igniting in their palm. The cartel leader realized his mistake and tried to stop him, but it was too late. The warehouse erupted into flames, trapping them within. "You brat. We also have gunpowder and dynamite in the back. You'll blow us all to pieces." The man attempted to create a barrier around himself, but the green devil seized him by the neck before he could fully retreat. He can manipulate stone, but the most he can control is equivalent to his own body mass. He yanked the man up roughly and stomped on the stone, covering himself. And the stone loses its durability after he tampers with it. "I see he's desperate." The cartel leader struggled for breath, staring into the terrifying, fiery eyes of the green devil. "Not us, just you," he said coldly. The man's heartbeat raced uncontrollably. He was suspended by a rough, scarred hand that burned his neck. Panic surged within him when he heard a loud bang from the back. "If you want to live longer, tell me." Another, much louder bang echoed. The young man pulled back his hoodie with his free hand, revealing fluffy, mostly black and green hair, a scarred right cheek, and green eyes that, despite the flames, held an unimaginable coldness. His final words to the man before his end were, "Tell me what you know about All for One." The heroes received a report about a number of demolished warehouses, all of them either hideouts or holding criminal stashes. This was a month after the scorched graveyard disaster. It was frustrating to receive aid from this devil, but it meant fewer criminals on the street, thanks to the one who inspired them. They took this as a sign that the devil was back in action, which meant more fear and uncertainty. Izuku stood atop a building ruined by the conflicts of heroes and villains clashing. It was far easier to find these buildings nowadays than before. The rain fell on him, but it did nothing to hinder his resolve. His cloak, made from top-of-the-line materials resistant to any man-made or natural force, held up well against the chaos. He would have thanked the villain he stole it from if he hadn't met his end. He looked down on Mizurufu, the sirens of police, the fear in the air, the misery and anguish surrounding him. And all he felt was apathy. None of this mattered to him, not since he settled on his end goal. I pieced it together not long after. Izuku Yagi died. All for one and one for all. Opposites, just like their wielders. One is a shared ability, it gives. So the opposite is power theft. The more I thought about it, the more I realized what was out there. All for one can steal quirks and pass them on to his puppets like the Nomu, a villain who even permanently injured Prime All Might and lived to tell the tale. The Merchant of Quirks, the King of Villains, symbol of evil, Demon Lord, the Shadow Emperor. Every bit of information I gather about him only feeds my paranoia and drive. Izuku jumped off the building and soared through the dark sky, lighting it up like a beacon for anyone with useful information. This man is the real devil of this world. One for all may be the only power that can stop him, but it's in Yagi's hands, and there's no way in hell I'll leave it to such an incompetent weakling. I likely don't have the strength to stop him myself, so I'll take it one step at a time. I'll confront every villain I come across, weaken his forces, drive him into a corner, and then he will pay for all the lives he's ruined. And so will I. Inside Izuku's backpack was his latest addition to his quirk analysis notebooks and analysis of himself. It had become a journal he used to record everything that happened to him since he left his old life and awakened his power. It documented everything that pushed him to become the scourge of society known as the Green Devil and how his story would end. Once he finally reaches All for One, he would unleash his quirk at its full destructive capacity, causing a catastrophic explosion that would devastate everything for miles. Even if there was a chance it wouldn't defeat him, he would certainly leave a mark. But even after he annihilated himself, Izuku wouldn't be done. The purpose of this journal was for others to find it and learn his story. To uncover the hypocrisy of All Might, Endeavor, Bakugo, Yagi, and strip them of their hopes, dreams, and ideal futures, forcing them to walk through a world filled with disdain and despair, just as he did. Except it would be justified. That would be his mark on this world. The proof that he existed. Destruction. Calamity. Evil overtaking. What was once a thriving district was now a collapsed pile of rubble. With each day, criminals and villains gained more control over the streets, and the heroes meant to stop them were stretched thin. This society was thought to be overflowing with heroes, but that was not the case. As peace dissipated and gave way to anarchy, the public took out their fear and blame on their protectors, leading the heroes to hang up their capes and resign. They were no more than celebrities acting for recognition and praise. This society was filled with individuals chasing petty dreams, which is how it crumbled so quickly. Those that remained had little to no glory or fame to earn, yet they still put their lives on the line. They were the true heroes of this society. A shame their numbers weren't half of what they used to be. As it stood, Japan was covered in dark clouds with no sun in sight. The only light in the sky belonged to neither side, an enemy of both. The vigilante who created the first cracks in this hero-saturated society. He flew through the skies at high speed, inspiring dread in everyone who saw him. This figure clad in a black tattered cloak was known as the Green Devil. He perched upon an abandoned building that provided a decent view of the ruined city. Off in the distance was a massive scuffle, with more buildings collapsing and plumes of dust rising. More chaos on a rampage, huh? He thought as he jumped off the building, leaving his emerald flames in his wake. This is our turf, punk. A massive red kaiju-like creature yelled alongside his green twin. They both had scaly exteriors and muscular physiques. Not anymore, shitheads, a four-armed giant shouted. Their titanic clash shook the entire area and kept ground-bound heroes at bay. Fortunately, the civilians had been evacuated. Closing in on the two was a lady dragon and her periwinkle student. Citizens are evacuated. Now's your chance, Nijire-chan, she told her ward. Gotcha. The long-haired girl held her hands out and aimed for the clashing titans. Her targets were the Kaiju brothers, two birds with one stone. Golden streaks of energy spiraled around her wrists as she fired her attack. 50% output, Nijire wave. A widespread wave of energy shot from her hands and directly at the scaly duo. Despite being just half of her full power, the young heroine caused them to fall to their knees. The four-armed giant realized he had more company. Demon heroes. He picked up a large chunk of fallen concrete and aimed at the dragon and energy quirk user. However, the two of them noticed something approaching behind his back, coming at blistering speeds. Take this. As four arms through the huge projectile, the heroes were already out of the way, their attention split between him and the rapidly approaching figure. Four Arms looked back to see a sight that made him freeze in fear. The Green Devil. The Kaiju brothers raised their heads, staring like deer caught in headlights. The devil's emerald green wings instantly expanded in length, and two more grew from his lower back. He flew right past the giants, his wings slicing through their forms effortlessly. The four-armed creature was left in agony, desperately clinging to life as he cried out, "Stay with me. I need you." The Dragoon hero and her student hovered above the chaos, their faces reflecting horror at the ruthless efficiency of the Green Devil. They turned to see him flying away, his wings glimmering in the dim light. Izuku glanced back, catching a brief glimpse of the blue-haired hero student. They must be so desperate to recruit students, he thought bitterly, though he couldn't deny her impressive power and skill. His attention shifted to a group of police cars patrolling the streets. He dove down, deactivating his quirk, and walked through the rain in a black cloak and combat boots. Stopping by a puddle, he stared at his reflection, a scarred, weary boy with white hair. As the rain washed away the hair dye, he pulled the hood of his cloak over his head, keeping his white hair as a reminder of Rei and to distance himself from memories of his family. He made his way to a shelter for the locals in the devastated area, planning only to take a moment to breathe. However, unsettling sounds from an alley caught his attention. "You know, as a hero, I think I deserve some compensation for escorting you here," a man in a tight blue bodysuit said, eyeing a petite girl with short purple hair. Her ears perked up defensively, but the hero only chuckled, "I wouldn't do that if I were you. Attack me, and you'll be labeled a villain. How would your parents react to that?" The girl clenched her teeth, trapped in a difficult situation. Just as the man reached for her, he gasped, suddenly overwhelmed by a sharp pain. The purple-haired girl recoiled in shock as he was struck from behind by a fiery blade. He fell aside, and the green devil stood before her, his hands stained but unfazed. His feet glowed with power, and his large wings illuminated the dark alley. His hair seemed to shimmer green, matching the intensity of his quirk. Kyoka stood frozen, fear gripping her as she met his piercing gaze. "Take a good look," he said in a grave voice. "This is the side of heroes you don't see on TV." His words resonated with her, even as she wished to look away. The sound of approaching police sirens filled the air. The green devil pointed at her, and she trembled, unable to move or speak. His intense gaze faded behind a veil of white flames. "Nothing is black and white in this society," he stated before unleashing a wave of green fire. She fell to the ground, letting out a startled cry, but the flames were warm and comforting, wrapping around her like a protective blanket. She remained paralyzed in the alley, unable to move. "Nothing is black and white," she recalled his words. She glanced at the fallen man who had threatened her and the flames that had saved her. The police soon found her and escorted her to safety, her encounter with the green devil forever etched in her memory. Once she recovered from the shock, the officers were astonished by her account. Meanwhile, Izuku soared through the sky, searching for any villain he could confront. This had become his routine, flying around, hoping to encounter a hero or villain who could be of use. Villains faced dire consequences, while heroes were left severely injured. Occasionally, he would save someone and a fragment of his soul would resurface, but he was burdened by the weight of countless lives lost. He couldn't allow guilt to hold him back. He had a mission to fulfill. The scale of destruction was unimaginable. All Might, Teleki, Tsukachi, Izumi, and Bakugo stood before a scene that felt like a nightmare. Bodies lay scattered, and the air was thick with the stench of death as rain tried to wash away the blood. They knew who was responsible. The green embers made it clear. The most chilling sight was the mix of fallen villains, heroes, and police among the wreckage. A large group of villains was rioting, and the remaining heroes were struggling to regain control. As they called for backup, he appeared. Tsukachi was haunted by the screams of his comrades before the radio went silent. Izumi and Bakugo were eager to prove themselves as heroes, joining All Might and Teleki as unofficial sidekicks. It was a belated birthday gift for Izumi, wrapped in blood, destruction, and helplessness. The faint gasps drew their attention to the sole survivor of the chaos, a man in destroyed armor, jetpack, and blaster. The Buster hero, Airjet, was in critical condition. All Might lifted him from the rubble, trying to reassure him. "Don't worry, it's going to be okay." He stopped as warmth spilled onto his hand. Blood. The kids and Teleki were horrified. "Happened so fast," Airjet murmured weakly. "Even when all of us targeted him, we couldn't touch him. His moves were so precise, so devastating. He was a monster." Tsukachi urged him to save his energy, but Airjet continued. "Something changed in him. There's no reasoning with him anymore. He's merciless." He finally lost consciousness. "Damn it." Katsuki growled, clenching his fists, willing his body to stop trembling. He and Izumi were determined to take this guy down. They couldn't let fear consume them. Still, the dread that crept over them lingered. "He'll pay. We'll make him pay," Izumi repeated, desperately trying to convince herself. The thing that kept her going was a foreign feeling, something deep inside urging her to confront the devil. Inko gazed up at the sky, searching for a reason to hope, but all she found was cold darkness. The symbol of peace placed his hand on his wound and gritted his teeth. "What a heartless monster. How could anyone be so callous? I'll find him and end this nightmare once and for all, no matter the cost. No one else will suffer. We'll show this devil that we are still here." Tsukachi had a very different opinion on the matter than his friend. He bore the burden of knowing who the Green Devil was and what had driven him to become the monster he was now. He wanted to scream in their faces that this was the result of Toshinori and his family's mistreatment of a once kind-hearted boy. The pent-up frustration, heartache, and stress caused him to be the only one who shed tears that day. Something changed in him. "Izuku, What happened to you? 2 days earlier. Izuku's 15th birthday. Things had started to look up for the Psycho Flames user, as much as they could, anyway. He received word of All for One's possible hiding place. With nothing to lose, he followed the tip, which led him to an abandoned warehouse. Unsurprisingly, it was filled with his target's villainous pawns, including 10 Nomu. It was 50-1, and he stood there, drenched and breathing heavily. Not a single ounce of useful information from those puppets infuriated him. Izuku Yagi. Izuku froze and turned around. At the back of the warehouse, on the wall above several charred, mangled remains, was a TV with audio only. Izuku recognized the voice from the phone call he had overheard, and they knew his real name. There was no doubt about it. He was the mastermind. Izuku approached the monitor, stepping across the sticky, red substance that covered the floor. All for one. Yet another impressive showing, my boy. Yet all such a waste of effort. Why do you hunt me? Seeking atonement? Revenge for your grandmother? You can tell yourself that, but you are far from the noble hero you once envisioned yourself to be. This society that cast you aside, you desire its destruction. You're a clever boy, you understand that to build something truly better means tearing down what came before, but not everyone can accept this truth. That is why you were buried. Izuku clenched his fists. This was clearly an attempt to lure him to All for One's side. Although he wouldn't allow himself to fall for the Demon Lord's words, he couldn't deny that some of his points were compelling. More than anything, he wanted this world to change, if only he could live long enough to see it through. Before you get the urge to destroy this place entirely, ask yourself, what happens after you achieve your goal of destroying us both? What are the odds someone finds your little journal? We may go down in history, but your family is clearly keeping your story hidden from the world, as will the heroes. How many others down the road will commit the same atrocities you've witnessed in your life? Despite everything you've done so far, people like Bakugo and Yagi are still uplifted, and no one knows the suffering you've had to endure. Not even your parents. Izuku Yagi is dead, the Green Devil said quietly. All for One smiled wickedly, though it couldn't be seen. Let me tell you a story, one about a person society attempted to erase from history as it will you. Long ago, when humanity was in shambles due to the rise of quirks, there was one man with the power of a god. He could take and give quirks. He used his gift to bring peace and unity to Japan and planned to do the same for the world. However, his brilliant vision was thwarted by self-righteous imbeciles that called themselves heroes. A terrible war against the divine leader and his enemies broke out, waging for over 100 years, to this day. For so long, it was an era of impenetrable darkness. The faint light of hope swiftly snuffed out, driving the people further into unease. The conflicts between the opposing forces ruined countless lives. There was no sure safety for anyone. A time defined by suspicion, resentment, intolerance, and, as you've no doubt seen, brutal conflicts. The devil felt his heart beginning to race the more he listened. Where are you going with this? He demanded to know, despite dreading the answer. There was only one power in existence that could stand up to the Dark God, one cultivated for generations, and I'm sure you know what it is. One for all. And now that power is in the incompetent hands of your dear sister. Are you starting to understand? This world is a far cry from the one you endured just a year ago. No heroes to save you. And this time, the era of darkness will not be overcome. You have taken down a good number of my forces, yet the heroes still hunt you. For what? Enacting the justice they preach. You have a choice. Continue to destroy yourself and others only to end up a forgotten martyr, or make the smart choice. This isn't your world anymore either, the devil growled. And yet, its course has been so easy to predict. Ask yourself, isn't it odd that I haven't come for you myself? You're an annoyance, yes, but not worth getting up and confronting myself. I still have many friends to do it for me, including Kurogiri, who can have you brought to my doorstep in an instant. The truth, my boy, is that you've only diminished a fraction of my power, and I am still in control of this game. How does it feel to know that, through all your efforts, you're ultimately powerless to reach your monumental goal? Perhaps Izuku Yagi is still breathing after all. Or should I say, Deku? Boom. The monitor in the warehouse exploded suddenly, sending a fiery shockwave throughout the interior. Izuku stood motionless, weathering the blast. When it subsided, the remains of those he had fought against were mostly reduced to ash, and only the skeletal structure of the warehouse remained. He was barely scratched by the blast, but his psyche suffered a critical blow. The ringing of the explosion echoed in his head, far too familiar. All the horrible memories he had tried to bury surged back with a vengeance. The devil clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. "I will have your head." Elsewhere, All for One smiled widely to himself. It's almost too easy to manipulate broken hearts. Now he will double down on his futile efforts to find and destroy me. The more active he is, the more the heroes will attempt to stop him, which means more hopeless battles for the public to witness. The ocean of despair will continue to rise, and these false heroes will fall without hope of recovery. Whether or not he comes to his senses or succumbs to exhaustion, I doubt the heroes will execute him, at least not before discovering his true identity. The hole in Toshinori's stomach will be the least of his worries. From bad to worse. "I strongly advise you to get further away," Endeavor said to Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu. "With all due respect, Endeavor, I intend to see this through. My daughter was kidnapped and is being held for ransom by my former employees," Mr. Yaoyorozu replied, guilt weighing heavily on him for what had happened to his daughter. His wife placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Please bring our Momo back to us." Endeavor nodded. "We will, you have my word." With that, the flame hero left to join his team. In a clearing in the forest stood a small mansion where the former Yaoyorozu employees had made their demands an absurd amount of money and partial ownership of the company in exchange for their daughter. If not, they threatened they would never see her again. "They'll pay if they harm her," Endeavor thought. He empathized with Mr. Yaoyorozu's plight, though their situations were entirely different. They both felt responsible for their children's suffering, and he was determined to make this right. It was also an attempt to quell his own guilt and shame. Along with Hawks and Ingenium, he planned to neutralize the kidnappers before they could further harm the girl. However, when Endeavor arrived at the mansion, it was suddenly engulfed in flames. The fire consumed the building almost instantly, roaring with the ferocity of an inferno. Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu watched from a distance, horrified. The flames were green, instilling even greater fear. Boom! The mansion erupted in a massive burst of flames, leaving no hope for survivors. "My baby!" Mrs. Yaoyorozu cried in anguish. Moments prior, a man released a pained grunt as he was struck by a green fire blade. "That makes 20, the Green Devil thought as he moved through the compound with unrestrained determination. He was more driven than ever to rid Japan of its scum after All for One's words had reached him. Any heroes who faced him, he didn't always intend to kill, but he would if necessary. He kept his power contained, only unleashing it fully when truly threatened. He came across a hallway where two men were talking. "Gur, this is just perfect," one of them yelled in frustration. "What is it?" the other asked. The Yaoyorozu girl escaped. "Not only that, she's fighting her way out." The other looked surprised. "Are you serious? I thought she was just a spoiled girl?" "Clearly not. Most of the others aren't responding. Let's go stop her before she ruins everything." They left, but Izuku froze at the mention of one word. Yaoyorozu. He remembered her, the only person who had helped him confront his demons from Aldra. The one who had listened to him vent about his painful life. The kind soul he had snapped at for trying to help him. For the first time in months, his heart felt a sliver of warmth before turning ice cold. The men he had taken down were kidnappers. His mind filled with thoughts of Yaoyorozu being tied up, taken, the fear coursing through her. In that moment he resolved to do one thing. "I'll stop them all." Momo was forced to fight her way through the criminal compound, armed with a bow staff and shield she created with her quirk. Thanks to her training, she was capable of holding her own against the men, having knocked out a dozen single-handedly. Despite being vastly outnumbered, her skill allowed her to push through. Still, Momo had suffered a few blows, but nothing too serious. Sweat drenched her forehead, and she was quickly losing stamina. Going without food for the past 24 hours was taking its toll. She was thankful she had sprung into action before her kidnappers could enact their twisted plans. "You brat!" a voice yelled from behind her. Momo crouched just before a metal bat could strike her and followed up with a sweeping kick. The man fell to the ground with a thud. "Gotcha!" Another man lunged at her from the side. Momo rolled out of his way, positioned herself behind him, and delivered a strong kick to his back, sending him crashing into his comrade. Panting, Momo clutched her bow's staff and shield, her legs trembling as exhaustion threatened to overtake her. Suddenly, an explosion occurred above her, and the floor she stood on gave way. She fell to the bottom floor, landing painfully on her back. She tried to pull herself up, using her staff for support, but when she opened her eyes, she fell back down. In front of her stood a figure surrounded by a green fire, one she had been warned was one of the worst encounters she could face. "Green Devil," she whispered. Behind the flames, Izuku's eyes carefully analyzed her. He could tell she was exhausted. Her energy made it clear she was terrified of him. Her clothes were torn in places, but she maintained her dignity. Her hair was loose, with strands sticking out, and she bore multiple scrapes and bruises. Still, she pushed through all of that and attempted to stand, rising to one knee. Brave, determined, and skilled, not to mention persistent and kind to even those who don't deserve it. Momo opened her mouth to speak. "Are you part of this?" she asked, referring to the kidnappers. Izuku stared at her vacantly as the flames surrounding him began to fade. "Momo Yaoyorozu," he spoke, shocking her that he knew her full name. "Tell me." He revealed his left hand, stained with blood, and blood splattered across his black cloak. Under his feet lay the defeated foes of the last two who had tried to attack her. "Do I look like the kind of person who would have friends?" he asked coldly. Momo paled, shaken to her core. He's completely out of my league. What do I do? What can I do? Even if I were healthy, he's defeated so many heroes." As Momo's mind spiraled in despair, Izuku moved to stand beside her. He aimed to strike the nape of her neck, but she rolled away and quickly formed a shuriken in her palm. She threw the sharp disc, but the Green Devil tilted his head to avoid the attack mostly. The small weapon grazed the fiery cowl, leaving a cut just under his left eye. Izuku winced from the pain, covering the wound with his hand. Sharp objects can cut through his fire. That's good to know. I'll make a sword and... Fush. Momo's thoughts were interrupted by a wave of green fire hitting her at point-blank range. The force of the attack sent her tumbling a few feet away, and she groaned as she stopped. However, she realized she wasn't burned or chilled. Instead, it was a warmth that offered her the closest thing to comfort possible in this situation. This left her perplexed, making her vulnerable to another strike. He struck the nape of her neck, and she fell unconscious. He stared at her still form, emotions he hadn't felt in months washing over him: sympathy, guilt, protectiveness. "I'm sorry." He wished he could express that to her awake. His moment was interrupted when he sensed a strong heat signature approaching. "Endeavor." "And others." "I'd rather not." He raised his fist and quickly opened his fingers. That simple action caused every fire in the mansion to erupt, creating a massive explosion that spared him and the girl in his arms. "Present." "Endeavor!" Hawks yelled, pointing to a green streak in the sky. He and the flame hero immediately pursued it while Ingenium followed on the ground. "He's heading straight for the Yaoyorosis." "Hawks, use your feathers." Endeavor shouted. "I can't." He surrounded himself in flames. "My feathers would be incinerated before they touch him." They gritted their teeth as they chased the villain. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu were having the worst day of their lives, believing their only child was lost forever. The tragedy brought them to their knees in tears. They couldn't mourn for long, however, as the monster responsible for the explosion landed right in front of them. Mr. Yaoyorozu held his crying wife tightly as the demon slowly approached. He stood directly above them, the crackle of his fire haunting them. They clenched their eyes shut, bracing for what was to come. "I believe this belongs to you." The Yaoyorosis peeked open their eyes to see the devil placing down a large, warm fire that dissipated, revealing their daughter. She stirred awake, and the first thing her blurry eyes saw was her parents. They immediately lifted her into a tight embrace. And mother? Father? Momo asked, struggling to believe this was real. Her parents held her protectively, tears of joy streaming down their faces at her safety. Tears welled in her own eyes. My poor baby, we were so worried about you. Mrs. Yayorozu exclaimed frantically. Momo, I'm so sorry for what you had to endure. My mistakes led you to that awful place. I apologize, my child. Mr. Yayorozu said sincerely. Momo hugged them back. It wasn't your fault, father, she replied weakly. Izuku watched their reunion, feeling forgotten for the first time, but he was fine with that. Seeing parents care for their child and take responsibility for her suffering was a rare sight. The flames around Izuku weakened slightly, revealing eyes that shone with a light that had been absent for far too long. He was experiencing a moment of humanity. Sadly, all good things come to an end. In the blink of an eye, Izuku found himself surrounded by red feathers from all angles. Hawks, he thought sadly. He hated that they had to reunite like this, but it couldn't be helped. Endeavor, Ingenium, and the Wing Hero flanked him while keeping the Yaoyorosis safe. It ends here, Demon, Endeavor proclaimed. Izuku had one option, one that made him feel sick to his stomach. Ak! Momo gasped suddenly. Everyone's eyes turned to her except the Green Devil, who faced away with his palm pointed in her direction. A circle of green fire surrounded Momo's neck. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they realized the game he was playing. Hawks and Momo turned pale. You wouldn't. Hawks yelled, though it sounded more like a plea than a demand. Last time was a despair-ridden breakdown, but you wouldn't willingly destroy a happy family. Izuku, please don't do this. What Hawks didn't know was that he was right. Despite the world's best efforts to crush it, Izuku still had a soul within him. He especially wouldn't harm Momo, but they didn't know that for certain. Izuku curled his fingers, and Momo felt her windpipe constrict. She gasped for air, clawing at the flaming ring around her throat, but it was futile. Tears filled her eyes as her vision began to fade. Stop! Hawks shouted, desperation in his voice. Just stop. He called his feathers back to his wings and dropped to the ground, holding his hands up. Endeavor extinguished the flames in his hands and raised them non-threateningly. Ingenium did the same. The heroes surrendered. Izuku opened his fingers, allowing Momo to take a breath. She coughed, tears streaming down her cheeks as her parents held her. But she wasn't out of danger yet, the fire ring around her throat still remained. The Green Devil turned his back to everyone and walked away, forming wings on his back. Hawks, once flattered by the mimicry, felt only insult added to injury. Before he flew off, someone called out to him. Why you? Izuku froze in his tracks, and everyone's attention returned to Momo. What happened to you? You can't have been born like this. You're not completely heartless. So why? Why are you like this? Everyone was shocked that Momo, in her weakened state, had the courage to ask the Green Devil that. Slowly, he turned his head to look at her over his shoulder. Everyone tensed, wondering what he would do next. But he did nothing. He let the flames around his left eye disappear, revealing the cut Momo had inflicted. It looked like a tear of blood running down his cheek. It distracted from the actual tears building in the corner of his eye. Momo and Hawks noticed it, and for just an instant, they saw an incredibly sad kid. Finally, Izuku soared into the sky at high speed. The pros knew not to pursue him until the ring around Momo's neck disappeared, which it did after a few minutes. But by that point, he could be miles away in any direction. Momo's parents embraced her more protectively than ever, but their voices were drowned out by her own thoughts. Those eyes. Those horrible, pain-filled green eyes, she thought to herself. She'd seen eyes like that before. Her thoughts were interrupted by a gentle tap to her forehead. It came from Hawks, who was crouched and smiling at her. You've got some real guts, rich kid. I don't know many heroes who would stand up to someone like you just did. Momo blushed slightly at the praise and bowed her head. Thank you, sir. Endeavor saw the look in their eyes. He crossed his arms over his broad chest and huffed. Naive kids. This scene had become far too familiar for Izuku. Surrounded by flames and remnants of conflict, he found himself in a small mansion that was crumbling around him. The remnants of the creature rejection clan lay scattered both inside and outside. He stumbled upon them while looking for a place to rest, but they began to spout their twisted ideology about purging those they deemed unworthy. Thoughts of Tsu and her siblings filled him with anger. Fortunately, he made it to the kitchen before it was consumed by flames. He found a turkey leg, cooked it, and sat down to eat amidst the chaos. "You," a breathless voice uttered, but Izuku didn't flinch. He turned to see the last living member of the clan, her robe stained and her mask cracked. Her body lay motionless on a coffee table. Izuku finished his meal and slowly approached her, his cold, emotionless eyes revealing his lack of remorse. "You're not a heteromorph," she gasped. "You're something far uglier." The green devil pressed his foot against her wounded stomach, causing her to cough weakly. "You're right," he replied before stepping down firmly, the table cracking beneath her. He pulled his foot back, feeling nothing as he left behind the remnants of the confrontation. The effects of the meal weighed heavily on him, and he allowed himself to drift off to sleep in the burning mansion. Izuku didn't know how long he slept or how many hours had passed. The dark clouds made it difficult to tell time. But when he awoke, he found himself in a pile of ash and remnants of the past. Still, his heart didn't mourn for them. "I should get cleaned up," he thought as he walked toward the forest. He found a tree branch and hung his black cloak there, the front torn to make it more of a cape. He left it to hang in the rain, hoping it would wash away the remnants of the past. As he walked through the rain, he discovered a nearby lake. He stared into its reflection and saw a powerful but broken soul, covered in remnants of conflict and looking as lifeless as a living person could. The foreign blood that dripped from his hair landed in the water, washing away the image of that broken soul. Izuku let himself fall into the lake, the remnants of his past not easily washed away. He didn't make the effort to cleanse himself completely, he knew he couldn't. The first flakes of snow fell on the empty streets of Mizudafu. Countless lives, both good and bad, had been lost in the destructive warring, an inevitable aspect of superhuman society. Now the once lively streets were eerily quiet, devoid of life. Except for one trudging through the cold, keeping warm with the coat of his unique quirk. The one who could be viewed as responsible for society being turned upside down. The soul who had taken more than most villains. The green devil. He dropped to his knees, clutching his chest and struggling to breathe. His flames weakened significantly. "All four," he murmured weakly. Suddenly, he felt something sharp cut through the flames on his back. Izuku raised his free hand and caught the projectile between his fingers just before it could strike him. It was a red feather. "Hawks," he thought, immediately recognizing its significance. The Emerald Demon's senses must have been dulled due to lack of proper rest and overwhelming stress and guilt. He didn't notice the high number of body heat signatures until he saw them with his own eyes. Whatever remained of hero society stood before him, all suited up and with their eyes fixed on him. At the forefront of this group was the wing hero himself. "Hey buddy, remember me?" Hawks asked with his trademark nonchalant smile. The green devil incinerated the feather caught between his fingers. "Good to see you too." "Leave," he growled. Hawks' smile faded. "Yeah, we can't do that." Izuku struggled to stand, his body weary. "Get lost," he growled again. Hawks held his ground. "Please, don't make this harder than, did you not hear me?" Izuku interrupted. Green flames enveloped his feet, hands, chest, and face, large wings sprouting from his back. He took a battle stance, his fire roaring and igniting the ground around him. "All of you, get out of my way," he shouted, his voice hoarse and filled with rage. His eyes blazed with anger, hatred, and hostility. Hawks had a glint of sadness in his eyes as he adjusted his glasses. "So be it." He pulled two large, thin feather blades from his wings. "We'll have to do this the hard way. First, let's get to what we know." The large screen behind him activated, displaying a satellite view of the planet before zooming in on Japan. Thanks to Shield Tech's modified satellite, we have a solid set of eyes, and we've been tracking the individual for a couple of days now, waiting for a chance to act. That moment is approaching. The view shifted to smoke and green embers, then to a recently ignited fire, and finally focused on a weary figure, clad in tattered clothing, trudging through the cold, empty streets alone. This is a real-time feed. He's getting weaker, not eating or sleeping nearly as much as he should. He wouldn't be doing this to himself unless he had a goal, something he's desperate and impatient to achieve. We know what it is. He's after all for one. The room erupted into a chorus of shocked murmurs. At this point, all for one was common knowledge among the hero community, though still kept hidden from the public. Information about the man who can steal quirks was the last thing they needed amidst the ongoing turmoil. Could he want to join all for one? Some asked, but Tsukachi quickly dismissed this notion. We have reason to believe he is actually against all for one. You see, of the few villains he allows to live, we've captured and interrogated them. The boy wants to defeat all for one himself. This revelation shocked the heroes even more, especially All Might. He understood better than anyone the kind of threat all for one posed, even if time had weakened him. If that's the case, why interfere? Endeavor questioned. The individual is on his last legs. Let him fly headfirst into his own destruction. Unsurprisingly, many agreed with this sentiment. That's not the worst idea, All Might said, surprising Hawks and Tsukachi while filling them with dread. He may not succeed in defeating all for one, but he could certainly cause some damage. A battle like that would be hard to miss, and we could take them both down at once. The detective and the winged hero were stunned that All Might would suggest allowing his son to risk his life to make defeating all for one easier. He was unknowingly making the real battle ahead exponentially harder. You're forgetting that would give all for one the chance to steal an incredibly strong quirk, one he could combine with others to create something disastrous. Hawks pointed out. In the worst-case scenario, all for one could somehow convince the Green Devil to side with him. The Demon Lord is persuasive. If that happens, we're all doomed. We absolutely cannot allow the Green Devil to reach all for one or vice versa. Tsukachi insisted. Hawks redirected everyone's focus to the mission at hand. Don't think this will be easy just because we're going after an exhausted kid. He's unpredictable. But we can say this for certain. The further he's driven into a corner, the harder he'll fight back. He's also known to learn and adapt the more he battles one of the perks of youth. If he manages to escape and recover, I doubt we'll get another chance to stop him. This is the decisive battle. If he stays on the path we've predicted, he'll reach an abandoned district in about an hour, where we can engage without worrying about civilians. Here are the teams to intercept. Forefront Team. Hawks, Leader. Best Genist. Ingenium. Death Arms. Kamui Woods. Spectref. Their purpose is to further exhaust the individual's energy, enough for the heavy suppression team to take him down. A tight-knit group with the most experience in combat against him. Heavy suppression team. All Might. Endeavor. Telekinesis. Finally, in the unlikely event that the individual does get past them, we have the rear guard. Rear guard. Nijire-chan. It's possible we'll encounter interference from other villains, so we have a backup squad waiting nearby. Backup squad. Fat Gum, Leader. Burnin, Leader. Kido. Anima. Suneater. Lemillion. Katsuki Bakugo. Izumi Yagi. Shoto Todoroki. Everyone understood their roles and prepared to move. They would finally end this nightmare. On the way out, Hawks was stopped by All Might. Young Hawks, a word? He asked. The wing hero wanted to refuse but knew this wasn't the time for it. What's up, big guy? He replied with his usual carefree smile. I couldn't help but notice you seemed to deflate a few times during the meeting. Hawks brushed off the concern. We're on the brink of an all-out battle against a dangerous kid. You expect me to be cheerful about it? All Might smile. Faltered. That's not what I mean. I know you want to save him, but is that even possible? Mountains of corpses, rivers of chaos, countrywide panic. You can't make him see reason or offer him forgiveness. Some people are simply beyond redemption. Hawks no longer met All Might's gaze and looked out onto the path ahead. So that's your advice, number 1? Abandon a kid who's already alone? You know, if all we're expected to do is eliminate enemies, we're just soldiers, that's it. I didn't sign up for that. I signed up to help people. I signed up to be a hero. With that, the wing hero walked away, leaving a seriousness that unsettled the symbol of peace. I can't believe it's come to this. Tsukachi groaned into his hands as he entered the control room. Assembling most of our heroes against Izuku, putting children on the battlefield. Hawks flashed him a smirk. Hey, maybe fighting fire with fire is what we need here. It's not like the kids are leaving the nest for the first time. The UA trio are some of the strongest in the school, and they have their licenses. Tsukachi sighed. And what about All Might's sidekicks? Izumi and Bakugo have substantial experience in the field, plus they're impulsive and don't plan. All Might and Teleki raised them to believe they'll be the best. They can't be trusted to know when to hold back. I don't know much about Shoto, but the point is, no matter their strength, they shouldn't be out here. Hawks silently agreed with the detective. He could only hope that Endeavor's son wouldn't be as easy to provoke and leave open to an attack. If the Green Devil sees Bakugo and Yagi, he'll strike without hesitation. Then we'll just have to cross our fingers we can do this without the backup squad. Let's move out. Fate can be a cruel, fickle mistress. Tsukachi and Hawks understood that quite well. The detective remembered the day Toshinori introduced his stepchildren to him and his profession. While Izumi didn't pay much attention, Izuku was taking notes on practically everything Tsukachi said. The look in young Izuku's eyes when he expressed his hope to work with Tsukachi and his dad when he became a hero was unforgettable. That happy memory was now a cruel reminder of how twisted fate can be. Once he and Hawks were sure of his identity, Hawks didn't hesitate to reach out a hand to help him. He saw for himself what the Green Devil truly was at his core, a hurt, lonely kid who needed help. The day he and Izuku crossed paths, he swore he would save whatever was left of the young man's soul. Despite his and Tsukachi's best efforts, they still found themselves on the brink of an all-out battle to defeat him. Give it up, Hawks, we're well past the point of reasoning with this guy, Endeavor said over the communicator. Hawks didn't heed the words of the senior hero but still readied himself for a fight. The flaming figure before him did the same. It's time, Tsukachi, All Might said to his detective friend in the control room. The man reluctantly pressed a button linked to the Shield Tech satellite. A clear feed of the impending battle appeared on the screens of every shelter in Japan. The whole country would witness the green flame of fear extinguished once and for all, and I'll make this a safe country for Melissa to come to, just watch me, David. The time had come. Izuku stood, ready to clash, flames covering his hands, feet, shins, chest, and face, wings sprouting from his back, his hair glowing with a green hue. His surroundings were ablaze with flames rising high to his waist. His eyes burned as he glared at the assembled heroes. The decisive battle was here, with the entire country watching with bated breath. His gaze was fixed on the wing hero at the front, who stared right back at him. I'm sorry, Hawks said as he opened his wings to take flight. I never wanted it to come to this. The devil's heat intensified. Me neither. At blinding speed, the winged hero took to the sky, while the green devil surrounded himself in a cyclone of fire. Any attack from the outside would burn up before touching him, so then, you're up, Genist, Hawks yelled. Suddenly, the devil was bound by his black cape, and his flames were significantly weakened. Despite being from the black market, the material is of excellent quality, Best Genist began, earning the devil's undivided attention. Extremely durable, flexible, and highly resistant to any force, natural or man-made. How kind of you to wear the perfect pocket for me to zip you into. That's when the heroes moved in to attack. While Izuku was bound, he was still burning hot and couldn't be fought in close quarters. However, Kamui Woods, with assistance from Backdraft's ice-cold water, made attacking possible. The Arbor hero extended his arms into thick log-like appendages. His aim was to knock the enemy out. However, even captured, Izuku was able to dodge. He evaded Kamui but was doused in freezing cold water. As Izuku prepared to take to the skies, the bottom of his cape grounded itself, forcing him to kneel. Genist is a problem, I'll have to. His thoughts were interrupted by a white blur striking him across the face. He couldn't see it, but the thermal energy of a radiator tipped him off. Ingenium. He was quick enough to land a hit and reel back before the heat overwhelmed him. In that moment, Kamui landed a solid hit on his right shoulder. Tihis. Izuku released a torrent of flames strong enough to almost completely burn away his cape and, by extension, best Genus hold on him. At that moment, Kamui Woods and Ingenium were moving in for their next attack. Before they could pull back, Izuku shot toward them with unexpected speed. He grabbed the Turbo Hero's right leg and the Arbor Hero's left arm. Ingenium's engine sputtered, and Kamui's arm was severely burned. Both men cried out in pain.